Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had somehow ended up in this mess. This was the most infuriating thing he had ever experienced. Mass genocide had been committed on the soulless star. Furthermore, the extreme Dao Monkey Monarch had arrived in person and shattered the entire planet, killing over 1 billion living beings in the process. This was a gargantuan slap to the face. After committing this astonishingly heinous crime, the extreme Dao Monkey Monarch retreated to a nearby star system before taunting Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. "You killed my son on the Ice Pole star and defeated my ancient tribe army, so I'm destroying one of your planets. Fight me if you dare." And then Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo really did come. "Extreme Dao Monkey Monarch, you stupid cunt. You've been used." Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's golden soul power surged forth and instantly encompassed the entire Divine Emperor star. "Stupid cunt? You called me a stupid cunt? I'm going to kill you." The extreme Dao Monkey Monarch's enraged roar threatened to tear the entire heavens apart. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's flesh crawled. That was what this idiot was focusing on. This was why he looked down on the ancient tribe. They were all a bunch of retards. None of them could even focus on the important things. At this moment, the monkey's fist was already crashing toward him. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo soared internally before unleashing his soul power to combat the monkey's fist. The extreme Dao Monkey Monarch's fist was imbued with extreme power, but Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was no slouch either. The two clashed, and a golden and blue energy shockwave erupted throughout the starry sky. Thus, an earth-shattering battle erupted. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo explained the situation as he fought. He was still cultivating on his own planet when this nightmare descended upon him, and he had been completely enraged. He already knew what he was going to do. He was going to show this stupid monkey just how retarded it was before giving it the beating of its life to vent his rage. However, the extreme Dao Monkey Monarch refused to listen to Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's explanation. Not listening, not listening, not listening. You're just trying to trick me. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Do you really think I'm a stupid cunt? The extreme Dao Monkey Monarch roared as it fought. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was struck by the urge to vomit blood. Initially, stupid cunt was only an expletive he used to vent his frustration, but it was proving to be far too accurate in this case. Their battle lasted an entire day. In the end, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo sustained minor injuries while the extreme Dao Monkey Monarch was severely wounded, thereby bringing an end to this battle. The extreme Dao Monkey Monarch reluctantly believed what Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was saying and agreed to a truce. In reality, it had been beaten into submission. After obtaining the core power of the Spirit Patriarch, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's strength had been growing stronger by leaps and bounds. Heavenly Monarch Xiling was initially the most powerful one among the 4 Heavenly Monarchs, but that title belonged to him now. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo sat upon his throne with an extremely cold expression on his face. "Hee, truce? You destroyed one of my planets, and you want to leave things at that. What a wonderful world that retarded monkey lived in." Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo only wanted to call a temporary truce as he had something important he had to do, which was to pluck out the one that had screwed him over in the first place. "Let me see just who has the guts to frame me. I don't care who they are. I'm going to tell them that the most powerful being in the spirit tribe, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo, is not someone that they can mess with." The man harumphed coldly before his body slowly disappeared. At this moment, on the Dragon Horse star system, which neighbored the Azure Dragon star system and was also a subsidiary star system to the Azure Dragon star system, there was a planet called the Heavenly Cloud Star. This was the only planet that was inhabitable, and it was named the Heavenly Cloud Star as its earth was soft and white, just like the clouds in the sky. During the daytime, the special structure of the ground would cause it to absorb sunlight and emit faint light. From an extremely far distance, this planet looked just as beautiful as a pearl. The Heavenly Cloud Star was one of the main ports and teleportation sites of the Azure Dragon tribe, and there were 30,000 teleportation pathways set up there. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were trying to get to the Vermilion Bird tribe territory, which was why they had arrived on this planet. Teleportation to the Vermilion Bird tribe territory requires a vast amount of energy, which will take about 3 more days to charge. I'll have to ask you to wait patiently during this period of time, Kuan-gu explained in a respectful voice. By Shui and Qi you couldn't leave the dragon origin star, so Kuan-gu was their guide. No problem. And Lin smiled and said, I'll explore this planet with Xiaolin. Kuan-gu was a little envious of the two of them. They were like a match made in heaven, and they looked so perfect together, and Lin and Su Xiaolin saw many different teleportation spell formations with dragons as well as other living beings that came and left. He even saw a series of massive dragons carrying gargantuan crates of supplies hovering through the air. This was a lively and spectacular planet. And Lin held Su Xiaolin's warm, soft hand in his, and the two of them surveyed the scenery on the planet. Each and every planet had its own special characteristics. The ice pole star was a planet of frost and ice, and it was pure and flawless. The dragon origin star was fraught with perils, and vibrant scenery existed alongside lethal conditions. In comparison, the heavenly cloud star gave one an impression of a white softness and a bustling liveliness. The white softness was a description of the planet. The bustling liveliness was a description of the living beings on the planet. There were several 100 million porters on the planet, and things were constantly being carried around from one place to another. Apparently, this was the planet where porters were held in the highest regard within the entire realm of stars. There were even return-to-void stage porters here, and they were very proud of their occupation. There are so many teleportation spell formations here. I've never seen so many teleportation spell formations in my life. And Lin sighed with emotion as he looked around at all of the shimmering lights and spatial fluctuations on the planet. Space teleportation was based on the concept of opening up a chaotic passageway between two coordinates while ensuring that the passageway was stable and spanned the least amount of distance, thereby allowing for extremely fast travel. If the chaotic passageways were set up well, teleportation could even transcend the speed of light. This was much faster than return-to-void stage mighty figures tearing open spatial passageways and transporting themselves that way. This was like someone hiking along a mountain path in comparison with someone traveling on a bullet train. The two of them strolled along hand in hand and were quite happy to experience the different cultures and sights on this planet. 3 days passed by very quickly. They could finally teleport to the Vermilion Bird Tribe territory. The two of them made their way back but were greeted by an unexpected guest. The man in a black robe standing before them appraised them with a sly grin. I've finally found you. And Lin and Su Xiaolan faltered in their footsteps and looked at the man ahead of them with cautious expressions. The man lifted his hat, and a head of long blue hair came running down to his shoulders. He had a pair of pure and clear black eyes, and his skin was as translucent and pure as white jade. And Lin had never seen this man before, but for some reason, he felt a peculiar sense of familiarity toward him. Who are you? And Lin asked. The man did not reply. Instead, a smile appeared on his face as he scrutinized Lin and Su Xiaolan. A man and a woman, one of whom is at the return-to-void pinnacle stage, while the other is at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. I can't believe the stupid monkey's son died by your hands. If it weren't for the fact that I forcefully searched the souls of several return-to-void stage winged dragons and conducted divination based on the derived information, I really wouldn't have discovered that you two were the perpetrators. What are you talking about? Su Xiaolan was perplexed, but she already had one hand resting on the hilt of her sword. He. The man laughed before suddenly disappearing into the night, and Lin and Su Xiaolan both faltered upon seeing this. A sea of stars hung in the sky. 3 moons were located in different directions up above, shining with silvery white radiance. Everything fell silent. Did he leave? Su Xiaolan was a little confused, and Lin wore a grave expression. Don't get careless. This man is no ordinary being. To be able to approach us without us noticing and then leave without a trace like this suggests that. Before he had a chance to finish his sentence, a voice imbued with boundless might erupted throughout the entire heavenly cloud star. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, you two conspired to pit the ancient tribe against me and destroy my soulless star. Do you really think you did a flawless job? I'm going to kill you today. Remember my name. The one who will kill you is Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. His voice startled all of the living beings on the entire heavenly cloud star. "It's Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo." Su Xiaolan's expression shifted. She had naturally heard of Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. Aside from the fact that this was the man they had screwed over, he was also the one who was involved in the plot to kill the spirit patriarch. And Lin looked up into the sky. Why couldn't he just say this face to face? What was the point of flying into the sky just to deliver that speech? However, he quickly discovered that something was amiss. The 3 moons hung high in the sky. However, one of the moons was expanding in his field of vision. And Lin's eyes widened as an extremely bad premonition welled up in his heart. Holy shit! Su Xiaolan was also shocked as she looked up at the expanding moon. The moon was quickly expanding in their fields of vision before encompassing half of the entire sky. When it came into contact with the atmosphere, it was set alight by the abrasion, and it fell like a doomsday meteorite. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. This bastard is throwing the moon at us? The 3 moons of the heavenly cloud star were all different in sizes. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had made the very thoughtful gesture of throwing the biggest one at Lin. Furthermore, the moon was imbued with a paramount soul power that further enhanced its terrifying power. If it was allowed to fall, the entire heavenly cloud star would most definitely be shattered. All of the living beings on the heavenly cloud star were all running for their lives, but they didn't know where they should run to. The moon was falling down upon them. Nowhere was safe on this planet. Some of the powerful beings were still flying and running around, but most of the living beings were either sprawled to the ground or charging for the teleportation spell formations with all their might. Despair enshrouded the entire planet. Kuan-Gu was quite elated that he had finally finished setting up the teleportation spell formation and was awaiting Lin and Su Xiaolan's return, only to find that the moon was crashing down upon the planet. Holy fuck! How did Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo find us? We're all screwed. Kuan-Gu was in complete despair. They had anticipated that Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo would discover Lin's role in this episode, but they didn't think that he would find out the truth so quickly and be so vicious as soon as he struck. He was trying to wipe out the entire heavenly cloud star. All of the living beings on the planet fell into despair. Never would they have thought that the moon that had been hanging in the sky above them for so long would come crashing down upon them one day. There were also some return to void stage mighty figures who were unleashing devastating attacks toward the moon. But the moon was encapsulated in extremely pure soul power, and their attacks couldn't even reach the moon. Over. The same thought appeared in the minds of all of the living beings. The moon had fallen far too spontaneously, and there was not enough time to even set up the planet protection formation. And Lin looked up at the sky, and for some reason, he thought of the lyrics to a song. I want to pluck down the stars for you, I want to pluck down the moon for you, I want to pluck down the sun for you, I want to give you whatever you desire. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was the first person to pluck down a moon for him. He had mixed feelings about this. An enormous power was crashing down. The moon hadn't even landed, but the earth was already crumbling, just as everyone was in complete despair. The crisp ringing of a sword surged forth for tens of thousands of kilometers. A woman in a jade dress rushed toward the falling moon, and her sword lashed out like a dragon, sending lightning flashing through the sky and lighting up the entire planet. Su Xiaolan had sprung into action. She wielded her dragon sparrow sword, and there was not even the slightest hint of fear on her face. Instead, she was quite excited as she attacked the falling moon. The lightning might, which was pure to the extreme, was imbued with her paramount observation toward the Tao of the true dragon, and it managed to slice through the soul power barrier around the moon. The bright blue sword projection then continued onward with an unstoppable force and sliced through the entire moon like a hot knife through butter. Kuan-Gu's eyes widened. She sliced through it? One had to realize that this was an attack imbued with the power of Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. There was an unfathomably massive gulf between the Tao integration stage and the God of Creation stage, but Su Xiaolan had somehow managed to bridge that gulf. In the sky above, the moon that was burning with ferocious flames and falling with devastating power had been sliced cleanly in half, and there was still lightning wreaking havoc on its surface. All of the living beings were shocked by this sword strike. However, that was not the end. The moon was crashing down with terrifying momentum, and after being sliced in half, it was transformed into two doomsday meteors. The heavenly cloud star would still be completely destroyed at this rate. Phew! Su Xiaolin exhaled as a smile appeared on her face, and she held her dragon sparrow sword before her. Lightning dragon explosion! Boom! Countless bolts of lightning suddenly spread through the two halves of the moon from the incision that had been made earlier. The bolts of lightning were like blades of light that instantly reduced the moon to countless pieces of rubble. Bam, bam, bam! A meteor shower fell from the sky, and Lin waved a hand through the air, and wind swept through the air for tens of thousands of kilometers, blowing all of the destructive rubble away. He turned to Su Xiaolan with a displeased expression. Don't throw stones like this. You might hurt someone. Su Xiaolan turned toward him with a vibrant smile. I knew you would be standing behind me to clean up the aftermath. And Lin nodded. Behind every successful woman is a resolute and hard man who is silently supporting her. Su Xiaolan could hear the implications behind Lin's words, and a blush appeared on her face. Shameless bastard! Thus, the crisis of the falling moon on the heavenly cloud star was averted. The heavenly cloud star had just fallen into despair when they discovered that the moon that was crashing down upon them had been reduced to dust right before their eyes. Who had done this? Many powerful beings turned toward a certain direction where two tiny figures could be seen in the distance. Humans? Wait, since when could humans oppose heavenly monarch Bei Luo? Just as all living beings were in shock and befuddlement, and Lin and Su Xiaolan had already risen into the sky and were charging toward heavenly monarch Bei Luo. Heavenly monarch Bei Luo was planning to reward Lin and Su Xiaolan with 2 more moons, but he could give up on that plan seeing as they were already charging toward him. That woman is only at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, but she is somehow able to summon the essential power of a true dragon to break my essential power. Is she a human or a dragon? Does she have any powerful backers? Heavenly monarch Bei Luo furrowed his brows as a hint of caution surfaced in his heart. He looked at the white-robed man who was with her, and he was even more unsettled. No matter how one looked at it, this guy was at the return to void pinnacle stage, but no matter how one looked at it, he was not demonstrating return to void stage power. How strange. Who are you? Heavenly monarch Bei Luo repressed his fury and asked with a dark expression. He did want to take revenge, but he was not an idiot who would rush in without knowing what he was doing. He liked to analyze things in advance and settle things once and for all when he did strike. The power demonstrated by these two were worthy of his caution. A fist then appeared right before his eyes. Heavenly monarch Bei Luo. Bam! An enormous power crashed down upon him. The space within a radius of several hundred kilometers was shattered by the force of that punch. Heavenly monarch Bei Luo was blasted flying for over 10,000 kilometers. It would be rude to not return the favor. You gave me a moon, so I'm going to return a teensy little punch to you. And Lin slowly withdrew his fist with a smile on his face. 10,000 kilometers away. Heavenly monarch Bei Luo arrested his momentum before turning to Lin and rubbing his red and swollen face. I was too careless. I had my attention fixated on Su Xiaolan this entire time, but I didn't think you would be so powerful. That one hurt a little. And Lin's expression shifted slightly. He had unleashed the entirety of his phenomenal success stage body of the war god in that punch, but it only hurt a little. There wasn't even any noticeable damage inflicted aside from some bruising. A true god of creation really was quite terrifying. And Lin thought about this situation for a moment before quickly flying in another direction. Su Xiaolan hurriedly followed him. Hee, you want to run? Heavenly monarch Bei Luo's body disappeared into spatial ripples, and in the next instant, he had already appeared behind Lin. He had covered a distance of 10,000 kilometers virtually in the blink of an eye. You two are indeed quite powerful, but in my eyes you're just ants. If you don't tell me who you are, then don't blame me for killing you. A cold and apathetic voice reverberated throughout space. And Lin and Su Xiaolan weren't trying to run away. On the contrary, they were quite keen to battle, but just not here. Instead, they wanted to initiate this battle on the neighboring Steel Mountain star. If they fought on the heavenly cloud star, they ran the risk of damaging the teleportation spell formations, thereby foiling their plans to reach the Vermilion Bird Tribe territory. You want to know who I am? Fine, I'll tell you. And Lin immediately began stalling for time. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's killing intent receded slightly upon hearing this, but he still followed closely behind them. 1 minute later, are you going to fucking tell me or not? Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was completely enraged. All right, I'll tell you. And Lin spoke as he flew. We came from the most powerful sect in the Kuin Su universe, the 4-9 Immortal sect. I am a core disciple of the sect leader. If you dare to hurt me, my master will destroy you. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's expression shifted slightly. He gleaned this piece of information from the souls of the return to Void Stage winged dragons he had searched. If Enlin was telling the truth and just a core disciple was this powerful, then it was unimaginable just how much of a colossus this 4-9 Immortal sect was. If he opposed such a powerful sect, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was always quite cautious and reserved, so he was beginning to hesitate. Perhaps Enlin wasn't telling the truth, but what if he was? He couldn't eliminate that possibility. These two powerful beings were both quite unfamiliar. It was very strange that they would suddenly appear here. What if they really were beings from an alternate universe? If he killed Enlin, would his master storm the realm of stars and beat the crap out of him? Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo became more and more anxious as he thought about this. He felt very aggrieved for being screwed over, but he also felt like Enlin didn't do this on purpose. This was all just a misunderstanding, so a god of creation like him, a high and mighty spirit tribe Heavenly Monarch, should be the bigger man here and learn to forgive and forget. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo felt like this was the right way to go. The extreme Dao Monkey Monarch was the one who should die. If it weren't for the fact that that retarded monkey mistaken him for Enlin, how would his soulless star have been massacred? With these thoughts in mind, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo slowed down a little. However, Enlin was still hurling threats. You can see that my cultivation base is only at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. But you know how terrifying my combat prowess is, right? Do you think there is a sect in this tiny realm of stars capable of nurturing a freak like me? Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo thought about this for a moment. There really weren't any. Truth be told, there are still 10,000 beings as powerful as me in the 4-9 Immortal sect. And Lin yelled. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo shuddered and drew a sharp intake of breath. And Lin then patted Su Xiaolan's shoulder. Even her. She's just a little servant. She's at the Dao integration pinnacle stage and can't even beat a god of creation. What a disgrace. And Lin's waist suddenly spasmed as if he was tossed. He turned to find Su Xiaolan glowering at him, and he immediately shut his mouth. And Lin had stopped talking. But Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was shocked beyond belief. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo really wanted to turn and leave, but a bold thought suddenly sprang to mind. On the path to pursuing Dao, risk and reward always coexisted. In this boundless realm of stars, gods of creation were at the pinnacle. Even he didn't know where to go next. However, if this man really was from the 4-9 Immortal sect, then there was a very high chance that he would possess a god of creation stage inheritance. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's breathing accelerated. If he could kill Enlin, then search his soul and take his core inheritance, he would become the most powerful being in the realm of stars. Ever since Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo sealed Heavenly Monarch Xiling and killed the Spirit Patriarch, he had seen the benefit of taking risks and was more willing to take them than he once was. He couldn't repress this urge anymore. And Lin's inheritance. I want it. And Lin had goosebumps from the way Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was staring at him. Why did it look like Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo wanted to eat him? Were his intimidation tactics backfiring on him? Thankfully, they had already reached the Steel Mountain Star. The Steel Mountain Star was a planet with an extremely terrible environment. There were almost no life forms residing on it. Its temperatures were constantly hovering around 1,000 degrees Celsius. And the terrain was also very unique with tall mountains constructed from steel along with scorching, red-hot rivers flowing between them. These rivers were made of melted steel and possessed extremely terrifying temperatures. We won't have to worry about anything if we fight here. A smile appeared on Enlin's face. He was not used to fighting in outer space and still preferred fighting on land. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had also figured out Enlin's intentions, and he harumphed coldly. You're already dead, and you're still extending courtesy toward other living beings. You think you can kill me? Enlin laughed heartily as he clenched his fist and unleashed the full power of his phenomenal success stage body of the war god before unleashing an almighty punch at Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo spread open his hands, and a blue soul power barrier instantly materialized in front of him. Boom! Enlin's fist struck the soul power barrier, and the barrier tremored slightly, but it did not crack open. Do you really think you can still hurt me when I'm on my guard? Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo chuckled coldly before extending one hand to support the barrier while gripping the space with his other hand, upon which a boundless blue soul power materialized into a blue spear, which he then abruptly hurled toward Enlin. Infinite Holy Soul Spear. The spear streaked through the air like a blue shooting star. Boundless killing intent threatened to freeze the surrounding space. Enlin could sense that the spear had completely locked onto him. This was a karma connection, and no matter where he hid, the spear wouldn't rest until it pierced into his body. This spear was the most powerful tracking missile in the realm of stars. This is just a simple karma power. With sufficient power, no karma can remain unbroken. Enlin unleashed another fist toward the oncoming spear. Boom! Right at this moment, the spear suddenly disappeared. Enlin's expression shifted drastically, and he was just about to turn around when the spear struck his back. Not only was this spear a tracking missile, but it was also capable of using spatial skipping to evade attacks. The blue spear struck Enlin's back, sending sharp pain shooting through his body and pushing him through the air, as if it would never dissipate until Enlin's body had been punctured. The phenomenal success stage body of the war god possessed absolutely absurd defensive prowess, but a sharp screeching sound still erupted from behind him, indicating that his body was struggling to hold itself together. Enlin gritted his teeth, and his skin was already showing signs of tearing open. He was just about to unleash his power when a terrifying might swept toward him from up ahead. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo appeared before him, and an essential power erupted from his index finger as he spoke in the cold voice of a paramount god. You are responsible for the death of countless living beings on the soulless star. As such, you should die to atone for your sins. Enlin looked at Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's approaching index finger, and an unprecedented sense of peril enshrouded his entire body. At this moment, the crisp cry of the dragon sparrow sword erupted. Su Xiaolan's dragon sparrow sword was roaring with lightning and burning with scorching flames as it slashed through the air even more quickly than Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's attack. The dragon sparrow sword crashed into Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo and knocked him flying. Enlin immediately took advantage of this opportunity to unleash his 7 holy flames at the same time in order to incinerate the spear behind him. Soon, the spear melted and evaporated within the boundless holy flames. The skin on his back had been pierced, but the spear did not puncture his body. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. What is this terrifying defensive prowess? That attack should have completely wiped away your entire existence. But you only sustained minor injuries. What kind of body is this? Clearly hasn't been nurtured by essential power yet. However, my essential power is something you won't be able to get rid of. As soon as a wound is inflicted, my essential power will flow into your body through your bloodstream and destroy your organs and body. His voice had only just faded when the wound on Enlin's back healed over, making it appear as if he had never even been wounded in the first place. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. What the fuck? His regenerative ability was just as powerful as his defensive prowess? Not only that, but even his essential power had been wiped away by Enlin's power? Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo felt like he had underestimated his opponent once again. Enlin flexed his neck with a smile on his face. Now that his evergreen technique had been perfected, he didn't even know how powerful his life force was himself. Spirit God power, activate. Boom! Blue essential power that was condensed to the extreme suddenly appeared around Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's body, and his aura soared explosively once again as he charged toward Enlin at an extremely terrifying speed. He was even faster than a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived before Enlin. He wasn't trying any other fancy attacks. All he did was unleash a simple punch. Enlin was struck by a sense of horror, but his battle intent instantly vanquished the horror in his heart as he unleashed all of his power to meet Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's fist with his own fist. Bam! The collision between their two fists resulted in the simplest yet most violent clash, and a black hole was created at the point where their two fists collided. Enlin felt a sense of overwhelming power sweep forth and tear through his body. This power targeted his body, his consciousness, his Tao, his everything. PFFF. Enlin felt like his organs had been instantly ruptured, and he threw up a mouthful of blood as his body crashed into the Steel Mountain star at an extremely fast speed, leaving a massive crater beneath him. How could the power of one's consciousness be so devastating? Enlin was in shock. He was sure that Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had used no other power aside from the power of his consciousness, and it was already more devastating than the infinite Holy Soul Spear he had hurled. This was a simple punch that presented lethal, devastating power. Enlin was severely wounded by that punch, and he had only just gotten up when Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo rushed toward him and unleashed another punch toward his face. Fuck off. You're not the only one who likes a melee brawl. Enlin roared with rage as a golden ring appeared behind him before revolving relentlessly. He knew that his body would be unable to combat his opponent's soul power attacks. Hence, he decided to add a buff to himself. 5 Elemental Body. Activate. In the instant Enlin unleashed his 5 Elemental Body, the surrounding environment suddenly became clearer to him. Even the trajectory of Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's fist instantly came into sharper focus. The 5 Elemental Body was the super-evolved version of the Fire Sage mode, and it perfectly combined the power of all 5 elements. From an explosive power perspective, it was more than 5 times more terrifying than the Fire Sage mode. Enlin thrust out his left palm, and it met Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's fist with unerring accuracy. A terrifying power surged through his left palm, and his left arm instantly bulged as if it were about to explode, but the power of the 5 elements began to activate, and it engulfed the power from Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's fist as if it were a bottomless abyss. What? Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's expression shifted. At this moment, Enlin's right palm swung up from below and struck Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's chin. The ring behind him revolved, and the devastating powers of the 5 elements converged toward his palm. Bam! Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's chin was pulverized. His entire body was sent spinning like a top through the air by the indescribably terrifying power within Enlin's palm. Enlin stepped forward, and the steel earth before him caved in once again as he blasted himself off like a rocket into the air at an incredible speed. He reached Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo in a split second before his fist crashed toward Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's head. Don't get cocky. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's essential power erupted forth, and his hands created a divine seal that hurtled toward Enlin's heart. Spirit God Primordial Seal. Enlin didn't even try to evade as his fist fell upon Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's face, flattening Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's head. At the same time, Enlin's chest caved in from the divine seal, and his heart was instantly shattered. Bam! 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 The two of them were both severely wounded as they hurtled through the air and only managed to arrest their momenta after crashing through several steel mountains. These mountains were indestructible in the eyes of normal living beings, but to them, they were as fragile as tofu. Pwa! Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo threw up a mouthful of spiritual energy, and his face had been flattened to resemble the bottom of a frying pan. He had to slap it a few times before it reverted back to its original state. The golden ring behind Enlin revolved quickly, and extremely advanced powers of the 5 elements flowed through his entire body, healing his shattered heart as well as the wound on his chest in a matter of seconds. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. Your physical body is even more terrifying than that of the extreme Tao Monkey Monarch, He surveyed the golden ring behind Enlin's back with a cautious expression to find that he was unable to figure out what it was. There were 5 divine seals positioned in 5 different directions around the ring, all of which were emanating dazzling divine light. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo could sense that these 5 divine seals were interconnected and imbued with the true meaning of heaven and earth. A burst of extremely special power revolved along the ring, as if it were the most stable structure that nothing could break. Most importantly, the divine light emanating from the 5 divine seals revolved along a set trajectory and converged toward the empty space at the center of the ring, creating a small, black vortex. This small vortex struck him with a sense of extreme peril. Power like this should not exist within this world. What a terrifying yet wonderful inheritance. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo became even more greedy upon seeing Enlin's power. He was going to kill Enlin and take his inheritance. Whoosh! Soul power erupted from Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's entire body, and he flashed toward Enlin like a bolt of lightning before instantly unleashing over 10,000 punches toward different parts of Enlin's body. In Enlin's 5 elemental body state, he could instantly judge Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's attacks, no matter how quickly he was attacking, before giving appropriate retaliation. Enlin also instantly responded with over 10,000 attacks of his own. His hands were like the most resolute metal, and they were imbued with power more boundless than the earth. At the same time, the attacks were extremely nimble and intricate and were able to dispel Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's attacks while also offering retaliation. Boom, boom, boom. Enlin and Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's clashes sent tremors running through the entire Steel Mountain star, and all of the steel mountains within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers were razed to the ground. The 2 of them were like bulldozers, completely flattening the terrain wherever they went. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's essential power could destroy all things and could even puncture Enlin's body of the war god. However, the new power created by Enlin's 5 elemental body was also able to puncture Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's essential power and wound his spirit body. Boom! Enlin's chest was punctured by an attack. Ha ha ha! Not bad! He chortled gleefully before stabbing a finger toward Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's glabella and puncturing his temple. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo groaned in pain, and his body arched back. Enlin was just about to keep attacking when he discovered that Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's leg was hurtling toward his waist like a whip. Boom! Enlin's body was kicked into the shape of a horseshoe before being blasted hundreds of kilometers away. The shockwaves from that kick erupted in the form of the blue soul power, annihilating hundreds of steel mountains into nothingness. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo heaved a faint sigh of relief at the sight of Enlin, who was now a black spot in the distance. However, before he had a chance to react, sinister laughter reverberated around him as the surrounding space warped and crumbled from scorching temperatures. Up above, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo looked up to discover Enlin looking down at him with lights of 5 different colors revolving around his fists. The 5 colors then suddenly transformed into an extremely rich shade of crimson. 5 elements, scorching God. The fist fell from the sky with temperatures even more terrifying than that of the sun, and everything in the surrounding environment was incinerated into nothingness. Even Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's spirit body was involuntarily seething and churning. Boom! An extremely dazzling sun suddenly rose from the Steel Mountain star. The steel earth below was transformed into a sea of scorching, molten steel. Enlin, I'm going to kill you! The sea of molten steel exploded. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had now been scorched bald, but that did not stop him from rising into the air and hurtling toward Enlin again. Enlin roared with laughter before meeting him. The battle between the 2 of them erupted once again, and everything around them was annihilated. Enlin could feel all of the blood within his body bubbling and churning, and every single one of his cells was respiring. His entire body was unleashing a power to its heart's content, and it was an incredible feeling. His body of the war god was extremely durable, as was Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's spirit body. His 5 elemental body produced extremely violent offensive output, as did Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's soul power. His regenerative ability was terrifying to the extreme, as was Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's. The two of them were exchanging one devastating blow after another and were completely evenly matched. Ha ha ha. Nice. And Lin chortled like a madman, and all of his punches were imbued with a power that was well in excess of a hydrogen bomb explosion. You're fucking insane. A frustrated expression appeared on Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's face, as he kept Lin's attacks at bay, while retaliating with his own. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was the ideal opponent for Lin. This was the thrilling and exhilarating battle Lin had been searching for. Su Xiaolan stood high in the sky and looked down at the battle taking place down below. Violent energy shockwaves swept her long hair into the air, and her jade barley ink garment blossomed like a jade lotus in the sky. She was initially planning to assist Lin in battle, but Lin was clearly very happy fighting on his own, so she refrained from participating in this battle. It was a rare occasion for Lin to enjoy such a stimulating battle, and she certainly wasn't going to rain on his parade. As such, she held her dragon sparrow sword and stood guard for Lin on the Steel Mountain Star. All living beings below the God of Creation stage that tried to approach this place would be slain by her without any hesitation. Beep, beep, beep. Su Xiaolan's azure dragon jade pendant suddenly began to flash. Only guardian deities could communicate with one another through these jade pendants. She picked up the jade pendant with a smile. What's up, Ms. Su Xiaolan? How is your battle with Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo progressing? We've already sent 8 Dao integration stage true dragons to reinforce you. If that's still not enough, then you can sacrifice your jade pendant. Bai Shue's panicked voice sounded from the other side. A hint of warmth flowed into Su Xiaolan's heart upon hearing this. Bai Shue was clearly aware of how powerful Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was, and as such, she would know that the 8 Dao integration stage true dragons she had deployed would most likely perish in battle. However, she was still willing to deploy them anyway, thereby demonstrating that she clearly saw Su Xiaolan as part of her family. There's no need to be concerned about us, big sister Bai Shue. Can't you tell that I'm speaking in an unhurried and leisurely manner? Su Xiaolan replied. You're right. Bai Shue faltered initially before continuing in a hesitant voice. So how are things going on your end? Su Xiaolan was brimming with confidence. Everything is under control. I don't even have to do anything. Mai and Lin will take care of everything for me. Gasp! Bai Shue was astonished. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was the most powerful being in the spirit tribe, and Lin was able to fight on par with him? Was there anyone in this world that could stop Lin? Perhaps only the holy beasts would be able to do so. Bai Shue couldn't help but ask again. So you're sure that you don't need any reinforcements? I'm sure, Su Xiaolan confirmed. In reality, she didn't have high hopes on the Dao integration stage true dragons. After witnessing Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo in action, she felt like anything below guardian deity true dragons would just be cannon fodder here. It would be a waste if they were deployed here only to die before they could do anything. Su Xiaolan was not a cruel, compassionless shrew. She did not want to see any of her Azure Dragon tribe friends perish in battle. We'll be sure to deliver good news to you soon, big sister Bai Shue. Su Xiaolan smiled. All right. Bai Shue heaved a concerned sigh. Please do be careful though. Any god of creation is capable of unleashing unimaginably terrifying power in dire situations. Su Xiaolan was well aware of this. Back when the Clear Origin Dragon had been forced into a dire situation, he had summoned his entire small world and sent it crashing down upon Patriarch Azure Dragon. Patriarch Azure Dragon was able to dispel his power, but if a weaker god of creation had taken his place, they could quite possibly have been crushed to death. At this moment on the heavenly cloud star, several 100 million terrified living beings were evacuating. They knew that the human powerful beings were very benevolent and had done them a massive favor by transferring the battle from the heavenly cloud star to the Steel Mountain Star, but that didn't affect their decision to run away. What if the two sides gradually returned to the heavenly cloud star during their clash? A battle of this caliber was no joke. Just the shockwaves from the battle alone were devastatingly powerful, and sticking around to spectate the battle could easily spell one's death. Normally, the Steel Mountain Star looked like a silvery gray spot that was slightly bigger than a normal star when viewed from the heavenly cloud star. However, This large, round spot was now shimmering like crazy, and all of the living beings on the heavenly cloud star were petrified. They felt like the star was about to explode at any moment. Just how terrifying would the clashes of energy have to be for them to be able to sense it from so far away? They didn't dare to think about that. All they could do was to quickly evacuate this terrifying star system through the use of teleportation spell formations. At this moment on the Steel Mountain Star, this was a seemingly indestructible planet, but it was in tatters. The battle had progressed to its climax. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was embroiled in a boundless ocean of soul power, and after taking one of Enlin's punches head-on, a crazed expression appeared on his face as his spirit body expanded. He made a divine seal with his 2 hands, which he then imprinted upon Enlin's lower abdomen, and essential power erupted forth violently. Infinite penetration. Boom! A blue essential soul power punctured Enlin's lower abdomen before puncturing heaven and earth. Enlin threw up a mouthful of blood, and his body crashed into the steel earth before continuing to be crushed and destroyed. There seemed to be no end to the essential soul power crashing down from above, and it continued to assault Enlin's body as if it wouldn't give up until Enlin's body was completely annihilated. 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, Enlin was blasted away by Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's infinite penetration until his body punctured the Steel Mountain Star's scorching core before continuing onward. 100,000 kilometers. 200,000 kilometers. Boom! Enlin's body emerged from the other side of the Steel Mountain Star. Both ends of the Steel Mountain Star were emanating with the boundless blue soul power. From a distance, it looked like the entire silvery gray planet had been punctured by a long and thick blue needle. The entire Steel Mountain Star had been punctured by Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. A massive hole had also been blasted into Enlin's stomach, thereby ridding him of most of his internal organs. If it weren't for the fact that his 5-elemental body was resisting the invasion of the essential soul power, his body would have most likely been blasted into non-existence already. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo panted heavily as he stood in midair. That attack had clearly expended a vast amount of his soul power. He looked through the hole in the ground into the extremely far distance, all the way to the other side of the planet, where he discovered that Enlin was still very much alive and well. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's flesh began to crawl. How was this bastard so durable? Even the extreme Dao Monkey Monarch's body would have been severely wounded after taking his infinite penetration attack. Enlin flew around half the planet and arrived before Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo again. His punctured lower abdomen had already completely healed during his flight. As expected of one of the most powerful beings in the realm of stars, to think that you were able to make me experience pain. Enlin spoke with a solemn expression. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo felt like he had been insulted. He looked at Enlin and analyzed his condition. Enlin was also looking at Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo as the golden ring continued to revolve behind him. A brief period of silence ensued. In the sky above, Su Xiaolin swallowed. Her dragon sparrow sword hung by her side at the ready as she prepared to assist Enlin at a moment's notice. All of a sudden, a sharp screeching sound erupted in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Enlin and Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had clashed once again. There wasn't much of a difference between their combat prowess. Regardless of whether it was their speed, power, explosiveness, and regenerative ability, all of it was basically on the same level. Hence, this battle would most likely become a prolonged one. Boom, boom, boom. Each and every clash that took place between them was like the most terrifying nuclear explosion, and the entire Steel Mountain Star trembled over and over again. If this battle had taken place on Earth, Earth would have been pulverized countless times already. 2 hours passed. The two of them were still bombarding each other like madmen. This was the longest battle Enlin had ever engaged in ever since he began cultivating. He was initially quite skeptical of legends regarding battles that lasted for several days and nights, thinking that those tales were completely farcical. After all, a battle between cultivators was fraught with peril and they were often decided in split seconds. So how could the battles possibly last that long? Even fighting for 2 hours was ridiculous, let alone several days and nights. However, he discovered that if things continued like this, he really was going to be fighting for several days and nights. That didn't mean that they were having a tame battle. On the contrary, this was an extremely perilous battle in which the slightest lapse in concentration could result in decapitations and dismemberment. However, they both had the regenerative ability to quickly regrow heads and limbs. And Lin once pulverized Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's head, only for him to use his essential soul power to create a new one. And Lin had never had his head pulverized. He didn't know whether he would be able to survive if his head was pulverized. So he decided to play it safe and protect his own head. The battle continued. Before they knew it, an entire day had passed. And Lin really had fought for an entire day and night. The golden ring continued to revolve, and the powers of the 5 elements flowed relentlessly into his body, making him capable of fighting like a tireless machine. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was also able to extract essential soul power from the boundless space around him, and his soul power was as inexhaustible as the ocean. Not only could he quickly recover his energy, but he could also use his soul power to regenerate at an extremely fast rate. Their regenerative abilities were absolutely astounding. After that, they fell into an impasse. This was an unimaginable impasse. Both of them were unleashing attacks that could annihilate heaven and earth, but they were simply unable to kill their enemy. And Lin was getting quite annoyed by Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's persistence. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was also getting quite annoyed by Lin's persistence. It had to be said that Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's control over soul power was top-notch. At the very least, it was superior to Lin's control over soul power despite the fact that he possessed a god of creation stage consciousness. As such, he refrained from using the power of his consciousness as he didn't want to play to his enemy's advantage. Su Xiaolan was also getting quite alarmed by their stamina. If she were in Lin's place, her body would have been completely depleted a long time ago. But these two were still fighting as intensely as ever. Isn't Lin really all right? She looked at the man below with her brows slightly furrowed with concern. The only reason why she hadn't sprung into action was that Lin had not requested assistance from her. Su Xiaolan knew that Lin was not an honorable warrior. If he couldn't defeat his enemy, Lin would definitely ask for her help. So what was Lin's trump card? Su Xiaolan was getting quite curious. She knew a few of Lin's trump cards, but none of them were as powerful as the 5 elemental body. Mount Buzhou Fist. Lin's fist crashed down upon Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. Boundless Spirit Realm. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo spread his hands open, and his blue soul power gushed forth like an ocean. He was then greeted by the sight of a Mount Buzhou projection that was seemingly infinite in size crashing down mercilessly. Boom! Shock waves swept forth for tens of thousands of kilometers. Even the steel mountain star was knocked off its orbit. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was flattened into the same thickness as a sheet of paper. Lin rushed over to Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo, and a golden eye appeared on his forehead. Invisible ripples spread through space. Divine Plunder Technique. In that instant, Lin saw all of Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's Tao realm as well his cultivation methods and even his essential power. Thankfully, he possessed an ultra-powerful consciousness now. Otherwise, he would instantly explode from the information overload. I'm going to take your essential soul power. A scorching light appeared in Lin's eyes. If he could take Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's essential soul power, then he could easily win this battle. Thus, his divine plunder technique began to plunder Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's essential soul power. However, a mishap suddenly occurred. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo detected what Lin was trying to do. He was trying to take his fucking essential soul power. This was something that was even more important than his life. He used all of his power to resist Lin's divine plunder technique, and a tug of war ensued. 3 seconds later, Lin's divine plunder technique failed. The flattened Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was still able to use his own power to withstand the invasion of the divine plunder technique. Lin faltered slightly, and the flattened Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo took this opportunity to revert back to his original state, upon which his blue soul power revolved around his hand and he thrust his hand through Lin's chest. Essential soul combustion. A cruel smile appeared on Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's face, and the boundless essential soul power flames erupted from his hand in an attempt to incinerate Enlin's consciousness. So what if his physical body was ultra-powerful? He could just have to destroy Enlin's consciousness. However, his smile suddenly froze on his face as he discovered that his essential soul power was being forcefully repressed by Enlin's soul power in conjunction with the powers of the 5 elements. How could this be? Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was stunned. Bam! Enlin detonated Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's head with an almighty punch. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's body began to disappear. In the next instant, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo emerged over 100 kilometers away with a thunderous expression on his face. His head was already back, and Lin's expression remained unchanged, as if he were already used to seeing this. The two of them didn't say anything before they clashed once again. Boom, boom, boom. The battle erupted again. Before they knew it, they had battled for 2 days and 2 nights. Despite the length of their battle, the intensity did not wane. They were still testing out each other's trump cards. Many trump cards had been used already by both parties, but all of them were dispelled by their opponent. Normal trump cards were ineffective. Both of them were waiting for the other to unleash their most powerful trump card, upon which they would use their most powerful trump card to counter it. Finally, after yet another earth-shattering clash, both of them were blasted flying at the same time. And Lin couldn't take it anymore. Fuck it. If you're not going to use your last resort, then I'll go first. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's eyes widened. Last resort? You still have more up your sleeve. He had thought that this was the extent of Enlin's power. After all, both of them had exhausted their trump cards, and it was now a battle of stamina, or so he had thought. Why are you so surprised? Quit acting. I know you have something up your sleeve as well. Show me what you've got. And Lin chuckled coldly. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. What the fuck? He had used up everything he had already. If he really did have a last resort, he would have used it already. Who the hell would fight for 2 days and 2 nights and still keep something up their sleeve? What kind of logic was this? The Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo started to panic a little. However, Enlin was even more flustered. This was the first time Enlin had been involved in a prolonged battle, and he had no idea if this was the right time to use his last resort or if there were some unspoken rules he was unaware of. What if his last resort couldn't kill his opponent, and his opponent killed him with his last resort instead? He was completely petrified. However, he took a deep breath to calm himself before a black divine halo appeared above his head. Power of metal activate. A burst of paramount, godly power erupted forth. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's expression shifted into one of astonishment. What is this power? Why is it that I can sense the paramount power of laws imbued within this aura? And Lin smiled. You know your stuff. I am now the paramount wielder of metal in this world. Do you know why I insisted on coming here to the Steel Mountain Star? It's not just because it's very durable. A hint of unease began to well up in Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's heart. The earth began to tremor as the countless steel mountain ranges began to quake. No, to put it more accurately, the entire Steel Mountain Star was quaking. A smile appeared on Enlin's face. The main element on this planet is metal, which means that this entire planet is under my control. Boom, boom, boom. Countless steel spikes flew into the air from the ground below before hurtling toward Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. You plan to fight me with this scrap metal? Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo couldn't even be bothered looking at those steel spikes. He was able to puncture the entire Steel Mountain Star with a single strike earlier, so he was certainly not going to be afraid of some steel spikes here. He waved a hand toward the steel spikes in an attempt to crush them. Tear. The sound of something being torn apart erupted. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's expression abruptly shifted, and he was just about to spring into action when several sharp steel spikes tore through his essential soul power before mercilessly impaling his body. Boom! In the next instant, the steel spikes were shattered by his soul power. However, this was only the beginning. Those few steel spikes were soon followed by several dozen. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was shocked. You can infuse the star power of this entire planet into these steel spikes? Each and every large star will give rise to its own energy. In the realm of stars, this was known as the star power, and the Steel Mountain star naturally had its own unique star power. However, the star power was something that was next to impossible to control. It was the paramount power of an entire planet and was even imbued with the will of space. It was only responsible for the growth of the star, and even to gods of creation it was untamable. But now what was going on here? And Lin was using star power to attack him. What kind of freak was this guy? And Lin had proven that the star power was very powerful and was capable of vanquishing the defenses of his essential soul power. And Lin had also only just discovered this power. Once he unleashed his power of metal, he could feel that all of the matter on this entire planet was under his control. He didn't even have to summon metal from thin air. There were materials all around him, providing great convenience and ease. After taking over control of this entire planet, he sensed that an extremely proud and boundless power had also bowed its regal head to him. This was the star power. His power of metal was imbued with the paramount power of laws and could even control star power. The powers of the heavenly gods were slightly higher in level than the star power, but that didn't mean that the star power was weak. Star power had one very important characteristic, in that it was extremely abundant. After all, this was the power imbued within and nurtured by an entire planet for countless years. The steel spikes were all vanquished by Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's essential power. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was just about to attack Enlin when he discovered several hundred steel spikes imbued with the boundless star power hurtling toward him. There was still more. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo let loose an enraged roar as his blue soul power created a lethal realm around him, keeping all of the steel spikes at bay. He then rushed toward Enlin with the intent of killing him in one fell swoop. He had only just vanquished the hundreds of spikes when tens of thousands of steel spikes appeared around Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo, locking onto him from 360 degrees with no blind spots before converging toward the center. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. Boom! The steel spikes imbued with the star power transformed Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo into a porcupine. However, in the next second, all of the steel spikes were pulverized by an extremely powerful force. Die! Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo hurtled through the air toward Enlin as his fist lashed out like lightning. Enlin chuckled coldly as he too unleashed a punch in response. Boom! Terrifying energy clashed, and the entire planet tremored once again. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's heart jolted with shock. How was it possible that Enlin's combat prowess had not diminished in the slightest even after using the star power of the Steel Mountain star? All of a sudden, he suddenly discovered that something else was amiss. Why were there 6 strange balls hovering around him? He could sense extremely similar paramount power of laws emanating from those balls. Crap! He was just about to retreat when one of the balls unleashed unparalleled gravitational force to immobilize him. Boom! Lightning suddenly exploded and wreaked havoc upon his body. What followed were the 7 holy flames imbued with the power of laws incinerating his entire body. Countless weather disasters then enshrouded the entire area. A dark, poisonous spike punctured Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's chest, and a type of extremely corrosive poison began to spread, threatening to make his spirit body rot and decay into nothingness. Arg! Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo finally let loose a blood-curdling cry before his body was inundated by the powers of the heavenly gods. And Lin stood in midair with his golden ring revolving behind him. He had the divine halo of metal revolving above his head and 6 little jade balls dancing around him, emanating dazzling divine light and making him appear as if he were an almighty heavenly god. 5 elemental body plus powers of the heavenly gods plus star power. How's that for a last resort? And Lin's words received no response. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was too busy howling in agony and was unable to respond. Of course, this was a rhetorical question anyway. All he was trying to do was to flex on his opponent. The powers of the heavenly gods had illuminated the bland and drab Steel Mountain star with many different colors. A blue figure rushed out from the bombardment of powers of the heavenly gods in an extremely sorry state. It was moving so quickly that even Enlin's eyes were struggling to keep up. It had clearly unleashed some sort of mystic technique that required a heavy price to be paid. "You're not getting away." And Lin stomped a foot into the ground, and the entire Steel Mountain Star tremored in response. The entire Steel Mountain Star was under Lin's command. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was indeed escaping extremely quickly. He had traveled several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye and had almost reached the speed of light. However, the distance he had covered was less than even 1% of the Steel Mountain Star's diameter. Furthermore, the steel spikes extending from the Steel Mountain Star could cover the distance equivalent to its diameter in an instant. This meant that the Steel Mountain Star's attack could cover a distance of 200,000 kilometers in an instant. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo hadn't even fled for a second before he discovered that several hundred steel spikes were hurtling toward him at an incredible speed with the purple star power shimmering on their tips. If he didn't defend himself, he would most definitely be punctured. Up ahead, there were also many steel spikes that were taking shape. All of these spikes were rising directly from the Steel Mountain Star. The heavens, the earth, and everything in between had been enshrouded by countless steel spikes. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had been surrounded by steel spikes even after unleashing his mystic technique in order to flee. There were several dozen billions of tons of steel imbued with the star power, which created an impenetrable cage, and anyone would be in despair upon seeing this. There truly was nowhere to escape. "Don't go, Brother Bei Luo. Let my Steel Mountain underling extend some hospitality toward you." And Lin stood expressionlessly above the Steel Mountain Star, and his hands danced through the air as he used his power of metal to manipulate the entire Steel Mountain Star in order to trap Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. "Come on, have a taste of our local delicacy, Star Power Steel." He clapped his hands together, and boundless steel came crashing down upon Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo again. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo roared with rage, and his essential soul power surged violently as it crashed toward the star power steel up ahead. Scorching and pure blue soul power erupted like dragons, tearing through and melting the steel up ahead. However, there was a limit to this power but no limit to the steel up ahead. After all, this was an entire planet worth of steel. It would have been fine if this were just normal steel, but this was a type of steel that was imbued with the star power of an entire planet. And Lin was injecting his power frantically into the steel down below in order to replenish the consumption of steel. The steel that had been destroyed was only equivalent to about a third of the steel that was being replenished. The more Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo forged ahead, the more he was struck by despair. He felt like an entire planet was waiting for him up ahead, and he had to crash through it headfirst. This would not have been a difficult task if this were just a normal planet, but this planet had had all of its star power completely activated, and it was plunging him into despair. He was trying to escape outside of the range of the Steel Mountain Star, so Lin would be unable to use the power of the Steel Mountain Star, but even this simple plan could not be accomplished. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo continued to forge ahead for several more seconds, upon which the star power steel up ahead had already piled up to over 10 kilometers in thickness while steel spikes were hurtling toward him relentlessly from all sides. "Arf!" An indignant roar of rage erupted as Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was forced into a cage. Boom! He was crushed to the ground. The steel earth suddenly caved in and swallowed him into the depths of the Steel Mountain Star. 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 1,000,000 meters. He plunged deeper and deeper into the planet, and the deeper he plunged, the more steel and star powers engulfed him. This was true despair. Boundless star power surged from all sides to seal and annihilate Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was unable to escape the cage of the star power steel before, and he was even less able to do so now. He was still sinking, and his spirit body was already trembling instinctively as it sensed the imminent demise it was about to meet. 10,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was forced into the planet's core. This was the center of the entire Steel Mountain Star, and surrounding him on all sides was star power steel 100,000 kilometers in thickness. How was he supposed to break through that? Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo, I have used the power of an entire star to bury you, so it is a fitting funeral for someone of your status. I thought that you had some last resort to fall back on, but you have severely disappointed me. It's now time for you to die. And Lin's voice traveled through the boundless expanse of steel, and it was as if he were delivering heavenly decree. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo roared with rage and indignation. It was extremely humiliating for a high and mighty spirit tribe heavenly monarch like him to be spoken to in such a condescending manner. And Lin stood above the steel mountain star, and his divine halo shimmered with a bone-chilling divine light. He closed his eyes and sensed the pulsing of the entire planet before raising a hand and gripping the space before him. Star Steel Funeral. His voice fell, and the entire planet tremored violently as all of the steel compressed inward. How much force was this enormous amount of steel generating? It was too terrifying a value to be calculated. Furthermore, this steel was imbued with the star power that had been nurtured by an entire planet for countless years. This was the power of the highest caliber in this universe. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo, can you survive this attack? Boom! The steel mountain star shuddered before falling silent. And Lin's face was extremely pale and was devoid of all colors. That last attack had expended far too much of his energy. The powers of the heavenly gods only produced a guidance effect. But manipulating such a massive planet and so much star power was still extremely energy-consuming. What an unexpected power! This power should be enough to kill Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo, right? And Lin exhaled before unleashing his power of metal to try and assess Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's condition. In all honesty, his original last resort was just the powers of the heavenly gods combined with the assistance of the normal steel mountain star. To be able to sense and control star power was an unexpected surprise. However, it proved to be absolutely decisive in this battle. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin. If he could carry the steel mountain star back with him, wouldn't it be a super badass weapon that he could use against the heavenly human tribe? Just as he was getting carried away by his train of thought. Boom! The steel mountain star shuddered once again. Before Lin had figured out what was going on, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of peril, and he immediately flew away from the planet. Whoosh! A gargantuan blue blade of light tore through the entire steel mountain star. He sliced through the entire planet, and Lin's eyes widened in shock. Immediately afterward, a figure flew out from within the planet, with a crimson essential soul power burning around his body. Arf! And Lin, how dare you make me burn my consciousness? I'm going to torture your consciousness for the rest of eternity. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was in an extremely sorry and disheveled state as he rose into the sky at an extremely fast speed. And Lin's expression shifted drastically. Had his opponent gone insane? He was extremely cautious and was just about to defend himself when Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo switched directions and flew away into the distance. The next time we meet will be the day you die. I'll be back. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo roared as he fled into the distance at a speed far too fast for Lin to catch up to. And Lin was completely dumbstruck and didn't even know what to say. Who the fuck ran away with such aplomb? He was actually in a very feeble state after unleashing that star steel burial technique and was quite vulnerable, so it would have been a good opportunity to launch a counterattack. Just as he was thinking these thoughts, a ding-dong suddenly sounded in his system. And Lin had already given up on pursuing Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was simply too fast for him to catch up to. However, he could tell that Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had not escaped unscathed. It was quite clear that he had used a mystic technique that dealt extremely severe consequences, and it could not be maintained for a long time. Otherwise, he would have definitely turned around to attack Lin. And Lin looked at the departing Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo, and his system suddenly flashed. He turned his attention to his system, and to his surprise, he discovered that a mission had been completed. Super Divine Might Technique. Beat a God of Creation stage living being into submission. Mission now completed. Now bestowing the Super Divine Might Technique. And Lin, even though Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had spouted all that nonsense about killing Lin, his heart was much more honest than his mouth. Boom! A ring sounded in Lin's mind. A golden divine might suddenly erupted and encompassed the entire planet. Su Xiaolin rushed over with a smile and was just about to congratulate him when her legs buckled from under her. On the heavenly cloud star, some of the living beings who were queuing up to escape were still surveying the battle taking place on the Steel Mountain star in the distance. The silvery gray spot in the distance was still flashing with a devastating power, sending fear shooting through their hearts. This scene had tormented them for 3 days and 3 nights, each and every second of which was spent in a state of panic and unease. They were petrified that this cataclysmic disaster would somehow find its way to their heavenly cloud star. Soon, there were only several dozen million more living beings in the queue. It would get to them soon. All of the living beings looked up at the flashing star in the distance with anxious expressions. It was now nighttime and they could see the Steel Mountain star again. However, they were soon astonished by what they saw. Holy shit! How did the Steel Mountain star get split in half? A Cyclops octopus monster's eye widened as it shrieked. A dragon with an advanced cultivation base unleashed an eye technique to discover that a blue light had flashed through the air before the Steel Mountain star was split in half. It was quite clear that the Steel Mountain star been sliced in half. The dragon murmured in complete disbelief. "You're kidding! That star is made of steel, and it's extremely high-density steel as well. How could such a massive steel star have been sliced in half?" Many of the living beings were in shock and horror. The Steel Mountain star was the hardest star around, but it had still been sliced in half. If these two monsters were fighting on the heavenly cloud star, it would be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Everyone began to panic. If it weren't for the fact that the Azure Dragon tribe powerful beings were maintaining order, the entire heavenly cloud star would have already been in a state of turmoil. Ha ha ha! They won! They finally won! I have to tell by Shui and Chiyu. Kuan-Gu wiggled his body gleefully and immediately pulled out his voice transmission talisman. At this moment in outer space, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo looked behind him with an extremely anxious expression. He only heaved a sigh of relief after discovering that Enlin really was unable to catch up to him. The red essential soul power burning around his body began to dissipate, revealing his dried and shriveled spirit body, which held a resemblance to a zombified corpse. Fuck! I had to burn half of my consciousness. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo trembled with rage. This type of mystic technique had already damaged his Tao foundation, and it would not be the same no matter how much he rested and recuperated. Not only that, but it would take countless tens of thousands of years for him to recover from his injuries. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had suffered a crushing loss, and he had to deal with the 4-9 Immortal sect's wrath in the future. Just the thought of this colossus gave him a splitting headache. It was not a sect he could mess with. He had to find a place to hide. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo didn't want to accept defeat, but he had no choice. He couldn't even defeat a core disciple. How was he supposed to combat the 4-9 Immortal sect, which had 10,000 cultivators who were at least as powerful as Enlin? In the face of such an invincible sect, he could only hide until his enemies left the realm of stars or until they forgot about him. If 1,000 years wasn't enough, then he would hide for 10,000. If 10,000 years wasn't enough, then he would hide for 1,000,000 years. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was already planning his life as a fugitive. Near the Steel Mountain star, Su Xiaolan had almost been forced to her knees by a burst of terrifying divine might. She was a super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage with the most regal vermilion bird and true dragon bloodlines. But she was still forced to bow her head in the face of the aura unleashed by Enlin. An apologetic expression instantly appeared on Enlin's face upon seeing this. "Sorry, I forgot to withdraw my aura just then. Sometimes, being too badass is a double-edged sword." Su Xiaolan was just about to offer words of congratulations, but she rolled her eyes at Enlin instead. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo ran away too quickly just then. "It's a pity that I couldn't stop him. That's all right. If he dares to show up again, I'll beat the crap out of him." Enlin responded in an indifferent voice. He spoke those words with absolute confidence. There was no ferocity to his voice, but it was imbued with his unparalleled pride. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was a god of creation and quite a powerful one at that. Enlin wasn't actually as confident as he sounded, but that didn't stop him from flexing. Alright, you don't have to flex on me. I know Mayan Lin is number one. Su Xiaolin rolled her eyes again. It's a shame that this steel mountain star was destroyed. A forlorn expression appeared on Lin's face. Why? Are you thinking about taking this planet for yourself? Su Xiaolan was shocked. Of course. This is a really awesome weapon. However, I don't have that much room in my storage rings. I might have to ask little Na for help to store this planet in her world. And Lin stroked his chin with a thoughtful expression. The two of them rested for a while before returning to the heavenly cloud star. On the heavenly cloud star, all of the living beings standing next to the teleportation spell formations wore expressions of awe and veneration at the sight of Enlin and Su Xiaolan, who had just returned. Ha ha ha! Senior Enlin, Sister Su Xiaolan, congratulations on defeating Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. What a brilliant feat! You two will be known far and wide across the realm of stars for this epic battle. Kuan-Gu ran over with a fawning expression. And Lin and Su Xiaolan had chased Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo away, and it looked like they didn't really sustain any injuries. That was quite extraordinary, and it looked like the Azure Dragon tribe had made the right choice in befriending these two. You're far too kind, Kuan-Gu. Let's get back to business and send Xiaolan and me to the Vermilion Bird tribe territory. And Lin smiled. Kuan-Gu blinked with a hint of confusion. And Lin had just defeated a spirit tribe god of creation. Wasn't he going to flex a little and bask in the worship and admiration of all of the living beings here? Of course, Kuan-Gu wasn't going to speak his thoughts. He was just going to do his job and activate the teleportation spell formation. Please stand at the center of the teleportation spell formation. I'll teleport you to the Vermilion Bird tribe territory. And Lin held onto Su Xiaolan's hand, and they stood together at the center of the teleportation spell formation. This teleportation spell formation was massive and had a diameter in excess of 1 kilometer. On the important points around the formation, there were 99 white energy vital stones. One vital stone was equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones. This meant that just one instance of teleportation cost close to 1 million spirit stones, and this wasn't even taking into account the other materials expended as well as all of the preparations that had to be made in advance. Once the formation was activated, an enormous spatial power surged forth. The 99 vital stones glowed with brilliant light, and Enlin soon felt potent spatial power enshroud his entire body before taking him to another place. The scenes before his eyes transformed into a vast expanse of chaos. However, this was not the usual chaos that was fraught with perils. Instead, this was extremely stable chaos, as if a special energy had kept out the chaotic turbulence. Is this high-speed spatial passageway? How amazing! Su Xiaolan marveled at the sight around her. And Lin nodded in agreement. This high-speed passageway was allowing them to travel at a scarcely believable rate. They were traveling from the extreme east of the realm of stars to the extreme south. And Lin didn't even dare to think about how much distance that amounted to. That made it even more impressive that they were able to construct a stable spatial passageway between the two locations. And Lin, make sure to lie low when you get there, and don't stir up any trouble, Su Xiaolan cautioned. Xiaolan, do I look like the kind of person who stirs up trouble? And Lin asked with a harmless expression. Yes, Su Xiaolan nodded firmly. And Lin, all right, I promise to behave. In the extreme southern region of the realm of stars, in the core territory of the Vermilion Bird tribe lay the Vermilion Bird star system. The main planet here was known as the Vermilion Bird star, and it was tens of thousands of times bigger than the average planet in the realm of stars. It was also referred to as the brightest star in the realm of stars and was also known as the South Pole star. Around this massive planet were 8 planets that burned relentlessly and revolved in a set orbit, thereby creating the renowned 9-star system in the realm of stars. Within the 9-star system, there were also several hundred other planets. The main star system of the Vermilion Bird tribe appeared to be far bigger than the main star system of the Azure Dragon tribe, but there were only 3 planets that were suitable to be inhabited. All of the other planets were extremely harsh lethal realms. Of course, those lethal realms were perfect trial grounds for Vermilion Bird tribe living beings with advanced cultivation bases. At this moment, on an uninhabitable red planet, The earth was scorching hot, and the air was being twisted and warped by the extremely high temperatures. There were many powerful beings that were working on a set of red mountain ranges. These manual laborers came from all over the realm of stars. There were living beings from the Spirit Tribe, Star Tribe, Ancient Tribe, Dark Knight Tribe, Chaotic Snake Tribe, and even some humans. Not only that, but that cultivation bases of the powerful beings, there were Spirit Nurturing stage at the lowest and Return to Void stage at the highest. These beings were all quite powerful, but all of them were also working hard with no exception. They were digging for a red crystal, or known as flame crystals. These crystals were found deep within the mountain ranges and were connected with the red planet, so they were extremely resolute and difficult to extract. A Spirit Nurturing stage living being would have to work quite hard to dig up 1 kilogram a day, and even Return to Void stage mighty figures would only be able to dig up a few tons a day. A bunch of Vermilion Bird Tribe living beings supervised all of the manual laborers. All of the laborers had targets they had to reach, and if they didn't get there, they would get flames up their backsides. The Vermilion Bird Tribe supervisors were extremely cocky, as if they were the most arrogant beings, and they struck and abused the laborers as much as they wanted. All of the laborers were furious, but they didn't dare to retaliate and could only continue to work for a living. Chirp! You fucking idiot! Who allowed you to slack off? A vermilion bird with golden feathers let loose an enraged cry before blasting a plume of flames up a human's backside. This was a man in a red robe, and he howled in pain as the flames shot up his backside, but he was also excited in a strange way. He allowed himself to be burned for a long time before using his power to dispel the flames. Don't think that I won't burn you just because you're a Return to Void stage mighty figure. In my eyes, all of you are pitiful trash. The golden vermilion bird raised its proud head and looked down at the human it had burned. This bird's name was Huang Muzi, and he was a high-level Return to Void stage supervisor who was responsible for punishing the Return to Void stage miners who were slacking off. A humiliated expression appeared on the man's face. He had only looked up briefly into the sky before being scorched by flames. This was a tyrannical autocracy. He was going to kill this stupid cunt of a bird one day and eat him as soup. That was what he was thinking. But he still returned to work as he chipped away carefully at the crystal or before him with grief in his heart. To think that a Return to Void stage mighty figure like him was reduced to becoming a miner. I wonder how Enlin, Su Xiaolan, Shangguan Yi, and Yang Yuan are going. This man was none other than Enlin's friend, Mo Hai from the Vermilion Bird sect. Ever since he was sucked into this world, he was separated from his friends and descended upon this Vermilion Bird tribe territory. He felt like he had been summoned here because of his Vermilion Bird ring. Even though this ring had once been snatched away by the Vermilion Bird, Xiaolan still lent it to him for observation purposes, and it was something that he had always held dear. Sure enough, Mo Hai received a warm welcome from the Vermilion Bird tribe, some of whom had even transformed into beautiful women to dance for him. It was heaven. After that, one of the 4 holy beasts of the realm of stars, the Vermilion Bird, wanted to see him in person. This was a great honor. Mo Hai had already envisioned that he would receive the true inheritance of the Vermilion Bird and become the most prized disciple of the holy beast Vermilion Bird, after which he would ascend to new heights in his life. However, reality gave him a vicious slap in the end. The Vermilion Bird sucked away something from his ring before instantly turning on him and sending him away to become a manual laborer here in these mines. Mo Hai was completely dumbstruck at the time. What the hell just happened? Things had progressed too quickly and in far too cruel a direction. His heart was instantly broken. After attempting to escape and failing a few times, he could only resign himself to working here as a miner. Mo Hai chipped away at the crystal or in front of him as he wiped away his tears. He had cultivated for several centuries, only to be reduced to a miner here. Mo Hai was carried away by his train of thought again. At this moment, a burst of extremely pure and scorching flames exploded on his backside. Boom! Arf! Mo Hai was burned once again. What the fuck are you slacking off for again? Stupid cunt? Huang Muzi roared with rage. Mo Hai was being incinerated by flames, but he didn't resist. Instead, he accepted the flames, seemingly with willing repentance. and Huang Muzi was quite pleased with his attitude. However, Huang Muzi would probably change his mind if he could see Mo Hai's expression of enjoyment. Ah! Oh! Mo Hai moaned with pain and pleasure. This was the only good thing about becoming a manual laborer here, and he had to make the most of it. Mo Hai had the ability to sense the true intent of the flames of others. The more others used their flames to burn him, the more enlightenment he would attain. The higher the level of flames, the more exhilarated he felt. The flames of the vermilion bird tribe were extremely pure and presented a perfect opportunity for him to further himself in his Tao of fire. Thus, he was quite pleased to have such a violent supervisor. Mo Hai was burned by the flames, but he did not use his power to snuff out these flames, and instead let them snuff out on their own. Such a sincere attitude in accepting his mistakes make Huang Muzi very pleased. This was probably the definition of a win-win situation. Mo Hai continued to mine for crystals, and whenever he needed a dose of fire, he would intentionally make a mistake. Huang Muzi would then burn him with rage. He would then be satisfied and continue to mine for crystals. This was a positive loop. However, he gradually discovered that there was something amiss after a few days. He discovered that Huang Muzi no longer burned him for his mistakes. What a strange feeling! Mo Hai was quite confused, and on one occasion, he intentionally looked up into the sky and pretended to be slacking off. Huang Muzi looked at him before turning his gaze elsewhere. Mo Hai? Why wasn't he being burned anymore? Could it be that Huang Muzi had discovered something? Was this stupid bird going to deprive him of his only joy in this cruel life? I'm sorry, Supervisor Huang Muzi. I was slacking off again. Mo Hai suddenly yelled. Huang Muzi faltered momentarily before turning to Mo Hai with a slightly stumped expression. Mo Hai was quite smug upon seeing this. If you won't punish me, then I'll expose myself. If you don't burn me now, what are the other return to void stage miners going to think? Huang Muzi felt like this situation was utterly absurd. He wasn't burning Mo Hai, but Mo Hai was asking for it. He stared at Mo Hai. At first, it was with disdain, but soon, a sympathetic expression appeared on his face, and his voice softened. Mo Hai, I know you're a little special in the head and would often make mistakes and stare up at the sky for no reason. However, you have the sincerest attitude I've ever seen among all of the miners. Not only did you refrain from using your power to snuff out my flames, you even forced yourself to offer me a twisted smile in your extreme pain. Mo Hai was dumbstruck. Twisted smile? Those were irrepressible smiles of bliss that he was trying to repress. Huang Muzi continued, In all honesty, you have moved me. Even though your bloodline is inferior and you're a little retarded, your attitude toward your work and toward owning up to your mistakes is very commendable. I'm willing to extend special treatment toward you and exempt you from punishments. In fact, I want to nominate you as the Miner of the Year. Mo Hai's eyes widened with incredulity as he stared at Huang Muzi. Are you surprised? Don't be scared. This is an accolade you deserve, Huang Muzi said in a gentle voice. Mo Hai, stupid cunt. What? Huang Muzi's eyes widened before he exploded with rage. I'll kill you. Boom. Scorching divine flames erupted from Huang Muzi's mouth before surging toward Mo Hai. Mo Hai howled in agony within the flames, but he was also very satisfied. This was the kick he was looking for. Huang Muzi finally vented all of his rage after torturing Mo Hai, and he left with a thunderous expression. Humph. Lowly human, if it isn't for the fact that you still have some value as a slave, you would be dead already. Know your place. Mo Hai lay on the ground as he panted heavily with his eyes glazed over. He thought about many things as he lay here. This life wasn't bad, but the human race was in danger, and he really didn't want to waste time here. He wanted to return to his sect and fight together with his fellow disciples and elders. I really want to go, but I can't get out of here. Mo Hai sighed. I'm up against the Vermilion Bird tribe. They won't allow their manual laborers to escape from this planet. Mo Hai was in despair whenever he thought about the colossus that was the Vermilion Bird tribe. Even the Vermilion Bird sect he took great pride in was completely incomparable to this colossus. Even discounting Enlin and Su Xiaolan, the Vermilion Bird sect had 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures, which made them very powerful on the Taichu continent. But in this place there were several dozen Vermilion Bird living beings. All of the Dao integration stage super mighty figures in the human race combined was less than that of the Vermilion Bird tribe. Furthermore, they even had a holy beast among their ranks. How was Mo Hai supposed to get out of this place? Even a god of creation would struggle to save him. Who can save me? Mo Hai stared blankly up at the sky and was struck by the urge to cry. At this moment, a muscular man with a white buzz cut carried his flame crystals for the day and was preparing himself for a meal. Along the way, he discovered the suicidal Mo Hai, and he patted Mo Hai on the shoulder. Don't think too much, brother. The Vermilion Bird tribe is too powerful for us to resist. Let's just do our job as miners, and we'll be free after 10,000 years. Mo Hai's tears flowed even more freely. Mining for 10,000 years. Was there no fucking end to this? The brawny man extended a hand. Humans like us are too weak in comparison to the Vermilion Bird tribe here in this realm of stars. We need to look out for one another. I am Daoji, the Enlightened. What's your name? Mo Hai shook his hand. My name is Mo Hai. Daoji looked at Mo Hai with a friendly expression. This Mo Hai was a little mentally handicapped, but Huang Muzi had clearly taken a liking to him. So if he could use Mo Hai well, his mining career would be much easier to endure. Just as he was thinking this, boom, 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 the earth suddenly began to tremor. A dazzling light suddenly erupted from a massive spell formation. This is... Mo Hai turned toward a certain direction. It's the teleportation spell formation. More living beings are coming. Daoji sighed. All of the miners turned toward the teleportation spell formation with sympathetic or gloating expressions. The vast majority of living beings that came here were detained and forced to work as miners under the guise of a friendly exchange program. You win some, you lose some. The living beings who came here were blessed to be able to set foot on Vermilion Bird tribe territory. So they naturally had to offer something in return, namely their labor services. Mo Hai was quite concerned. What unlucky bastard would it be this time? 3 powerful Vermilion Bird tribe members had already gathered near the teleportation spell formation. Among these 3 figures was Huang Muzi. They were all supreme beings of the return to void stage, so dealing with ordinary visitors would pose absolutely no problem at all. I wonder what ranks these visitors are at. A Vermilion Bird who had pale blue flames rising from its body said indifferently. Judging by the violent energy fluctuations of the teleportation spell formation, they're most likely not ordinary cultivators. Heh! No matter where they're from, and no matter how powerful their background is, there's no way that they're as impressive as our Vermilion Bird tribe. If they're not humble enough, then I'll have them become miners of the red Vermilion Bird planet, regardless of who they are. A Vermilion Bird who had colorful feathers tilted its head up arrogantly. There was simply no that way the visitors' backgrounds would be more impressive than theirs. I hope they're the supreme beings of the return to void stage. The extraction speed of flame crystals is too slow, and we're still short on labor. There was a look of anticipation on Huang Muzi's face. The 3 return to void stage supreme beings continued their spirited discussion. Meanwhile, numerous other Vermilion Birds watched on from nearby. The miners in the distance also stole glances toward them, including Mo Hai. There was a brilliant flash of light. Then, 2 figures suddenly emerged under the expectant gazes of the Vermilion Birds and miners. Mo Hai's eyes widened in shock when he saw the faces of the 2 new arrivals. The white-clothed male was fairly handsome, and his bright and piercing eyes scanned around the surroundings curiously. He looked like a curious child who had arrived at a new and exciting place. The azure-clothed female beside him was stunningly beautiful, and the aura that radiated from her body appeared noble and holy. She also gazed around curiously, yet she felt a strange sense of familiarity at the same time. It's actually 2 humans? The colorful Vermilion Bird furrowed its brows slightly. Weird. Why can't I detect their ranks? Huang Muzi asked curiously. Did they use some special mystic techniques to hide their cultivation bases? The remaining vermilion birds were still able to maintain their composure. The human miners, on the other hand, were all stunned to the spot. More precisely, their breath was stolen away from them by the stunning beauty of the female. The female was like an ethereal being, and they were simply unable to avert their eyes from her breathtakingly beautiful face. Such a beautiful female actually existed in the world. Holy fuck, I, Dao Ji, am definitely going to protect that celestial maiden, a brawny male muttered softly. His eyes were blazing with a passionate glow. Mohai couldn't help but shoot a sideways glance at the brawny male. Someone like you wants to protect her? She can slay you with a casual swing of her sword. Immediately afterward, however, an anxious expression emerged on his face. Why did Lin and Su Xiaolin both come here as well? Although they're powerful, what they're coming up against is the even more powerful and even more terrifying vermilion bird tribe. If they don't flee soon, then I'm afraid that they'll also be forced to become miners. That's right, the two humans who had arrived at the red vermilion bird planet were none other than Lin and Su Xiaolin. So, this is a territory of the vermilion bird tribe? Such rich flame energy. Su Xiaolin slid her delicate hand into Lin's hand. Then, she chuckled and said, "Let's take a stroll and check this place out." Countless human miners felt as if their hearts had been shattered when they saw the beautiful female grab onto the male's hand. This doesn't make sense. Why is such an ordinary-looking male able to receive the adoration of such a stunning celestial maiden? The conditions here are quite extreme. Only beings with relatively high cultivation bases will be able to stroll around casually. And Lin chuckled softly as he looked around at his surroundings. Say, it seems like we're quite welcome here. 3 returned to void stage vermilion birds had already surrounded Lin and Su Xiaolin. They wore malicious smiles on their faces, and flames that were powerful enough to distort the void were billowing from their bodies. My name is Kai, and I'm a mining supervisor of the red vermilion bird planet. The colorful vermilion bird said in a pleasant yet aloof voice. Spit it out. What are your intentions for coming to the vermilion bird tribe's territory? Su Xiaolin was unaffected by Kai's frosty attitude, and she replied in an extremely polite manner, Hi, fellow cultivator Kai. I'm Su Xiaolin and this is my Dao partner, Lin. Our intention for coming here is to visit the esteemed holy vermilion bird. What insolence! Impudence! The 3 returned to void stage vermilion birds all roared in fury. Huang Muzi's body shook in anger. You actually dared to address the great Empress Vermilion Bird directly by her title? You must refer to Her Majesty as Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Kai cried in a shrill voice. This isn't a matter of how they should refer to Her Majesty anymore. They've already insulted the Great Empress Vermilion Bird. We must punish them and have them become miners for 10,000 years. The vermilion bird who had pale blue flames rising from its body said in an eerie and sinister voice, Su Xiaolin. Mohai paced about in a panic. As expected, the events had taken a turn for the worse. However, what could he do? Run over and argue with the vermilion birds? Meanwhile, Lin and Su Xiaolin's expressions changed slightly. Remain low-key, we must remain low-key. We have to treat the birds politely. Their agreement from before surfaced into their minds at the same time. My apologies. We were indeed too rash before and accidentally insulted the great Empress Vermilion Bird. However, we genuinely have important matters to discuss with the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Can I please trouble you with informing Her Majesty about our arrival? Su Xiaolin forced a smile onto her face. Heh! Do you think that the great Empress Vermilion Bird is someone you can see on a whim? Kai sneered in disdain. Humans are always so cocky and self-important. Huang Muzi mocked. They always think that they're worthy enough to talk to the great Empress Vermilion Bird on equal terms. The last human who was as foolish as you two is already working in the mines now. Mohai's face twitched. Are they referring to me? As he looked at the arrogant Huang Muzi, Lin suddenly felt like making a bird stew. Since when had he ever been scolded by a weakling of the return to void stage? Calm down. I have to calm down. I have to remain low-key and avoid getting into a conflict. He had come here to settle karma, not to fight. Then what must we do to visit the great Empress Vermilion Bird? Su Xiaolan suppressed her anger and forced herself to speak in a gentle tone. Tell us first. For what reason do you seek an audience with the great Empress Vermilion Bird? Huang Muzi titled his head up and glared at Su Xiaolan with his nostrils. Su Xiaolan was a little hesitant. This? If you don't say, then stay here and work in the mines. And Kai yelled arrogantly. Fine. Su Xiaolan nodded and continued. We came here because my bloodline felt a mystical summoning power from a vermilion bird. A mystical summoning power? Huang Muzi faltered momentarily. The remaining vermilion birds suddenly fell silent. Then, they suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. I didn't mishear, right? A human is claiming that their bloodline was summoned by the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Even if you possess a drop of our noble blood, what right does a mixed-species bastard have to be summoned by the great Empress Vermilion Bird? It's your great fortune to set foot upon here, the red vermilion bird planet. Yet you try in vain to catch a glimpse of the great Empress Vermilion Bird through such ill-conceived lies. Ha ha ha, what an absolute joke. This foolish female has provided me with all the laughter that I need for today. Chirp, what a stupid whore. Send her to the mines. The vermilion birds roared with laughter as they ridiculed Su Xiaolan. Meanwhile, a dark expression had already fallen across Enlin's face. Enlin had initially wanted to calm down. Yet the crowd of birds around them actually started to taunt Xiaolan. How could he tolerate this? Why do you look so angry? You got a problem. Huang Muzi sneered in disdain upon seeing Enlin's dark expression. No matter how angry you are, you still have to put up with it. Being as old as you are, you should understand how our vermilion bird tribe is. We're not birds that you humans can provoke. Tui. Trash. Huang Muzi spat a column of flames at Enlin's face. Enlin immediately used a burst of vital energy to swat it aside. Huang Muzi's expression changed slightly. Then he immediately roared, Very well. You actually dare to resist my flame punishment. Have you yet to recognize your wrongdoings? Whoosh! Huang Muzi spat another column of blazing divine flames at Enlin's face. Boom! A burst of energy exploded violently. Enlin! Su Xiaolan shouted in alarm. The flames dispersed. Enlin still stood in the same spot. However, his face had already been burned black, and even his hair had become singed. Su Xiaolan's eyes widened in anger as she gazed at Enlin's burnt face. Why didn't you block it? Even if Enlin didn't block the flames, he still shouldn't have suffered such serious burns. One had to realize, even if Enlin laid down and allowed a Dao integration stage super mighty being to pummel him, he still wouldn't suffer even the tiniest of scratches. That being the case, how could Huang Muzi hurt him? At this instant, Su Xiaolan suddenly understood Enlin's intention. He's trying to act pitiful? A look of pain emerged on Enlin's face. His eyes became red, and he asked in pity, How did tormenting me feel? Are you satisfied now? Can you lead us to the great Empress Vermilion Bird now? And Kai let out a silvery laugh. Then, she spat another column of flames at Enlin's face. A colorful divine flame engulfed Enlin's body. The stifled groan of a burned male sounded from within the flames. This was the sound of an unyielding male having no choice but to submit under the influence of extreme pain. When Inkai heard this groan, a wave of pleasure rushed through her body. Heh! Lead you to the great Empress Vermilion Bird? Dream on. Only the great Empress Vermilion Bird can request an audience with other beings. Since when have others had the right to request an audience with the great Empress Vermilion Bird? Inkai chuckled in a mocking tone. Unless invited by the great Empress Vermilion Bird herself, even the other three holy beasts don't have the right to visit Her Majesty. What right do you, lowly beings of an inferior tribe, have? There was a look of contempt on Huang Muzi's face as he spat another column of flames at Enlin's face. However, this column of flames was suddenly extinguished in midair. Huang Muzi was slightly dazed. Then, he turned his gaze toward the azure-clothed female. There was still a hint of vital energy fluctuation remaining on her hands. You actually dared to block the attack for him? Burn her. This fucking bitch needs to be taught a lesson. Inkai flapped her wings as she yelled in arrogance. Drop the act, Su Xiaolan said through gritted teeth. Even if you're acting, I still don't want to see you getting bullied like this. And Lin turned to face the azure-clothed female. He then sighed upon seeing her pained and upset expression. I also don't want to see you getting taunted by these pieces of trash. I've been holding back for a long time already, since you've said this. Chirp! What are you saying? Stand still and accept your punishment. Inkai let out a shrill cry before spitting a column of blazing flames toward Su Xiaolan. Just as she spat out the column of flames, a pair of hands viciously clamped down toward her body. Inkai screamed in terror as she felt a fearsome might bear down upon her. Then the pair of palms started to sink into her body. Her bones and flesh were crushed as she was ruthlessly slammed into the ground. Boom! The devastating force of the strike caused the entire earth to quake. You shit-talked us for so long, and you even dared to taunt my Xiaolan. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. And Lin rested his foot on Inkai's head after slamming her into the ground. Gasp! The vermilion birds and mine workers were all stunned. That human insta-killed a return to void stage vermilion bird. You dared to attack a supervisor? You're seeking death. Die! Huang Muzi flared up in rage. He flapped his wings and lunged toward Lin. Boom! A hand that was composed of vital energy pressed down and brutally crushed Huang Muzi's body into the ground. Every single bone in his body was pulverized into dust. Is that any way to speak to me? And Lin said coldly, those who insult the vermilion bird tribe must die. The vermilion bird, who had dim blue flames rising from its body, flapped its wings and unleashed a divine Dao power that swept hundreds of kilometers into the surroundings. The expression of Dao Ji, who was watching the battle from afar, changed slightly. This formidable aura. This vermilion bird has already reached the return to void pinnacle stage. Boom! And Lin casually lashed out with his palm again. The divine Dao power of the dim blue flames instantly vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the vermilion bird had already been smashed into the ground. It was unclear whether it was dead or alive. This? Dao Ji sucked in a sharp breath. While he was still in shock at the vermilion bird's power, the white-clothed male had already insta-killed the being that he was shocked by. Like three pieces of trash, the three returned to void stage vermilion birds were unable to put up any resistance before being crushed into the ground by the male. No wonder this male dared to attack. He's definitely the most powerful cultivator of our human tribe. He's a super mighty being of the Dao integration stage. Dao Ji came to a sudden realization. No wonder he could win over such a beautiful celestial maiden. It was because of his formidable power. However, he quickly started to shake his head in disappointment again. What a shame. So what if he's a super mighty being of the Dao integration stage? In the vermilion bird tribe's territory, there's no less than a dozen vermilion birds of the Dao integration stage. Lashing out in front of his Dao partner may indeed feel satisfying. However, the impending retaliation from the vermilion bird tribe will definitely be terrifying beyond imagination. His imminent death is already a foregone conclusion. Ah, foolish. Dao Ji shook his head in pity. He looked at the stunningly beautiful female and sighed. Such a shame about this female. She's also going to die alongside that male. Sure enough, the remaining vermilion birds were all rooted to the spot in shock. However, their fury and resentment didn't show any signs of dying down. Although the mine workers were also astonished by Lin's abilities, their eyes were filled with expressions of sympathy. It was evident that they also believed Lin and Su Xiaolan's deaths were imminent. Lin, Su Xiaolan, don't loiter around this place. Hurry up and run. Based on your powers, there's still time for you two to escape. A male whose red Taoist robe had been burnt to tatters suddenly shouted toward the two people in the distance. There was a stunned expression on Dao Ji's face as he looked at the friend that he had just made. Does Mo Hai actually know those two human cultivators? Dao Ji was momentarily dazed. He immediately sentenced Mo Hai to death in Mind 1. If Mo Hai didn't shout at those two cultivators, then everything would have been fine. Once he shouted at them, however, then didn't that make him an acquaintance of Enlin and Su Xiaolan? Would the Vermilion Bird tribe leave him be? Clearly not. Dumb cunts are dumb cunts. Why did I choose to befriend him? Wait, befriend him? A lifeless expression suddenly fell across Dao Ji's face. He felt as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his brain. Fuck. 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 I just fucking befriended Mo Hai. Moreover, quite a few other mine workers saw us become friends. Won't I also be dragged down with him then? Right now, Dao Ji, a brawny male of 8 foot tall, was teary-eyed. Due to his stupid actions just then, he had completely ruined his own future. Am I gonna die alongside these dumb cunts? After hearing Mo Hai's shout, Enlin and Su Xiaolan turned to look toward the source of the sound. Then, they saw a charred male, who held a pickaxe in his hands and carried a large sack of flame crystals on his back. Looking at them with an anxious expression, Enlin and Su Xiaolan were both astonished. Holy fuck! Who is this person? Mo Hai felt his chest tighten when he saw Enlin and Su Xiaolan's confused expressions. However, he still shouted, "It's me, Mo Hai!" Enlin and Su Xiaolan became even more astonished. What? You're Mo Hai? Why did brother Mo Hai also come to the realm of stars? Heavens! Mo Hai, you've been tortured to such a state. After seeing Mo Hai's miserable state, expressions of fury surfaced on both Enlin and Su Xiaolan's faces. Now's not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and escape. The retaliation from the Vermilion Bird tribe will arrive in no time. Mo Hai was extremely panicked, and he immediately flew to Enlin and Su Xiaolan's side to persuade them to escape. Escape? The word escape doesn't exist in my dictionary. Enlin said in a calm and proud manner. Su Xiaolan went a step further and unsheathed her dragon sparrow sword. Brother Mo Hai has already been tortured to such a sorry state. The Vermilion Bird tribe has gone too far. I, the Divine Phoenix Maiden, definitely won't let this slide. There was a look of anger on Enlin's face. Rest assured, brother Mo Hai. We'll definitely take revenge for you. Mo Hai felt even more terrible now. Why does it feel like the situation has taken a turn for the worse after I jumped out? Before, Enlin and Su Xiaolan still had a chance to escape by themselves. Now that he had jumped out, however, he had instead caused their hatred for the Vermilion Bird tribe to rise exponentially. Shortly afterward, the entire red Vermilion Bird planet started to tremor. A colossal spell formation that blanketed the earth and blotted out the heavens started to materialize in the air. Then, a boundless earthfire soared into the sky and formed into a gigantic red vermilion bird that measured 100,000 feet in length. It's appeared. That's the red vermilion bird planet's planetary spell formation. The red vermilion bird godslaying formation. Dao Ji's body trembled in fear as a look of terror fell across his face. It's rumored that this formidable spell formation is capable of insta-killing all Dao integration stage cultivators. Shit. I'm done for. Is it already too late for me to dissociate myself from them? Meanwhile, the remaining mine workers also stumbled back in terror, fearful that they would be caught up in the spell formation's attacks. As for the members of the Vermilion Bird tribe, they all gazed at Enlin with arrogant and haughty expressions. Heh! There's only one fate for those who dare to attack the supreme beings of our Vermilion Bird tribe, death. Those two fools from an inferior tribe actually dared to challenge our Vermilion Bird tribe's prestige and dignity. Now it's time for them to witness the true power of the Vermilion Bird tribe. It's their great fortune to die by the power of the noblest Vermilion Bird. Ants, die! Mixed blood bastard, die! A bunch of spirit-nurturing stage and soul formation stage trash excitedly yelled taunts at Enlin and Su Xiaolan. Enlin shot an exasperated glance at them. Those who are weakest always shout the loudest. Su Xiaolan rubbed her brows. Although the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird tribe is indeed impressive and noble, why do I feel that these pure-blooded Vermilion birds are all like catty bitches? If I could, I would really like to hide the fact that half of my bloodline is inherited from the vermilion bird tribe. Their status is high and no one is able to contain them, and Lin chuckled and said, so, it's only natural that they've all become arrogant and haughty. Is now really the right time to talk about this? We're trapped in a spell formation right now, and the vermilion bird tribe is about to deal with us at any moment. How are you two still able to smile and laugh? Hurry up and escape. Mo Hai had already been frustrated to tears. However, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were still talking cheerfully, as though they were in no danger at all. Where did their confidence come from? Escape? Why do we need to escape? And Lin cocked his head in confusion. The punishment from the vermilion bird tribe is about to befall us. Mo Hai shouted in panic. Apart from escaping, what else can we do? If by punishment you're referring to this red vermilion bird god-slaying formation. And Lin swept his snowy white eyes over the boundless crimson-colored spell formation. He drew his evil-slaying sword and viciously slashed toward a certain direction. With this, everything is resolved. Boom! A magnificent black sword projection severed heaven and earth. A gaping hole was suddenly torn into the colossal, crimson-colored spell formation. The gigantic red vermilion bird screeched in anguish as its body rapidly disintegrated and fell apart. Immediately afterward, the colossal spell formation splintered into countless shards of red light before completely disappearing from the world. The crushing might of the spell formation instantly disappeared. It's gone. Mo Hai's mouth gaped open in shock. As he stared at the white-clothed male before him, he suddenly felt that his figure appeared to be a bit too dazzling. Impossible! That was a spell formation that drew upon the flame power of this entire red vermilion bird planet. It was a spell formation that was capable of insta-killing all Dao integration stage super mighty beings. How could it possibly have been destroyed with a single strike? As though he had seen an unbelievable miracle, there was a dazed look on Dao Ji's face. The remaining mine workers were equally as shocked. The excitedly shouting vermilion birds were stunned into silence. What happened? Why did things become like this? Beep, beep, beep. Planetary crisis. Category 1 warning. Category 1 warning. Now emitting vermilion bird wave. Covered range. Entire vermilion bird tribe. One after another. Several sounds of warnings echoed around the red vermilion bird planet. Category 1 warning. This is a warning that signifies an existential crisis for the planet. Who'd have thought that they'd be able to reach this level? There was a look of awe and veneration in Dao Ji's eyes as he gazed at the nearby male. The supervisors of the vermilion bird tribe had an even clearer understanding of what this warning siren signified. The male before them possessed the power to annihilate an entire planet. In other words, they could also be obliterated by this male in an instant. And Lin casually swept his gaze over the nearby vermilion bird supervisors. The vermilion birds, who were acting all cocky and smug before, all shrunk back in fright. They were so afraid that they didn't even dare to speak a single word. Mo Hai couldn't help but sigh with emotion upon seeing this. There was a saying that, even if you were more powerful than members of the vermilion bird tribe, they would still regard you as nothing more than trash. However, this didn't appear to be the case with Lin. Once a person reached a certain level in power, they could genuinely cause the members of the vermilion bird tribe to develop feelings of terror and longing. Right at this moment, a holy and resonant voice suddenly traveled over from the distance. Move aside. Those uninvolved in the matter, move aside. The 6 vermilion bird sages are here to handle the case. 6 different holy flames blanketed the entire sky. They all burned with extreme heat, and it was as though they wanted to incinerate everything in the world. Commotion swept through the mine workers again, and they all continued to stumble back in retreat. Meanwhile, as if seeing some mythical beings, they all gazed up at the sky with respect and veneration. The 6 vermilion bird sages were overlords who were well known throughout the entire realm of stars. All of them were at the rank of the Dao integration pinnacle stage, and all of them possessed the purest power of the vermilion bird bloodline. Moreover, each of them possessed a holy flame of unique attributes. It could almost be claimed that they were the most powerful beings under the rank of the gods of creation stage. 6 giant and mighty figures descended from the sky. The beings on the red vermilion bird planet all felt a suffocating pressure. In fact, some beings had already gone weak at the knees and started to tremble in apprehension. They were fearful that they would be affected by the devastating power of the holy flames in the sky. Each member of the 6 vermilion bird sages possessed the ability to destroy a planet. And now, all 6 of the 6 vermilion bird sages had descended upon this red vermilion bird planet. Is this supposed to be Earth fire? But yeah, it is. And Lin looked up toward the 6 mighty figures in the sky. When they spread their wings, they could easily blot out an area of hundreds of thousands of feet in radius. When they flapped their wings, they could easily generate devastating flames that could incinerate and destroy hundreds of giant mountains. Not only that, but the extremely pure and vast bloodline might that naturally radiated from their bodies caused countless beings to feel a sense of inferiority. These beings instinctively wanted to submit themselves to the noble and beautiful vermilion birds in the sky. There wasn't just one such vermilion bird, but rather a whopping 6. Meanwhile, the holy flames that were unleashed from their bodies had already proliferated throughout the entire sky. It was vibrant and colorful, much like the beautiful and majestic colors of the sunset. If these holy flames descended onto the ground, then all of living beings on this red vermilion bird planet would instantly be annihilated. The 6 vermilion bird sages. Each of them possesses a formidable aura that's just as intimidating as that possessed by the guardian deities, by Shui and Qiyu. However, there are a whopping 6 of them. This is the so-called evenly matched that Bai Shui spoke of. And Lin was a bit speechless as he looked at the 6 powerful vermilion birds. But the guardian deities of the Azure Dragon tribe have one opportunity to raise their strength to the god of creation stage level. Su Xiaolan smiled and said, "This ability is unique to the Azure Dragon tribe, and the vermilion bird tribe doesn't possess a similar mystic technique." "That's true." And Lin nodded in agreement. Although this ability was a one-off consumable, the explosive mystic technique bestowed the Azure Dragon guardian deities with a power that was no weaker than nuclear explosions. Not only could they deter their opponents, but once they activated this mystic technique, they could even alter the outcomes of entire battles. "And Lin, what should we do now?" "I don't think now's a good time to discuss these matters. All of the 6 vermilion bird sages have arrived." Mo Hai paced about in panic. He had already witnessed Lin's overwhelming combat capability just then. However, faced against 6 beings who were all capable of annihilating entire planets, Mo Hai still couldn't help but feel a deep sense of anxiety. The might that radiated from these vermilion birds was far stronger than the might that radiated from the vermilion bird sex sect leader and the vermilion bird sex grand elder. He didn't dare imagine just how powerful these 6 vermilion bird sages were. "Inferior humans, we are the 6 vermilion bird sages, the supreme governors of the vermilion bird tribe's territories," one of the vermilion birds said in an ethereal voice. "You humans dared to attack the noble beings of our vermilion bird tribe. Do you understand your sins?" The vermilion bird which spoke was shrouded in white mists and had a pair of dim blue eyes that rippled like the boundless sea. Its voice was pleasant and otherworldly, and it even possessed a seemingly inviolable might. And Lin looked at the 6 haughty vermilion birds and sneered. "Why speak so much nonsense? If you want to fight, then shut the hell up and fight. Quit spouting so much trash. If it weren't out of respect toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird, I'd have already ended the lives of those vermilion birds who dared to insult me." That's right. And Lin had eventually shown mercy and spared the lives of Inkai and the other vermilion birds. Meanwhile, Mo Hai was given a huge fright by Lin's utterances. Holy fuck. Lin's utterances are far too domineering. He's not trying to trigger a fight, is he? Rumble. Sure enough, the holy flames in the sky suddenly started to surge violently. Holy flames were a rank above divine flames, and they were regarded as the epitome of all flames. Even in the top-rate cultivation realm, the Taichu continent, such holy flames were extremely hard to come by. Here, however, 6 such holy flames had appeared at the same time. Not to mention, the bloodlines of these flames' owners were also incredibly pure and profound. This being the case, the already terrifying might of the holy flames became even more formidable. The 6 vermilion bird sages are the most skilled at playing with fire in this realm of stars. Am I correct? And Lin had a carefree smile on his face, and he seemed completely unaffected by the wrath of the 6 vermilion bird sages. Playing with fire? We're the gods who rule over the flames. How dare you slander our greatness? Inferior and vulgar beings can only spit out inferior and vulgar utterances. The 6 vermilion bird sages in the sky spoke in indifferent and heavenly voices, and Lin was rendered absolutely speechless. Would you look? I praised them, yet they're still somehow unhappy. Enough with the nonsense. Let's hurry on and purify them with our flames. The vermilion bird Nan Li. Vermilion bird Yu Luo. Vermilion bird Bing Xian. Vermilion bird Tian Jin. Vermilion bird Huan Jin. Vermilion bird Tai Jing. We hereby sentence you to the flames of death. Kneel down and accept your death. Boom, boom, boom. 6 holy flames crashed down from the sky and hurtled toward Lin's location. From Lin's perspective, it was as though the sky had transformed into a sea of holy flames. Moreover, this sea of holy flames was rapidly billowing toward the ground and incinerating everything in its path. It was terrifying yet absolutely unavoidable. Just the tremendous might of the flames alone was enough to render all beings incapable of resisting. Mo Hai almost wet his pants in fright. Since when had he ever seen such apocalyptic scenes before? Although he enjoyed being burned by flames, his instinct told him that he would be incinerated into thin air if he dared to come into contact with the sea of flames that was pouring down from the sky. There was no way he could enjoy it, and Lin couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the falling flames. You 6 claimed to be the gods of flames? Sorry, but that position belongs to me. A crimson-colored divine halo materialized above his head, and Lin made a grabbing motion toward the falling holy flames, and a fluctuation that possessed a supreme nomological power instantly swept through heaven and earth. Thump! A heartbeat-like sound echoed around the void. Like inanimate paintings, the 6 devastating holy flames instantly froze in the air. Even the flames that were burning on the 6 vermilion bird sages' bodies instantly broke free from their control. They froze in mid-air, then started to bow down. That's right. All the flames that existed in this expanse of heaven and earth lowered their temperatures and bowed down in submission to that white-clothed male. The vermilion birds and mine workers were all stunned into silence. The 6 vermilion bird sages trembled violently, and their expressions of arrogance and conceit were gradually replaced by expressions of daze and shock. For the first time since their arrival, a feeling of indescribable terror gripped at their hearts. What kind of power is this? Why can't I control my flame anymore? Even the 6 holy flames have bowed down to me. Why are you 6 still standing? Kneel down! And Lin roared in anger, and his eyes suddenly became pure gold in color. Moreover, countless divine patterns flashed across his golden eyes. At the same time, a golden energy wave rippled to every corner of heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it was the 6 vermilion bird sages or the beings on the red vermilion bird planet, everyone felt as if they were gazing at a paramount being when they looked at Lin. This was a boundlessly magnificent figure, one who was indomitable and radiated with an unimaginably supreme aura. His eyes were like the sun and moon, and it was as though he carried a river of stars and galaxies on his shoulders. Super Divine Might Technique, activate. No! The 6 vermilion bird sages wailed in grief as their violently trembling bodies plummeted toward the ground. They were the noblest of beings. They could disdain all matter, disrespect heaven and earth, and only revere the one and only great Empress Vermilion Bird. Now, however, they were instilled with a boundless feeling of respect toward another being. They wanted to submit and they wanted to kneel down. They wanted to become lowly dogs who obeyed that male. Boom! 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 The earth quaked and tremored. The most powerful and arrogant beings of the vermilion bird tribe hammered into the earth and became buried in the dust. As they lay trembling on the ground, They placed their heads onto the ground and kowtowed toward Enlin. At this moment, the 6 vermilion bird sages were all kneeling and kowtowing before Enlin. This was an extremely shocking sight. This was a sight that was unfathomable in the minds of all the beings that were present. Even if they were up against a divine being of the God of Creation stage, the extremely arrogant and noble 6 vermilion bird sages still wouldn't show a single shred of respect or reverence. Now, however, they were sprawled on the ground and kowtowing toward Enlin. Almost all of the vermilion birds on the red vermilion bird planet frothed at their mouths as their eyes rolled into the backs of their heads. Large groups of the mine workers who were forcefully dragged here to mine flame crystals also fainted where they stood. Those who were able to maintain their consciousness were all supreme beings of the return to void stage. However, even they had gone weak at the knees and plunked down into kneeling positions onto the ground. Dao Ji and Mo Hai were no exception. In actual fact, Enlin had only targeted the 6 vermilion bird sages. As for the other living beings, they were merely collateral damage. His super divine might technique was hard to control, and he had accidentally allowed a wisp of its might to escape into the surroundings. Wow! So your divine might is this impressive when you unleash your full powers. Su Xiaolin blushed as she gazed at Enlin, and her eyes were as bright as the stars. How is it? Do you want a taste? Enlin grinned as he stole a glance at Su Xiaolin. What are you saying? Don't tease me. Su Xiaolin's beautiful face blushed an even deeper shade of red as she huffed at Enlin. If Enlin uses his super divine might technique on me, will I also be forced to my knees? So humiliating. Just thinking about it is humiliating. And a little exciting. Enlin waved a hand, and the sea of holy flames in the sky instantly disappeared. Meanwhile, the 6 vermilion bird sages on the ground were struggling with all their might. Their minds were telling them to stand up for their honor and pride. Yet their bloodline and instinct forcefully made them kneel down and kowtow. This was the power of the super divine might technique. Weaklings would be insta-killed, while powerful beings would be forced to kneel down and submit. Impossible. This is impossible. Why is my bloodline terrified of your might? My bloodline is clearly the purest and noblest. Ah, great Empress Vermilion Bird. I've sullied your greatness. Some members of the 6 vermilion bird sages were shocked and terrified, while other members of the 6 vermilion bird sages were so humiliated that they wanted to kill themselves. The noble and proud them actually kneeled to a human. Without their dignity, they had lost all will to live. That's right. Without pride and dignity, their bird lives had no more meaning. Chirp! A frosty flame burst to life on vermilion bird Bing Xian's body. It wanted to freeze itself to death with its holy flame. Seeing vermilion bird Bing Xian's firm resolution, resolute expressions also surfaced on the faces of the 5 remaining vermilion bird sages. Right at this moment, a pair of icy blue eyes suddenly appeared in the sky, like a body of clear spring water. This pair of eyes was especially beautiful. It was pure and limpid, and it was also gladdening and refreshing. Due to the appearance of this pair of eyes, the scorching temperature of the red vermilion bird planet also started to become cool and refreshing. A light breeze blew past. The raging flames on vermilion bird Bing Xian's body were suddenly put out by a majestic power. The eyes of the 6 vermilion bird sages suddenly became red as they looked up at the sky. They kneeled on the ground with even more devotion, and tears of vexation and humiliation instantly burst from their eyes. We pay our respects to great Empress Vermilion Bird. We pay our respects to great Empress Vermilion Bird. This time, they felt absolutely no psychological burden as they kneeled and kowtowed. Although they were still kneeling in Enlin's direction. But please don't misunderstand. The being they were kneeling toward was the great Empress Vermilion Bird. 6 sages, this matter isn't your fault. It was he who forced you 6 to lower your unyielding heads. Your bloodlines are still noble, and your pride and honor still dazzle with stunning brilliance. An extremely majestic and pleasant voice traveled down from the sky. As if being healed, the 6 vermilion bird sages cried in joy as they continued to kneel toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Thank you for your kindness, great Empress Vermilion Bird. The dazzling might of the great Empress Vermilion Bird shall be undying for all eternity. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the great Empress Vermilion Bird. And Lin felt like his horizons had been greatly broadened as he watched the haughty vermilion birds shamelessly praise their great empress. At this moment, the pair of beautiful eyes in the sky turned suddenly toward Lin and the others. And Lin was startled, and his entire body tensed up in apprehension. He was facing the crushing might of a god of creation who possessed a holy birth. I was busy with refining my essence divine sense that I swallowed a few days ago, so I was unable to find the time to welcome you too. I'm sorry for any inconvenience that I may have caused. The great Empress Vermilion Bird said in a warm and gentle voice, and it was almost as if she were a kind and caring big sister from next door. The 6 vermilion bird sages, Mohai and Lin, and the others were all stupefied upon hearing this. What's going on? Why is the great Empress Vermilion Bird's tone so friendly? Not only did she explain her reason for coming late, but she even offered an apology? Didn't she see Lin pummeling the supervisors and forcing the 6 vermilion bird sages to kneel? And Lin was already prepared to fight. Yet the great Empress Vermilion Bird's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Isn't she known as the noblest and most arrogant being? Countless questions rushed into everyone's mind. However, the great Empress Vermilion Bird turned her gaze toward Su Xiaolin. There was a friendly expression in her eyes, and she said, "It was I who summoned you to this place. Once again, my apologies for causing you to suffer this kind of treatment. I'll definitely make it up to you." The vermilion birds were shocked once again. So, it turns out that Su Xiaolan was genuinely summoned here by the great Empress Vermilion Bird? Huang Muzi, Kai, and the other vermilion birds all felt a great sense of remorse upon hearing this. They really wanted to give themselves a good hard slap on the face. However, it was a pity that they had already been crippled by Lin. Right now, they were unable to lift even a finger. "Ha ha ha. No problem, no problem," and Lin said with a cheerful smile. "As long as our misunderstanding has been resolved, then everything is fine." In any case, they hadn't lost anything due to this conflict. Rather, they'd had a great time pummeling their opponents. Follow my lead. I'll take you to the Vermilion Bird Tribe's Flame Heart Immortal realm. There, we can settle all of our karma. The great Empress Vermilion Bird invited Lin and Su Xiaolan to follow her. Immediately afterward, the pair of eyes in the sky transformed into a small red vermilion bird. Then it started flying towards some direction. Flame Heart Immortal realm? The great Empress Vermilion Bird is actually inviting them to that place. I thought that only we had the right to enter that place. The 6 vermilion bird sages were unhappy with this decision, yet they could only mumble quietly as they followed behind the small red vermilion bird. And Lin and Su Xiaolan exchanged glances before leaping into the sky and flying after the small red vermilion bird. The great Empress Vermilion Bird had invited them to settle their karma, and this was exactly what they had in mind as well. Thus, it was a given that they had to accept this offer. This was the karma with a holy beast, and if they settled it well, there would be a multitude of benefits. Hey, wait for me. Mohai hurriedly flew off after them. On the red vermilion bird planet, the mine workers and supervising vermilion birds all felt like they were in a dream as they gazed at the disappearing figures. They had all thought that Lin and Su Xiaolan would be killed on the spot due to disrespecting the vermilion bird tribe. And Lin had shattered the planetary spell formation with a single strike, then submitted the 6 vermilion bird sages with a single command. He had displayed outrageous powers that were far beyond their wildest imaginations. In the end, however, he didn't receive any punishment from the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Rather, she invited him and Su Xiaolan to the most sacred core region of the vermilion bird tribe. The world had truly gone mad. Since when did the human tribe birth this freakishly powerful and supremely talented Lin? Dao Ji murmured to himself as he gazed at the disappearing figure in the distance. No one could answer his question. However, the beings on the red vermilion bird planet knew that the stunningly powerful male had already been deeply imprinted into their minds. It was very likely that they wouldn't be able to forget him for the rest of their lives. And Lin, This vermilion bird is a sinister and cunning individual. Although she's all smiles, she's definitely cursed you 1,000,000 times in her mind already. She might drop her facade and turn on you guys at any moment. So, you must be careful. Mo Hai secretly transmitted a warning into Enlin and Su Xiaolan's minds. Is that so? Enlin faltered slightly before adding. And here I was thinking that this vermilion bird was a friendly and easygoing big sister. Friendly my ass. When she needed the divine sense in my ring, she treated me like a king. She even ordered a few haughty vermilion birds to transform into beautiful females to dance for me. And then, after absorbing what she wanted, the great Empress Vermilion Bird immediately turned hostile and exiled me to work in the mines of the red vermilion bird planet. Mo Hai couldn't help but feel angry every time he thought about this matter. And Lin clicked his tongue in wonder upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Su Xiaolan instantly put her guard up. However, the vermilion bird bloodline in her body instinctively made her feel friendlier toward the holy vermilion bird beast. Oh, that's right. How are Sister Shangguan Yi and Brother Yang Yuan doing? Su Xiaolan asked. They were both sucked into this realm of stars as well. However, when I arrived at the vermilion bird tribe's territory, I found that they were already gone, Mo Hai said dejectedly. And Lin stroked his chin. I have the Ring of the East, and I was teleported to the Azure Dragon tribe's territory. You have the Ring of the South, and you were teleported to the Vermilion Bird tribe's territory. Following this logic, Yang Yuan and Shangguan Yi have probably been teleported to the White Tiger tribe's territory and the Shen Wu tribe's territory respectively. Mo Hai instantly became panicked. Shit! It can't be that they've also been sent to work in mines, right? And Lin and Su Xiaolan both rolled their eyes at him. Has Brother Mo Hai become mentally challenged due to working in the mines for too long? Does he really think that all holy beasts are as two-faced as the vermilion birds? Even if they are, it's not certain that one will be forced to mine for crystals. Perhaps they're forced to drill for oil? Besides, there's a possibility that Yang Yuan and Shangguan Yi are extremely fortunate and are currently receiving a warm and friendly reception from the holy beasts. And Lin felt like white tigers were more aggressive and were a tribe that relished violence and battle. As such, it was possible that Brother Yang Yuan would be in some danger. As for Shangguan Yi arriving at the Shen Wu tribe's territory, she would definitely take to it like a duck to water. Shangguan Yi was the reincarnation of the god of creation stage Ice Matriarch. Moreover, she possessed a vast and boundless potential now that she had reached the Dao integration initial stage and awoken most of her bloodline memories. If she could get along with the holy Shen Wu beast and work together with it, then they would definitely benefit greatly from each other. And Lin had heard that beings of the Shen Wu tribe were fairly good-tempered. That being the case, Shangguan Yi working with the holy Shen Wu beast to mutually beneficial effects would be fairly easy to achieve, right? Shangguan Yi's cultivation base would also be able to rise to a new height, right? However, and Lin's predictions couldn't be further from the truth. In an extremely northern region of the realm of stars, Shangguan Yi had voluntarily returned her Ring of the North, and the holy Shen Wu beast was indeed a good holy beast. In order to show its gratitude, it took her to the mystical orb realm to observe the supreme Tao of mountain and water. Their relationship had indeed gotten off to a good start. However, once they arrived below the mystical orb realm, the mystical ball in the air mysteriously fractured and split open. A devastating flood instantly engulfed the entire mystic realm and planet. The Shen Wu tribe incurred huge losses as a result. After 3 full days of emergency works, the Shen Wu tribe finally managed to bring the devastating flood under control. Since the mystical orb realm had leaked some water, the holy Shen Wu beast could only take Shangguan Yi somewhere else. Thus, it took Shangguan Yi to another realm to appreciate the Shen Wu tribe's rainbow Dao sky. Once they arrived there, however, the heavens suddenly opened up and let loose the largest torrential downpour that the realm had seen in 10,000 years. The holy Shen Wu beast was completely baffled. Why is my luck so shit? Shangguan Yi insisted that she didn't mind, and she simply requested to be sent back to the Taichu continent. However, how could the holy Shen Wu beast do that? It had received her help, so it was only natural that it had to thank her in some way. How could a holy beast not show gratitude? That would be an insult and a dishonor to the title of Holy Beast. After experiencing a series of unexpected events, the Holy Xianwu Beast didn't have much else that it could show Shangguan-Yi anymore. Thus, it gritted its teeth and decided to let her observe its most valuable treasure, the Xianwu Heart Essence. This was a paragon treasure that had links to the Holy Tao. The Holy Xianwu Beast spat the Xianwu Heart Essence out from its stomach. It then started to proudly describe its unique characteristics and abilities to Shangguan-Yi. Afterward, it promised that it would pass the Xianwu Heart Essence to her and allow her to observe it for an entire day. However, before it could even pass the Xianwu Heart Essence to Shangguan-Yi, the internal elements of the Xianwu Heart Essence started to clash violently with its own internal energy. It was clear that it had entered into a rare period of instability. Such violent instabilities would occur a few times every 10,000 years. Thus, although the Holy Xianwu Beast was worried, it was still far from feeling panicked. Right at this moment, however, the chaotic energy currents in the void started to act upon each other due to all kinds of coincidences. After forming all kinds of destructive webs, the chaotic energy currents eventually condensed into an extremely devastating chaotic thunderbolt. Then, booming down at a speed that was too quick for the Holy Xianwu Beast to react to, the chaotic thunderbolt ripped through the void and smashed into its Xianwu Heart Essence. Boom! The Xianwu Heart Essence exploded. The Holy Xianwu Beast cried. It suffered severe wounds due to receiving a backlash, and it could only hurriedly reabsorb the Xianwu Heart Essence before immediately going into recluse to meditate and recuperate. It was in such a hurry that it didn't even have time to say goodbye to Shangguan-Yi. Shangguan-Yi stood transfixed to the spot with a dumbfounded expression. Eventually, she was arrested and jailed by the Xianwu Divine Guardian Squad for the crime of attempting to assassinate the Holy Xianwu Beast. While Enlin was thinking of Shangguan-Yi, Shangguan-Yi was sitting in a cell and pondering the meaning of life. In stark contrast, due to a strange combination of circumstances, Yang Yuan, who had been teleported to the White Tiger tribe's territory, managed to save the Holy White Tiger Beast's favorite daughter. He had used the unique Holy Vermilion Bird Flame in his body to cleanse the frost poison in her body. As a result, he was on the receiving end of incredibly great rewards. Not only did he receive the Holy White Tiger Beast's core inheritance, but he even received a large amount of other valuable treasures and presents. However, with great rewards also came a great downside. Yang Yuan had received the Holy White Tiger Beast's core inheritance and had even managed to break through to the Return to Void Pinnacle stage. This was initially something to be extremely happy about. However, because he had saved the White Tiger's daughter, she had fallen in love with him and was now madly pursuing him. Take now, for example. He was currently being held down on the floor and furiously licked by the White Tiger's daughter. All in all, however, Mo Hai's fate was still the most pitiable out of the four owners of the rings. The pitiful Mo Hai had even thought that the others were toiling away in mines just like him. In the Vermilion Bird Tribe's territory, the gigantic Vermilion Bird Star blazed with boundless flames as it rested in the center of hundreds of planets. 8 ordinary-sized stars were currently orbiting around this Vermilion Bird Star. Strangely, however, the surrounding planets were almost completely unaffected by the gravity fields of these 8 orbiting stars. One of the orbiting stars suddenly faltered. Then, it distorted and transformed into an unimaginably large flame bird. Its body was an explosion of gold and white, and an aura of destruction was relentlessly unleashed from its body. With a light flap of its wings, it could create scorching heat waves that were capable of annihilating entire realms of beings. Right now, however, its body was curled up, and its wings were tightly wrapped around its body. It still looked like a sun, bar for the fact that its head was slightly raised and looking toward a nearby planet. It suddenly spat a few words out from its mouth. Vermilion bird, I have an ominous feeling about this. This matter is brimming with uncertainty. This was the first being who had directly referred to the great Empress Vermilion Bird by her name. In the Flame Heart Immortal realm, this was the noblest being in the world. She had the most beautiful of feathers, and she was currently shrouded in a brilliant 9-colored holy light. She opened her breathtakingly beautiful eyes and chuckled. The timing is just right. I can't let this opportunity slip. I've already waited far too long for this moment to arrive. Out of the countless inheritors and innumerable descendants, one of them has finally managed to arrive. I don't want to wait any longer. The white and gold mighty being fell silent. Then, its body slowly melted into the flames and transformed back into a star. As if it had never stopped, it continued to orbit around the colossal vermilion bird star. At this moment, Lin and the others had already set foot in the Flame Heart Immortal realm. The Flame Heart Immortal realm was where the immortal aura of the immortal vermilion star gathered. However, this so-called immortal realm was quite different from what Lin had envisioned. If ordinary beings came to this immortal realm, then only one fate awaited them, death. The sky here was a limpid azure color, like gusts of a gentle wind. Waves of pure yet terrifying flame energies blew over the land. Each burst of flame energy reached an insane temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, and even beings with relatively powerful cultivation bases would still be melted or vaporized by its devastating might. Meanwhile, all kinds of splendid and vibrant heat-resistant plants grew on the land. In some areas, there were even rivers that were flowing with golden-colored liquid. The temperatures of these rivers were even more incredible, and the golden liquid that flowed within them was almost capable of distorting the void. However, numerous adorable flame beasts were still able to play and muck around in these rivers. In fact, there were also quite a number of flame beasts roaming around the land. There were those with magnificent wings, and there were also those who looked extremely cute and adorable. However, one mustn't be deceived by their exterior appearances. With just a single spit of saliva, they could easily melt a soul formation stage powerful being to death. Ordinary beings were very afraid of this scorching realm. However, the extremely rich flame energy that existed throughout this land meant that beings who practiced flame element cultivation techniques absolutely loved it here. In fact, this realm could arguably be labeled as a first-rate cultivation location. A look of enjoyment had already appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Meanwhile, there was a look of addiction and fervent excitement in Mo Hai's eyes as he sucked in deep breaths of air. He looked like he wanted to strip naked and utterly immerse himself into this scorching hot world. The 6 vermilion bird sages humphed in disdain upon seeing the two people's reactions. Humph, lowly human bumpkins. It's their greatest fortune to be able to visit the Flame Heart Immortal realm. Humph, despicable and laughable humans. Humans all have such narrow outlooks of the world. Look at that male who's itching to strip. How vile and disgusting. These vermilion birds could always find something to grumble in disdain about, and Lin casually swept his gaze over the 6 vermilion birds. The 6 haughty vermilion birds shuddered in fright and instantly shut their mouths. They didn't want to kneel again, especially in a sacred place like the Flame Heart Immortal realm. If they were forced to kneel here, then they would genuinely try to kill themselves out of shame. And Lin's mouth curled up into a faint smile. What bullshit, most prideful tribe. Didn't they still tremble in fear under my super divine might technique? And Lin and Su Xiaolan saw numerous wonderful flame spectacles as they flew behind the little red vermilion bird. Glazed fire light river. Silver-flowered fire tree, meteor plane, 10,000 feet lava stone. Tricolored cloud rain. Su Xiaolan blinked her eyes in curiosity as she gazed at these spectacles. She really wanted to leave the group and run over to quietly enjoy the beautiful scenes by herself. However, she knew that doing so would be impossible as this was the holy vermilion bird beast's territory. Before long, they arrived beside a small and exquisite pond. Here, they saw the paramount being of the vermilion bird tribe, a being whose might was well known throughout the entire realm of stars, the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Surprisingly, her appearance was that of a beautiful and noble female. She wore a divine crown on her head, and her eyes were especially limpid and gentle. Her nose was chiseled and elegant, and her dainty lips were as pink as blossoms in full bloom. There was a slight shade of red on her smooth and pale skin, and this made her appear particularly beautiful and enchanting. What astonished Lin most was her incredibly fine and slender figure. Her shapely body was covered by a dress made out of vibrant red feathers, yet slits in the side meant that her long and slender legs were still clearly on display. Most amazingly, her weapons were busty and firm, and it was clear at first glance that they possessed an astounding softness and elasticity. Her appearance was clearly that of an irresistible beauty, yet contrary to the rest of her features, her eyes were especially limpid and pure. This made her appear like a saintly female who had no worldly desires. This was a perfect blend of purity and charm, and even Lin couldn't help but be awestruck by her stunning beauty and allure. Mo Hai was completely dumbstruck by her captivating beauty. This female before me is the holy vermilion bird beast. She's so beautiful. Why was she in the form of a haughty vermilion bird when she first met me? Yet now that she's welcoming Lin and Su Xiaolin, she's taken such a beautiful and enchanting form. Why? You've arrived. Come, sit down. A warm smile blossomed across the great Empress Vermilion Bird's face when she saw Lin and Su Xiaolin arrive. She pointed at the deck chairs next to the pond and graciously gestured for them to sit down. Right now, she was sitting in front of the pond and soaking her feet. The water in the pond was golden, and it looked almost no different from ordinary pond water, apart from its color, of course. However, Lin's pupils contracted slightly when he saw the pond water. The liquid in the pond was the purest form of sun essence. It was the purest origin power of Yang. He had swallowed a sun before, so he was extremely familiar with this kind of power. The pond before him contained so much sun essence that it was already possible to form a completely new sun. Even super mighty beings of the Tao integration stage would be wounded if not killed if they came into contact with this pond water, let alone supreme beings of the return to void stage. This level of flame power wasn't something that they could tolerate. There was a look of enjoyment on the great Empress Vermilion Bird's face as she swayed her feet around the pond water. She looked extremely carefree and relaxed, and the scene of her soaking her feet was like a beautiful scroll of painting. Lin and Su Xiaolin sat down upon hearing her invitation. You must be tired from your long journey. Here, soak your feet. It can relax your body and stimulate your blood circulation. This is especially the case for you, Su Xiaolin. Soaking your feet in this pond water has a host of benefits. The great Empress Vermilion Bird winked at Su Xiaolin meaningfully. This was a simple action, yet it still appeared to contain a unique charm and beauty. What a captivating female, Lin thought to himself. Su Xiaolin cautiously took her shoes off upon hearing this. She felt a bit uneasy, and she was also a little hesitant. In the end, however, she still dipped her delicate feet into the golden pond water. Ah! Hot! 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 Su Xiaolin's face flushed red as she cried out in surprise. She initially wanted to retract her feet, yet a peculiar sense of comfort immediately coursed through her blood. This made her reluctant to take her feet out from the pond water. In no time, she became accustomed to the temperature of the pond water and started moaning in pleasure. Lin's mouth twitched as he gazed at the two females soaking their feet. This reminded him of his time in the mortal world, where he had made himself buckets of hot water to soak his feet in. At the start, the water would always feel quite hot. Eventually, however, it would start to feel extremely soothing and comfortable. He was a cultivator now, yet he was still able to witness the joys of feet soaking. This was quite a nice feeling. Although what Su Xiaolin was soaking her feet in right now was the purest essence of the sun. It was water that was scalding enough to burn Tao integration stage super mighty beings to death. That's right, Su Xiaolin was pretty much soaking her feet in the sun right now. Perhaps this was the difference between top-notch cultivators and mere mortals, right? Lin was extremely envious, and he also wanted to soak his feet in the golden pond water. The great Empress Vermilion Bird smiled faintly when she noticed Lin's expression. Come, don't hold back. You come and soak your feet too. If I remember correctly, you are dabbling in flame element cultivation methods, right? Soaking your feet will be beneficial to both your health and your cultivation. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's words rustled into his ears like a refreshing spring breeze. Her voice was truly like a melody from the heavens. Lin felt extremely relaxed as he listened to her speak. Then, he also dipped his feet into the golden pond water. Sizzle! A scorching hot and extremely pure flame energy instantly enveloped his feet and stimulated his body. Even though he had already attained phenomenal success with his body of the war god, Enlin still felt an overwhelming burning sensation when he soaked his feet into the pond water. However, after becoming accustomed to this burning sensation, he started to feel extremely comfortable instead. Wisps of flame energy transformed into currents of warmth that entered from his feet and coursed through his entire body. This made him feel a pleasant sensation spread over his entire body. This pond water was quite something. The eyes of the 6 vermilion bird sages had already gone red. So jealous. Even they didn't have the right to soak their feet with the great Empress Vermilion Bird. For what reason did these 2 lowly humans have the right? Why could they enjoy soaking their feet with the great Empress Vermilion Bird? The obsequious birds gritted their teeth in anger. Yet there was absolutely nothing they could do. Just as Enlin was enjoying himself, he suddenly felt a strange sensation tickle at his feet. Enlin felt an extremely peculiar sensation on the bottom of his feet. This was a gentle and ticklish kind of feeling. It was as though a smooth and slippery object was rubbing against the bottom of his feet. It felt particularly comfortable, yet it also felt especially strange. Enlin's expression changed slightly, and he immediately looked toward the pond water. However, he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. The sensation on his feet also disappeared at this instant. Enlin initially thought this was a coincidence. Thus he didn't pay much attention to it. Immediately afterward, however, he suddenly felt a gentle and ticklish sensation on his feet again. It was as though something tender and delicate was teasing him. As if sensing something, Enlin turned his gaze toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Coincidentally, the great Empress Vermilion Bird was looking at him at this moment. In fact, she even raised her eyebrows and fluttered her eyelashes at him. There clearly wasn't much emotion on her extremely exquisite face. Yet Enlin could still feel an extremely enchanting and seductive aura radiating from her body. Enlin, it can't be, right? What the heck is up with this? Is the great Empress Vermilion Bird seducing me? But for what reason? Enlin certainly wouldn't forget that the original form of the great Empress Vermilion Bird was a vermilion bird. She had transformed into a human form now, but this was perhaps in order to better communicate with Xiaolan. Logically speaking, she definitely wouldn't have developed the urge to reproduce offspring with a human. Just as he was thinking this, he felt a teasing sensation on his feet again. That, Xiaolan, do you feel any peculiar sensation on your feet? Enlin secretly transmitted a message into Su Xiaolan's ears. Su Xiaolan cocked her head to the side as she swayed her delicate little feet. Yeah, kind of. It's a slightly hot yet extremely comfortable sensation. Why? Enlin. As expected, is this sensation only targeting me? Enlin suddenly became flustered. What's this great Empress Vermilion Bird trying to do? When he was talking to Su Xiaolan just then, his feet were still being teased by a smooth and tickly flame. This is definitely a trap. I won't fall for it. Enlin suddenly pulled his feet out of the pond water. Then, he smiled and said, I'm done soaking my feet. Su Xiaolan was relaxing with her eyes closed, and she was slightly surprised upon hearing this. Already? So comfortable in here. Aren't you going to soak for a little longer? It's also beneficial for your body as well. Exactly. What's the hurry? Fellow cultivator Enlin. The great Empress Vermilion Bird also flashed a gentle and charming smile at Enlin. Why don't you relax and keep soaking? Such a beautiful and mesmerizing smile. Such a gentle and mellow voice. If it were someone else, they would definitely give in to her charm and enter the water once again. However, Enlin was completely unaffected by her temptation. I'm fine, you two keep enjoying yourselves. I'll rest on the chair. Enlin smiled faintly as he rejected the great Empress Vermilion Bird's offer. Bastard! You actually dare to reject the great Empress Vermilion Bird's request. Vermilion Bird Nanli bellowed in anger. This lowly peasant fails to appreciate Her Majesty's kindness. How infuriating! Vermilion Bird Yuluo also roared in anger. They were extremely jealous of Enlin being able to soak his feet with the great Empress Vermilion Bird. However, Enlin had failed to enjoy this opportunity, and he even actively ended his feet-soaking session. Worse yet, he even ignored the great Empress Vermilion Bird's invitation. This was absolutely ridiculous and worthy of scorn from both birds and gods. However, the great Empress Vermilion Bird didn't seem to mind this in the least. She shrugged her shoulders and chuckled. Let it be. Some people don't understand customs, and there's nothing much I can say about it. After saying this, she started to talk with Su Xiaolan about the interesting matters of the Vermilion Bird tribe. She would even crack some jokes from time to time, and she didn't have a single shred of the arrogance that should have been inherent to vermilion birds. Rather, she conversed with Su Xiaolan as an equal, and this made Su Xiaolan feel extremely flattered. She had come here to settle karma, but after a period of interaction, she felt like they were about to become two extremely intimate sisters. However, this was all a mere illusion. After talking for a long while, their discussion eventually turned to the topic of the karma between them. At the time, I was sealed in the Vermilion Bird prison, and powerful beings of the ancient man tribe seized the opportunity to attack me. In the end, they managed to extract some of my essence Dao blood. Unexpectedly, due to the mysterious workings of fate, this volume of essence Dao blood was eventually obtained by you. Not only that, but you even managed to foster and enhance this bloodline. You've almost reached the highest peak of the Vermilion Bird tribe. This is your immortal destiny, and I feel extremely happy for you. The great Empress Vermilion Bird spoke lazily, and it was almost as if this was a trivial matter completely unrelated to her. Speaking of this matter, I still have to express my thanks to you. If it weren't for your essence Dao blood, then I, Su Xiaolan, wouldn't have been able to reach where I am today. Su Xiaolan was extremely sincere as she said this, and she bowed deeply toward the holy Vermilion Bird beast. The holy Vermilion Bird beast wore a gentle smile as she watched Su Xiaolan thank her sincerely. There's no need to thank me. After all, I didn't do anything to help you, and this was an opportunity that you managed to make the most of by yourself. However, if you genuinely want to repay me, I do indeed have a suggestion. Please do tell me, Su Xiaolan said earnestly. I'll definitely do my best to satisfy your request. No need to be so serious, it's nothing major, the great Empress Vermilion Bird said and chuckled softly. I just want you to succeed my holy birth. I don't want to be the great Empress Vermilion Bird anymore. I want to pass this position on to you. How does that sound? The surroundings suddenly became deathly silent, and Lin almost fell off his chair. Mo Hai's eyes widened in shock, and he almost forgot how to breathe. The 6 Vermilion Bird sages were stunned silly. Even Su Xiaolan felt her mind go momentarily blank. What did you say just then? Su Xiaolan asked as her breathing quickened. I want you to inherit my holy birth. Is that okay? Think of it as doing a favor for me. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's eyes were limpid and gentle as she calmly gazed at the flustered female beside her. Su Xiaolan felt like her outlook on cultivation had suffered a severe blow. What's going on? She stammered in incredulity. Am I repaying you? Or are you repaying me? This was similar to a scenario where someone was at death's door. Then Papa Ma One suddenly appeared and saved the person's life. The person then ran over and asked how they could repay Papa Ma, and Papa Ma replied by saying that they only need to do one thing: inherit my multi-billion-dollar business empire. Please. Also, I can throw in assets worth tens of billions of dollars. This was way too fucking bizarre. Su Xiaolan felt that this offer was extremely hard to accept. Meanwhile, and Lin almost kneeled down to Su Xiaolan. He had finally come to a realization. He definitely had a wife prospering one attribute. Whenever he traveled with Su Xiaolan, it was always she who obtained great opportunities. Receiving the inheritance of the Azure Dragon tribe was already astonishing enough. In their journey to the Dragon Dao Pond, Su Xiaolan had also hacked all the way and tempered her Dragon Dao to a state that bordered on the origin power of the Dragon Dao. Now, she had come to the Vermilion Bird tribe to settle her karma. Unexpectedly, however, her fortune was even more astounding. The holy beast of this tribe was directly asking Su Xiaolan to inherit her holy birth. This was far too bizarre. This was far too dreamlike. The clear origin dragon had even lost his life fighting over a holy birth. As for Xiaolan, she had initially come to repay a debt of gratitude, yet the great Empress Vermilion Bird had directly gifted her a holy birth. If the clear origin dragon learned of this matter, he would perhaps be infuriated back to life. What the fuck was all this? The 6 Vermilion Bird sages almost had mental breakdowns upon hearing the great Empress Vermilion Bird's request. They cried in anguish and furiously kowtowed as they begged the great Empress Vermilion Bird to retract her order. Why? The great Empress Vermilion Bird is doing fine. So why does she want to abdicate? Also, why is she choosing a bastard human to succeed her holy birth? Everyone was stumped, including Su Xiaolin, with whom this matter was concerned, and Enlin. This matter is actually quite easy to explain. A gentle smile spread across the great Empress Vermilion Bird's beautiful face as she leaned toward Su Xiaolin. Then, she started to explain the reasons behind her decision. The 4 holy beasts, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xian Wu, are the most supreme beings of the universe. They're undying, eternal, and known by all living beings in the universe. I represent singularity, and I'm the only being in the entire universe who can hold the title of Vermilion Bird. The great Empress Vermilion Bird gazed at Su Xiaolan and continued, "Truth be told, however, I can't entirely represent singularity. In reality, the object that represents singularity is not me, but rather this." The great Empress Vermilion Bird opened her dainty mouth and exhaled out a crimson-colored bead. The entire heaven and earth changed color when the bead appeared. The radiance from the bead was even more dazzling and more mighty than the sun. An extremely pure flame power slowly circulated within the bead, and an aura of eternal existence gradually proliferated outward. It was as if this bead had existed since the beginning of time, and it was as if this bead had brewed countless magnificent events in the times long past. And Lin felt like he was standing before a paramount and undying god. It was mighty and it was singular. Su Xiaolan experienced an even stronger feeling. Her bloodline had started to palpitate in nervousness. "This is the Vermilion Bird heart essence," the great Empress Vermilion Bird said. "If one fuses with it, then they'll attain the holy birth. This is something that all the powerful beings in the realm of stars lust after. In my Vermilion Bird tribe, the object that is truly eternal and truly singular is not me. Rather, it's this Vermilion Bird heart essence. Whoever owns this heart essence can succeed the holy birth and become the one and only Vermilion Bird. Xiaolan, you can also become the Vermilion Bird, one of the 4 great holy beasts." The great Empress Vermilion Bird's words caused ripples to surge through Su Xiaolan's mind. One of the 4 holy beasts. She could also become one of the 4 holy beasts. "But I'm not even at the God of Creation stage." Su Xiaolan pursed her lips and said, "Your growth and potential are far beyond my imagination. In a mere 100 years, you've already managed to reach the Tao integration pinnacle stage. With the help of the Vermilion Bird heart essence, I trust that you can easily surmount that final barrier and successfully succeed the holy birth." There was an appreciative and confident look in the great Empress Vermilion Bird's eyes as she gazed at Su Xiaolan. And Lin had already become numb with shock. Wow, she's already at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, yet she's still not satisfied. Right now, she actually wants to break through 2 major ranks at once. First, break through to the God of Creation stage, then immediately succeed the holy birth. She's taking such large strides. So ballsy. Huh? No, Xiaolan doesn't have balls. And Lin suddenly recalled what Su Xiaolan had said to him earlier. She was worried that she was pulling too far ahead in her Tao-seeking journey, resulting in Enlin being unable to keep up with her. She was worried that Enlin wouldn't be able to accompany her in the future. At the time, Enlin had felt insulted. Now, however, he felt a sense of danger. What if I genuinely can't keep up with Xiaolan's footsteps? Will I go from fuck the heavens and to Spongern? Will I become the most powerful person to sponge off his wife? So mortifying. However, it doesn't seem all that bad. All kinds of wild thoughts ran through Enlin's mind. Su Xiaolan once again expressed her bewilderment. "One final question. Why are you passing your holy birth to me? And what are you going to do after abdicating from this position? An expression of melancholy finally appeared on the great Empress Vermilion Bird's smiling face. This is a long story. Long story short, this holy birth is a burden to me. Not only was I severely wounded when Pangu sealed me away, but he even cast some restrictions on the holy birth. This restriction suppresses my power, and as long as I'm still the Vermilion Bird, then the suppression that I suffer due to the holy birth will never disappear. Thus, this holy birth is nothing more than a cage to me. The only way for me to remove this restriction is if I pass the holy birth down to a successor. However, I'm sure you can imagine how extremely difficult it is to find a suitable successor. Even the 6 Vermilion Bird sages don't have the right to succeed this position. It was not until I met you. The great Empress Vermilion Bird gazed at Su Xiaolan tenderly. Then, she extended her slender arms and grabbed Su Xiaolan's hands. Perhaps the heavens sent you here to rescue me. Su Xiaolan stared at the great Empress Vermilion Bird with a dazed expression, as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and Lin was rigidly transfixed to the spot. Mo Hai was absolutely dumbstruck. Meanwhile, the 6 Vermilion Bird sages felt as if their hearts had been run through by a sword. How is this even possible? Come, listen to my instructions and try to contact the Vermilion Bird heart essence. We'll see if you can receive its acknowledgement. The great Empress Vermilion Bird placed the crimson-colored bead before Su Xiaolan. Activate the power of your bloodline and try to initiate contact with the Vermilion Bird heart essence. The Vermilion Bird heart essence will emit a corresponding color of light, with each different color representing a different level of affinity. In total, there are 7 colors: crimson, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. Crimson represents the highest level of affinity, while purple represents the lowest level of affinity. If your affinity with the Vermilion Bird heart essence reaches the yellow level, then you'll be able to attempt refining it. Go on, have a try. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's eyes were full of anticipation and encouragement as she looked at the azure-clothed female. Su Xiaolan gazed at the Vermilion Bird heart essence intently. She could feel an extremely mighty power within the crimson-colored bead. This was a power that she desperately yearned to obtain. It was the absolute light, it was the absolute heat, and it was the absolute embodiment of nobility and holiness. It was unique and it was singular. So beautiful! Su Xiaolan extended her hand and lightly touched the crimson-colored bead. Boom! Blinding rays of light suddenly erupted from the Vermilion Bird heart essence. The initial color was purple, then it instantly changed to yellow. This was the lowest level required for refining the bead. Just as a smile spread across Su Xiaolan's face, the beams of light gradually changed from yellow to orange. Such an amazing aptitude! The great Empress Vermilion Bird was extremely startled as she looked at Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan immediately felt much more self-assured. Orange is probably a relatively outstanding level, right? After all, obtaining a yellow color is already enough to refine the heart essence. However, little did she know that, in the great Empress Vermilion Bird's estimations, even the pure-blooded 6 Vermilion Bird sages could only attain a green-colored level of affinity. What the orange color represented was already an extremely freakish level of affinity. The great Empress Vermilion Bird chuckled and was just about to speak. However, the true dragon bloodline in Su Xiaolan's body suddenly pushed at her Vermilion Bird bloodline. Boom! The beams of light radiating from the Vermilion Bird heart essence started to become richer and more intense. Then, they gradually changed from an orange color to a deep crimson-red color. The crimson light was so rich that it looked like a liquid that was proliferating through the surroundings. Upon seeing this sight, the emotions finally got the better of the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Her breathing immediately quickened, and the look in her eyes suddenly became increasingly fervent. Did I achieve the highest level of affinity? Su Xiaolan was extremely delighted. It's merely a crimson color. What's there to be proud of? Exactly. Lowly human bumpkins. Our great Empress Vermilion Bird also attained this crimson-colored level of affinity. However, that's only because the highest level of affinity is capped at the crimson color. Otherwise, our great Empress Vermilion Bird definitely would have exceeded this color and reached the highest level. The 6 vermilion bird sages had a case of sour grapes as they continually criticized and devalued Su Xiaolan's achievements. Enough! From now on, I forbid you 6 from speaking, the great Empress Vermilion Bird shouted. The 6 vermilion bird sages instantly shut their mouths in fear. However, even though they had been forbidden from speaking, they still tilted their chins in arrogance as they gazed down at Xiaolan. It was a mystery where they got their confidence from. Xiaolan, let's go. I'll officially pass the holy birth on to you now. The great Empress Vermilion Bird spoke kindly as she tugged at Su Xiaolan's hands. Huh? This soon? Su Xiaolan was astounded. She still hadn't prepared herself mentally yet. It's not soon at all. I've already prepared everything. And all we're waiting on now is for you to set foot on your journey to reach the Supreme Tao. This is a win-win situation. Come, follow me. As she said this, the great Empress Vermilion Bird led Su Xiaolan toward someplace in the distance. And Lin had a nagging sense of déjà vu when he saw this sight. An enthusiastic great Empress Vermilion Bird. A brilliant opportunity that descended from the heavens, and a flustered and dazed Xiaolan. And Lin mulled over this for a while. Why does this seem so similar to when I first met Tao Lord Luya? Fuck, this isn't a trap, right? And Lin suddenly became a little panicked. At this moment, he saw the great Empress Vermilion Bird holding Su Xiaolan's hand and leading her into the distance. He immediately sprinted off after them. The great Empress Vermilion Bird turned toward the 6 vermilion bird sages and calmly issued an order. I'm going to take fellow cultivator Su Xiaolan to the vermilion bird spell altar. Raise your guards and protect the altar. The 6 vermilion bird sages immediately bowed and accepted the command. We'll definitely guard the altar well. I'm willing to risk death to serve the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Is Her Majesty truly not going to change her mind? The eyes of the 6 vermilion bird sages became red as they gazed at the female who was dressed in a red feather dress. My mind is made up. From today onward, Su Xiaolan is your new vermilion bird. The female turned and walked away after giving this simple reply. She didn't turn back to look at the emotionally sobbing 6 vermilion bird sages. After a short while, a complex and densely carved spell formation appeared before their eyes. The level of this spell formation was extremely high. It had already reached the God of Creation stage, to be exact. It thus possessed a supreme realm-creating might. In the center of the spell formation, there rested a gigantic statue of a soaring vermilion bird. It measured a whopping 10,000 feet in length, and it carried a giant circular spell altar on its back. Like a field of Haidodama, thousands of different divine flames hovered above the spell altar. And Lin couldn't help but gasp in admiration upon seeing this. Fellow cultivator and Lin, how about you wait outside the spell formation? I'll bring Xiaolan into the vermilion bird spell altar to carry out the holy birth handover ceremony. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's eyes rippled like water as she looked at An Lin. She was extremely enchanting, and it was almost impossible to refuse her request. No, I also want to enter the spell altar. After all, I'm Xiaolan's personal bodyguard. And Lin barely hesitated before immediately rejecting the great Empress Vermilion Bird's suggestion. How could he, and Lin, be missing from the holy birth handover ceremony? The great Empress Vermilion Bird looked slightly upset. But, if you get too close, you might disturb me while I'm conducting the holy birth handover ceremony. If that occurs, then fellow cultivator Xiaolan will also be affected. It's not worth the risk. Su Xiaolan also expressed her opinion upon hearing this. It's fine. If An Lin's nearby, then I'll feel more relaxed. Let him stay by my side. Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Under Su Xiaolan's forceful requests, the noblest being of the Vermilion Bird tribe eventually gave in and allowed An Lin to enter. However, she requested that An Lin keep at least 1,000 meters away from them. In no time, the great Empress Vermilion Bird and Su Xiaolan began the holy birth handover ceremony. On paper, this handover was an extremely simple process. After the great Empress Vermilion Bird found a successor, she had to willingly sever her connection with the Vermilion Bird heart essence. Then, The successor would refine the vermilion bird heart essence and henceforth succeed the supreme holy birth. However, this process wasn't as simple as it sounded. Finding a suitable and qualified successor was immensely difficult, and perfectly severing the vermilion bird heart essence from the original owner's body was also immensely hard. Successfully completing this process was almost as hard as stealing the sky and putting up a sham sun. The hidden dangers that were laced throughout this handover process were extremely unpredictable. Su Xiaolan never would have envisioned things to play out this way. She had initially wanted to settle some karma, yet she was now mysteriously about to succeed the holy vermilion bird beast's holy birth, although succeeding this position and freeing the great Empress Vermilion Bird from her suppression could also be seen as a way of repaying her debt of gratitude. To Su Xiaolan, however, this was an immeasurable immortal fortune. How mysterious fate was. It was so mysterious that even Su Xiaolan was feeling a little terrified herself. Why am I so fortunate? This was the question that was floating around Su Xiaolan's mind. Following the great Empress Vermilion Bird's instructions, she manipulated her fingers and formed several divine seals. The great Empress Vermilion Bird also shut her eyes and recited strings of mystical incantations. These were all utterances that Lin couldn't understand. However, he could sense that they were some kind of peculiar rhythm that could connect to the great Tao of heaven and earth. The blood-red vermilion bird heart essence span rapidly as it hovered between the two females. As it span, it also unleashed an eternal and undying aura. Sacrifice your origin blood essence to the vermilion bird heart essence and try to have it accept you. The great Empress Vermilion Bird suddenly opened her limpid blue eyes. Su Xiaolan cut her wrist open upon hearing this. Then, she allowed some of her origin blood essence to flow toward the vermilion bird heart essence. Her blood trickled forward like a thin stream before fusing into the crimson-red bead. A sinister red glow instantly erupted from the bead. It pulsated continuously, and its color also became increasingly rich and pure. Su Xiaolan let out a stifled groan as the color slowly drained from her face. Even her aura became slightly weaker. Right now, the cut on her wrist still hadn't healed, and the origin blood essence in her body was still streaming out toward the crimson-red bead. And Lin's heart ached as he watched this. He furrowed his brows slightly and murmured, "Isn't absorbing a few drops of origin blood essence enough? Why does this bead need to absorb so much?" As if to dispel Lin's worries, the great Empress Vermilion Bird quickly gave him an explanation by saying, "The process of the refining of the vermilion bird heart essence is naturally one of nearing death before being reborn anew. One needs to satisfy the vermilion bird heart essence's desire for origin blood essence and also allow the vermilion bird heart essence to take on the majority of its refiner's aura. Only then will the heart essence be able to fuse together perfectly with its host. As such, quite a large amount of blood essence will be required." And Lin's anxiety wasn't appeased by her explanation. He looked at Su Xiaolan and found that her condition had already deteriorated to an extremely poor state. Moreover, she seemed to shrink back instinctively, as if fearful of something. "Xiaolan, are you okay?" And Lin asked in a panicked voice. "Can you still endure?" Su Xiaolan's brows were locked into a frown, and her pretty face was becoming paler and paler by the second. I can keep going." And Lin was extremely anxious. Holy births and whatnot were all secondary matters. In his mind, Su Xiaolan's safety was the single most important thing. With this in mind, his eyes gradually started to become snowy white. Divine inspection technique. As Lin looked at Su Xiaolan, he discovered that her condition was extremely strange. Not only was her origin blood essence flowing out at a startling rate, but there was even another wisp of aura flowing out of her body and fusing into the vermilion bird heart essence. What on earth was the aura leaving Su Xiaolan's body? And Lin couldn't tell using his divine inspection technique. He turned his gaze toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird. However, he discovered that her body was enveloped in a thin film, and he was completely unable to observe her current situation. "Heh, you think I can't see through that film? Sorry, but this is a matter relating to Su Xiaolan's safety. No matter what it is, I and Lin am going to see it clearly with my own two eyes." and Lin didn't dare to rashly interrupt the holy birth handover ceremony. However, this didn't mean that he had to unconditionally accept this kind of unfamiliar process. He had to make heads or tails of Su Xiaolan's true condition. And Lin's eyes became clear and transparent. It reflected all matter in this expanse of heaven and earth. And at the same time, countless strings of information also hovered before his eyes. All mysteries that existed before him were unraveled before his eyes. Divine simulation technique. And Lin's divine sense power was rapidly consumed. At the same time, he was finally able to observe Su Xiaolan's true condition. Of course, he could also observe the great Empress Vermilion Bird's true condition as well. Initially, he was stunned. It was as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the next instant, however, this shock instantly turned into a raging fury. Boom! Boundless flames of rage surged through heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Lin's voice sounded like it was going to pierce through the heavens as he yelled, "Xiaolan, hurry up and stop." After activating his divine simulation technique, Lin could see that Su Xiaolan wasn't losing just her origin blood essence. In addition to it, she was also losing her mystical aura of fate and soul. As for the great Empress Vermilion Bird, her connection with the Vermilion Bird heart essence was still extremely tight. She showed absolutely no sign of wanting to sever her connection with it. No matter how much origin blood essence Su Xiaolan released, she still wouldn't be able to refine the Vermilion Bird heart essence. Meanwhile, the Vermilion Bird heart essence was absorbing Su Xiaolan's origin blood essence, fate, and soul through an extremely covert method. Then, it fed these into the great Empress Vermilion Bird's body. The great Empress Vermilion Bird wasn't handing over her holy birth. Rather, she was sucking away Su Xiaolan's life force. And Lin's furious roar startled the two females who were still conducting the handover ceremony. And Lin, Su Xiaolan faltered slightly. She was unsure why Lin had suddenly yelled at her to stop at such a critical moment. However, she still believed in Lin's words unconditionally. She stopped releasing her origin blood essence before distancing herself from the location of the Vermilion Bird heart essence. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's expression changed drastically. "Are you crazy?" she yelled. "Don't stop. If you stop releasing your origin blood essence, then both of us will suffer a severe backlash from the Vermilion Bird heart essence. If it's serious, then both our body and soul might be destroyed." Su Xiaolan completely ignored the great Empress Vermilion Bird's warnings as she quickly retreated into the distance. She had inferred many things from Lin's expression. It was extremely likely that this holy birth handover ceremony wasn't what she had imagined it to be. Sure enough, the discomfort that weighed on Su Xiaolan's mind rapidly dissipated as she retreated further and further from the Vermilion Bird heart essence. Along with it, the sensations of feebleness and pain that she experienced also started to gradually disappear. Pooh! The great Empress Vermilion Bird suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. There was indeed a backlash. However, it seemed like only the great Empress Vermilion Bird suffered from a backlash. What did this prove? This proved that the true owner of the Vermilion Bird heart essence and the true host of the mysterious handover ceremony was still the great Empress Vermilion Bird. It was also because of this that she suffered a severe backlash when the ceremony was forcibly terminated. If Su Xiaolan was truly refining the Vermilion Bird heart essence, then there was absolutely no way that she could come out of it unscathed. Thus, right now, it was more accurate to say that Su Xiaolan had escaped from the great Empress Vermilion Bird's bloodthirsty knife. Great Empress Vermilion Bird. What a cunning plan you devised. You absorbed Xiaolan's origin blood essence, and you even dared to absorb her fate and soul. And Lin was in a state of absolute fury. A devastating might raged through the surroundings, and an aura that was on par with the God of Creation stage started to envelop heaven and earth. There was a look of astonishment on the great Empress Vermilion Bird's face. It seemed as if she hadn't expected for her mysterious spell technique to be seen through. However, her expression of astonishment was quickly replaced by an expression of ruthless resolution. She immediately made a grabbing motion toward the fleeing Su Xiaolan. Crack! A dark red energy materialized in the surroundings and imprisoned Su Xiaolan in the void. This was the supreme essential power of the vermilion bird, and it possessed an absolute suppressive ability over Su Xiaolin. Her life was originally bestowed by me, and right now, I'm merely taking back what's mine. Is this wrong? The great Empress Vermilion Bird wore an eerie smile as she quickly flew toward Su Xiaolin. The vermilion bird heart essence before her once again erupted with a blinding light. Then, it started to forcefully absorb the blood of the azure-clothed female before it. Ah! Su Xiaolin cried out in pain as blood once again shot out from the wound on her wrist. The vermilion bird heart essence greedily absorbed Su Xiaolin's blood. This time, it made no attempt to hide its behavior. The speed at which it absorbed Su Xiaolin's blood essence was extremely quick, and it also started to frenziedly absorb her fate, divine sense, and life force. In fact, it even started to strip away her vermilion bird bloodline. "You're asking for death!" An enraged roar boomed through heaven and earth, and Lin instantly activated his 5-elemental body. A golden energy furiously tore through the void, and in Lin's body shot before the great Empress Vermilion Bird in the blink of an eye. Then, he mercilessly swung a fist toward her. The great Empress Vermilion Bird casually raised her hand and placed it in the path of an Lin's strike. "Do you really think you're invincible just because you caused the 6 Vermilion Bird sages to submit to you?" Her expression was aloof and calm. "You truly have no understanding of what true power is." Boom! Crack! The sound of bone cracking reverberated through the air. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's eyes widened in shock. Her hand had already been hammered into a broken mess. Boom! The aftershocks of the strike surged into the surroundings. The Vermilion Bird's spell altar was shattered to bits by the terrifying shockwaves. Meanwhile, the great Empress Vermilion Bird was also blasted back tens of thousands of meters. "Xiaolin, are you okay?" And Lin lowered his fist and anxiously turned toward Su Xiaolin. In the instant that the great Empress Vermilion Bird was struck, Su Xiaolin had freed herself from the great Empress Vermilion Bird's imprisonment and quickly distanced herself from the Vermilion Bird Heart Essence. The power of the Vermilion Bird Heart Essence had an absolute suppressive ability over the power in her body. Just like when a low-level being stood before a high-level being, she had absolutely no chance of resisting. "I'm fine. And Lin, be careful." Su Xiaolin's face was extremely pale as she shouted in reply. However, she still formed seals with her hands and unleashed millions of devastating holy flame arrows at the distant great Empress Vermilion Bird. "Your entire existence was bestowed by me, and all the abilities that you can use are derived from my powers. How are you going to fight against me?" The great Empress Vermilion Bird paused in midair. Her battered hand had already recovered, and she shot a piercing glare at the holy flame arrows that were streaking toward her. Under her withering glare, the countless arrows in the sky couldn't even maintain their forms. They immediately exploded into bursts of harmless flames. The true Vermilion Bird could effortlessly suppress all beings who possessed a Vermilion Bird bloodline. Tear. Just as the great Empress Vermilion Bird dealt with Su Xiaolin's attack, a thunderous tearing sound echoed through the surroundings. A shocked expression spread across the great Empress Vermilion Bird's face when she discovered that Lin had seized the opportunity to slice the hovering Vermilion Bird Heart Essence into two. Like a turbulent flood, a rich, dark red Vermilion Bird power surged into the surroundings. "No!" The great Empress Vermilion Bird lost control of her emotions again. "How is this possible? The Vermilion Bird Heart Essence is an origin object of singularity formed from the paramount Vermilion Bird Law. How can it be sliced apart so easily?" And Lin couldn't help but chuckle. "Paramount Vermilion Bird Law? Sorry, but my evil-slaying sword possesses the ability to sever nomological laws. Coupled with my Dao sword technique, how could I not slice open the unprotected Vermilion Bird Heart Essence?" The great Empress Vermilion Bird immediately unleashed her full power to summon the Vermilion Bird Heart Essence back to herself. She had suffered a severe backlash due to the Vermilion Bird Heart Essence being sliced apart, and several severe gashes had already appeared on her slender body. Blood continually flowed out from her wounds. How could Lin and Su Xiaolin let go of such a great opportunity? The two sides had already turned on each other now, and the only thing Lin and Su Xiaolin could do was to try their hardest to kill the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Thereupon, they both leaped toward the nearby great Empress Vermilion Bird. The great Empress Vermilion Bird swallowed the crudely patched Vermilion Bird heart essence and fused it back into her body. Her aura climbed explosively, and a projection of a gigantic and mighty Vermilion Bird materialized behind her back. Its aura was holy and noble, and it was as if it wanted to trample the entire heaven and earth under its feet. Its arrogance was unparalleled as it gazed down at the beings of the world. Before she could even attack, Su Xiaolan felt a suffocating might crush down upon her. She had clearly reached the peak of the Vermilion Bird Tao already, yet the might that was unleashed by the great Empress Vermilion Bird still rendered the power of her bloodline absolutely useless. "Kneel!" The great Empress Vermilion Bird shouted a command as she looked at Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan felt as though a paramount god had appeared before her. It demanded her to submit, and the bloodline in her body was already involuntarily bowing down to its power. At the same time, her knees started to disobey her as they gradually began to buckle. "You kneel first." And Lin's eyes became pure gold in color as a paramount divine might slammed into the great Empress Vermilion Bird's body. This was the super divine might technique, and it could unleash a divine might that could instantly force the 6 Vermilion Bird sages to kneel. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was indeed one of the proudest and most powerful beings. Even though she was hit by the super divine might technique, her body only trembled slightly, and she was still able to remain standing. However, a pair of strong hands had already clamped down on her shoulders and viciously pushed her down. Boom! The great Empress Vermilion Bird kneeled. She had kneeled a split second before Su Xiaolan's knees hit the ground. That's right. Su Xiaolan had kneeled down a split second after the great Empress Vermilion Bird. The two females kneeled at each other just like that. An uncanny silence fell over them. Su Xiaolan was stunned. Then, a warm feeling gradually welled up in her heart. She'd have never thought that, in order to protect her dignity, and Lin would actually do something as extraordinary as forcing the great Empress Vermilion Bird to kneel down first. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was momentarily dazed. Then her entire body began to tremble in fury. Since when had she ever kneeled to someone before? The 6 Vermilion Bird sages were at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, and they could be considered as the strongest cultivators under the God of Creation stage. When they saw the great Empress Vermilion Bird, however, they still acted like lowly dogs who only knew how to praise their owner. Who could force her to kneel? She was one of the 4 holy beasts, and she possessed an eternal and undying holy birth. She was the holiest, proudest, and noblest being of the world. How could she possibly kneel toward someone else? Right now, however, she was kneeling toward a bastard mixed-blood human. Even Lin didn't know how traumatic such an experience would be for the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Pooh! The great Empress Vermilion Bird was overwhelmed by rage, and she involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. The wounds on her body split open, and large amounts of blood started to spray through the air. Each drop of her blood was as valuable as a divine rank material. A glaring fracture had already appeared on her Tao heart. The extremely proud great Empress Vermilion Bird had actually kneeled toward a human. The mental damage that this caused was no lesser than if she had been killed by someone. "I'm going to kill you!" White and gold flames erupted from the great Empress Vermilion Bird's body as she howled in rage. Then, bringing with them a might that was capable of incinerating all matter, the flames viciously surged toward Lin, who was standing behind her. "You're playing with fire before me?" As Lin stepped back in retreat, a crimson divine halo suddenly materialized above his head. It possessed an absolute nomological power, and it instantly enveloped all the flames that were surging toward him. As if receiving an absolute order, the violent white and gold holy flames instantly stopped in the void. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's body shuddered slightly. Flames that appeared as if they could purify all matter flickered before her eyes. "I, the Vermilion Bird, am the true ruler of flames." She suddenly let out a high-pitched cry that was impossible for humans to emulate. This was an ethereal and transcendent sound. and Lin suddenly felt his absolute control over the flames disappear. Right now, an extremely transcendent being was fighting him for the right to control the flames. Moreover, this being also possessed a powerful and supreme heavenly god power. The great Empress Vermilion Bird unfurled her incredibly beautiful wings. Then, with her feet naked, she slowly walked toward Lin. With each step she took, a brilliant lotus would blossom in the void. Moreover, each lotus possessed a power that was capable of destroying an entire realm. They blossomed like raging flames, and they radiated with a might that was both terrifying and astounding. I was born in the universe and chaos. I am eternal and I am undying. I govern the flames of heaven and earth, and I command the billions of feathers one that exist throughout the realms. Even if heaven shatters and earth crumbles, I'll still be able to protect this southern realm. I'll still be able to ensure the eternity of the holy might. With what can you challenge me? A vermilion bird-shaped holy symbol materialized on the great Empress Vermilion Bird's forehead. She made a grabbing motion toward the void, and the holy flames that had been stopped by Lin immediately burst to life again. Then they continued to surge toward Lin. This was the first time Lin had lost control of an element after activating the corresponding heavenly god power. His expression changed drastically, and he instantly unsheathed and slashed down with his evil-slaying sword. The holy flame was sliced into two, yet it quickly fused back together. Moreover, its power wasn't weakened a single bit, as it continued to surge toward Lin with a devastating holy might. Not only did this flame possess the origin power of the vermilion bird, but it even possessed the eternally undying attribute of the great Empress Vermilion Bird's holy birth. For the first time in this battle, Lin started to feel the heat. He was clearly the heavenly fire god, the ultimate ruler of the flame Tao. However, he could do absolutely nothing about the white and gold flames that were rushing toward him. Die! The great Empress Vermilion Bird resented Lin so much that even her beautiful face had started to distort slightly. She clapped her hands together, and the undying holy flames that were surrounding Lin instantly exploded with a deafening boom. Boom! The earth tremored violently, like a continually expanding sun. A ball of white flames furiously engulfed and destroyed everything in the surroundings. Heat-resisting plants, powerful flame beasts, smoldering terrains. Without exception, everything in the surroundings was incinerated by the voracious ball of white flames. However, in the center of this holy flame's sun, several gusts of vicious wind and snow blades suddenly tore open a passageway. Heavenly weather power. With a single thought, Lin could manipulate a myriad of meteorological phenomena. Since he was unable to control the fire, Lin decided to use his other abilities to fight against the great Empress Vermilion Bird. In any case, apart from his heavenly fire power, Lin still had another 6 heavenly god powers that he could use. The wind and snow carved open a path, and Lin's body transformed into a bolt of golden void lightning as he dashed toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird at a terrifying speed. At the same time, his fist was imbued with the billowing powers of the 5 elements as lashed out at the great Empress Vermilion Bird's face. His speed was bestowed by the heavenly lightning power, and his strength was granted by his perfected body of the war god. When these 2 powers combined together, the might that was unleashed by Lin could even exceed the might that was unleashed by the attacks of ordinary gods of creation. You're actually able to rip open my holy flames? The great Empress Vermilion Bird's face twisted in fury as she threw a punch of her own. It looked as though there was no force behind her strike, yet heaven and earth were instantly plunged into darkness. Boom! Rings of energy shockwaves erupted outward, destroying everything that lay in their path. The powers of the 5 elements were clashing and colliding with the great Empress Vermilion Bird's brute power. Lin's strike this time was far more powerful than the strike that he had launched during his previous surprise attack. At that time, he managed to cripple the great Empress Vermilion Bird's hand. This time, however, their powers were very evenly matched. Not only could the great Empress Vermilion Bird play with fire, but even her physical strength was incredibly fearsome when she unleashed its full power. To Lin's surprise, She was even able to match it evenly with his body of the 5 elemental, the enhancement technique that he received after perfecting the body of the war god. And Lin's plan to target the great Empress Vermilion Bird's physical weakness became completely useless. After colliding together, both of them were sent stumbling back by an enormous power. And Lin knew that the great Empress Vermilion Bird could unleash even more devastating powers. However, even until now, the severe injuries that she had received in the battle against Pangu still hadn't fully recovered yet. Moreover, the Vermilion Bird heart essence had just been sliced apart by him, and this further added an extra layer of severe wounds to the great Empress Vermilion Bird's already injured body. It was only because of these reasons that Enlin was evenly matched with her. As Enlin pondered over these matters, countless crimson-colored flame feathers suddenly pierced toward his body. Unexpectedly, the great Empress Vermilion Bird had launched another volley of attacks as she retreated. Her wings beat rapidly as countless blood-red feathers shot out from her body. Like the sharpest of divine weapons, each feather was capable of tearing through all matter. And Lin's heart jolted, and he immediately abandoned the thought of defending with his body. He slashed his evil-slaying sword through the air and formed an airtight sword projection net that blocked out all of the razor-sharp flame feathers. However, the might that was possessed by the flame feathers was far too terrifying. Each time a feather collided into the sword projection net, it was as if a god of creation had unleashed their most powerful strike on the net. The devastating shockwaves of the collisions caused a tearing pain to shoot through Enlin's arms. Eventually, a flame feather managed to slip through Enlin's defenses and viciously stab into his waist. Not only was the tip of the feather as hard as a divine tool, but it even possessed a holy vermilion bird power that was capable of melting and penetrating through all matter. Rip, and Lin's body of the war god was ripped open. As the flame feather pierced into his body, a wisp of vermilion bird origin power slipped into his wound and entered his body. And Lin was just about to destroy this wisp of power. At this moment, the great Empress Vermilion Bird suddenly started to laugh. "I've finally managed to catch you." Origin blood essence spurted out from her body and condensed into a crimson-red holy symbol in midair. The dazzling glow that radiated from it enveloped both her and Enlin. Blood sacrifice Vermilion Bird holy sealing technique. Boundless reincarnation fire. Construct of karma, spatial displacement. Just as Enlin was about to resist, he discovered that there was a burst of Vermilion Bird power that was doing everything in its ability to teleport him to another location. In fact, this Vermilion Bird power was imbued with an enormous amount of essential power. Under its immense attack, the remnant Vermilion Bird power in Enlin's body was linked to the Vermilion Bird power that existed in the outside world. Enlin was momentarily stunned by this sudden and ferocious attack. When Enlin came to his senses again, he had already been teleported to another location in the Vermilion Bird star system. To be more precise, he had been teleported toward a devastatingly mighty sun. An unimaginable heat instantly charred Enlin's skin coal-black. As he hovered in the core of the sun, he was squeezed and hammered by a ferocious compressive force. The fire that burned in this sun was no ordinary fire. Enlin had eaten an ordinary sun before, and the fire that burned in that sun was nowhere near as fearsome as the fire that burned in this one. Amid the raging flames, there was no life, no space, and no substance. All that existed here was an undying flame that possessed the power of reincarnation and could incinerate everything into thin air. And Lin's appearance here was like an aberration. The power of the entire sun was rejecting and attacking him, and it wanted to incinerate and destroy this foreign matter that had entered its body. Thus, the attacks that Enlin faced were unimaginably overwhelming. Enlin was suffering an unspeakable agony. It was as if his body was going to melt and evaporate at any moment. He immediately activated his heavenly fire power and tried to control the flames that raged throughout this sun. However, he discovered that he couldn't fucking do it. The flames that blazed in this sun were imbued with the Vermilion Bird's absolute will. As such, Enlin's nomological power was completely useless against them. To be more precise, he wasn't powerful enough, so the nomological power that he could unleash wasn't strong enough to control these flames. Not only that, But this sun even dragged Lin into an uncanny reincarnation cycle. No matter where he moved, he would always be teleported back to the core of the sun the very next instant. He was completely unable to break free of this cycle, and Lin tried to hack the sun apart with his sword, yet once the flames were sliced open, they would instantly join back together again. These flames could also reincarnate. They could reincarnate from death back to life, and Lin had no choice but to form a barrier with his remaining 6 heavenly god powers. Even so, he still had to draw on every last bit of his power to defend against the devastating attacks of the flames. This was a formidable flame formation. Even though Lin was able to defend against its attacks for the moment, under the unceasing thrashings from the flames, there would eventually come a time where he would finally be unable to endure. When that time came, it would be in Lin's doomsday. As the sun battered Lin, it didn't forget to slowly orbit around the colossal vermilion bird star. This sun was also a member of the 9-star system. At this moment, a neighboring star suddenly exclaimed softly, "Huh? The vermilion bird actually used the reincarnation sun against a human? That's so overkilled." By activating this mystic technique, not only will the caster's life essence be decreased, but even their personal Tao will be detrimentally affected. It's a technique that hurts its caster almost as much as it hurts its enemy. The vermilion bird is willing to sacrifice so much to trap her enemy within the torturous reincarnation flames. Is her enemy too strong? Or is her hatred for the enemy too great? As the star murmured to itself, it used its penetrating gaze to look into the reincarnation sun. There, it discovered that Lin was still hanging on to his dear life. Upon seeing this, the star couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A strange cultivation base, a strange divine body, and a strange power. Everything about this human is strange. Where did this extraordinary talent come from? Could he be from Taichu? It's clear that the vermilion bird only wants to absorb the bloodline of her inheritor. Who'd have thought such a freak would be dragged into their matters? Such a shame. He shouldn't have provoked the vermilion bird so quickly. The star sighed in sympathy. Then it suddenly became a little hesitant. Should I save him? Forget about it. Everything is determined by fate. If he dies, then he dies. Who told him to provoke the vermilion bird? He'll be fine as long as he's less impulsive in his next life. The star shook its head in pity as it decided against rescuing Lin. Meanwhile, on the immortal vermilion star, in the flame heart immortal realm, after teleporting Lin away, the great Empress Vermilion Bird turned her frosty eyes toward the nearby Su Xiaolin. The corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. Done. I finally managed to kill that annoying fly. Now, only you and I are left in this realm. And Lin definitely won't be killed that easily. Su Xiaolin continued to draw divine patterns on her body as she looked at the great Empress Vermilion Bird. The great Empress Vermilion Bird slowly walked toward Su Xiaolin. There was a look of greed and hate on her face, and the overwhelming might of her holy birth relentlessly surged toward the azure-clothed female before her. What a perfect human! Your development is already far beyond what I had imagined. If I weren't in desperate need for an extremely pure bloodline power, then I genuinely might have installed you as the successor to my holy birth. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's fervent eyes swam over Su Xiaolin's body. Then, she placed a slender finger on her dainty lips and chuckled. If I absorb your power in entirety, then I'll definitely be able to heal the imperfections in my body. There's no denying the fact that I did kneel down to you. However, if I swallow you and fuse you into my body, then you'll become a part of me, the Vermilion Bird. That being the case, wouldn't I have just kneeled to myself? As such, I'll still be the proudest, noblest, and holiest me. Su Xiaolin's lips twitched upon hearing this. What kind of time is this? And you're still fixated on the issue of kneeling down at me? Come, become a part of me. The great Empress Vermilion Bird breathed out the Vermilion Bird heart essence again. The crimson-red bead released an extremely enchanting glow as it spun slowly. This glow made Su Xiaolin's bloodline palpitate in excitement. Like a moth charging into a flame, her bloodline wanted to recklessly leap toward the Vermilion Bird heart essence. There was a look of firm resolution on Su Xiaolan's face as she gripped her dragon sparrow sword tightly in her hands. Huh? You're still trying to resist? The great Empress Vermilion Bird chuckled softly. Everything that you possess was bestowed by me. What are you going to challenge me with? She made a pressing motion toward Su Xiaolan. Kneel. Boom. The supreme power that was unique to the great Empress Vermilion Bird descended upon Su Xiaolan's body. As expected, the Vermilion Bird bloodline in Su Xiaolan's body immediately submitted to her power. Moreover, it compelled Su Xiaolan's body to kneel down toward her. Su Xiaolan's knees started to bend. In the next instant, however, they suddenly straightened back up. The earth below them exploded apart. Then, Su Xiaolan dashed before the great Empress Vermilion Bird at an unfathomable speed. Like a roaring divine dragon, her dragon sparrow sword possessed a boundless dragon might as it furiously slashed down at the Vermilion Bird heart essence. Boom! A razor-sharp blade viciously tore at the Vermilion Bird heart essence. The place that Su Xiaolan struck was exactly the same location as where Lin had struck before. A fracture reappeared on the Vermilion Bird heart essence. Tearing open an old wound was much easier than trying to create a new wound elsewhere. Tragedy befell the Vermilion Bird heart essence again. When the great Empress Vermilion Bird came to her senses, it was already too late to remedy the situation. The dragon sparrow sword had already sliced the Vermilion Bird heart essence into two again. The great Empress Vermilion Bird lashed out at Su Xiaolan as she screamed in hysteria, "No!" Su Xiaolan parried with her sword, and the majestic power that hit it caused her dragon sparrow sword to tremble violently. Meanwhile, her body was also sent flying backward like a startled goose. However, her mouth suddenly opened at this moment. Roar! Like a raging torrent, an azure-green dragon breath instantly engulfed the great Empress Vermilion Bird's body. In the next instant, however, a blazing holy flame erupted and incinerated the billowing dragon breath into nothingness. The great Empress Vermilion Bird looked extremely feeble as she swallowed the Vermilion Bird heart essence back into her body once more. However, she continued to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. Impossible! Absolutely impossible. How come you can still attack me? Su Xiaolan paused in midair. Meanwhile, her dragon sparrow sword continued to dance through the void like a dashing lightning dragon. When Lin was fighting against you, what did you think I was drawing divine patterns onto my body for? It was to seal away the damned Vermilion Bird bloodline in my body. Since you can command all Vermilion Bird bloodlines, I decided to seal away my own Vermilion Bird bloodline. Gold, semi-transparent dragon scales started to materialize on Su Xiaolan's pale and delicate skin. At the same time, 2 dragon horns also started to emerge on her head. Everything that I possess was bestowed by you? Sorry, but even without the Vermilion Bird bloodline, I, Su Xiaolan, can still beat you. Crack. Su Xiaolan shattered the Azure Dragon Tribe's guardian deity Jade Pendant. On the Azure Dragon Tribe's main star, the Dragon Origin Star, this was an ancient and immortal star. At this moment, it suddenly tremored slightly. Then, an unfathomable star power pierced through the void and directly landed on the body of an azure-clothed female who was located on the immortal Vermilion Star. Not only that, but the entire Azure Dragon Tribe's Dao Realm True Intent, Divine Sense Power, and extremely mystical fate power all started to act upon the azure-clothed female's body. After crushing the guardian deity Jade Pendant, Su Xiaolan could obtain the power of a god of creation for a short while. At this moment, she had finally become a guardian deity who was under the protection of the entire Azure Dragon Tribe. She had become a true god of creation stage divine being. Great Empress Vermilion Bird, I had initially come here to settle my karma with you. I had come here to repay a debt of gratitude. Thus, even if you asked for my bloodline, I would have willingly given it to you. However, you wanted to absorb my fate, and you also wanted to absorb my soul. You wanted to absorb everything that I had. A pair of azure-colored dragon wings appeared on Su Xiaolan's back. The dense holy patterns that decorated them radiated with a brilliant glow, and the origin aura of the Azure Dragon Dao also soared into the sky. Sorry, but we're enemies now. As Su Xiaolan shouted this, her eyes suddenly became pure gold in color. Meanwhile, her dragon might transformed into a golden energy wave that proliferated 50,000 kilometers into the distance. This might swept throughout the entire immortal vermilion star. Immediately afterward, her holy Tao condensed into a colossal and mighty azure dragon that was coiled up on top of the star. The sight of this dragon terrified the beings on the immortal vermilion star. Some were shocked unconscious by the azure dragon's aura, while others were so frightened that they started to fly around like headless chickens. Enemy attack! There's an enemy attack! Heavens! Such a gigantic dragon! Has the azure dragon himself descended? Hurry up and flee! Run away from this star! Many vermilion birds had already been scared into irrationality. The 6 vermilion bird sages and Mohai hurriedly sprinted toward the vermilion bird spell altar. Then, they were left absolutely gobsmacked when they saw the sight of the great Empress Vermilion Bird facing off against Su Xiaolan. This turn of events had completely exceeded their wildest imaginations. The blood-drenched great Empress Vermilion Bird, the dragon-horned Su Xiaolan, both of them were exuding extremely terrifying auras. What's going on? Why did they suddenly start fighting? The spell formation that contained the Vermilion Bird spell altar possessed the ability to isolate it from the outside world. Moreover, it could prevent any internal energy from leaking into the outside world. The great Empress Vermilion Bird had initially set this up so that she could quietly absorb and swallow Su Xiaolan. Unexpectedly, however, Su Xiaolan was able to trigger the power of the dragon origin star, and even managed to condense a colossal azure dragon above the immortal vermilion star. In the end, the events that were transpiring within the spell formation were still brought to the attention of the outside world. Is this truly Su Xiaolan? Mohai felt like his outlook on cultivation had received a huge blow. He knew that Su Xiaolan was powerful, yet he was unable to fathom the fact that she was powerful enough to battle against the paramount being of the Vermilion Bird tribe. The little girl who had once called him brother and followed him around everywhere had already become a supreme being who could challenge the authority of the holy Vermilion Bird beast. This was a paramount being who even the Vermilion Bird sect had to look up to. The great Empress Vermilion Bird is in danger. Let's go and help Her Majesty. Charge! Exterminate that despicable and treacherous human. The 6 Vermilion Bird sages roared in anger as they lunged at Su Xiaolan. However, they were blocked out by the spell formation that surrounded the Vermilion Bird spell altar. Awkward expressions fell over their faces. The great Empress Vermilion Bird isn't allowing us to help. This is a proud battle that belongs to the great Empress Vermilion Bird herself. There's absolutely no need for us to help. Indeed, that must be the case. In Her Majesty's eyes, Su Xiaolan is nothing more than a slightly bigger ant. If we rashly go to help, then aren't we insulting Her Majesty's abilities? All we need to do is sit still and wait for the results. The 6 Vermilion Bird sages instantly became relaxed as they reached this conclusion. Meanwhile, Mohai suddenly started to panic. He had finally come to the realization that he and the 6 Vermilion Bird sages were now enemies. If they targeted him, Mohai gulped. Then he quietly shuffled behind a large rock. They can't see me. They can't see me. Sure enough, the 6 Vermilion Bird sages didn't see him. To be more precise, they couldn't be bothered looking over at him. Compared to the great Empress Vermilion Bird's battle, Mohai didn't deserve any of their attention, not even a single second of it. At this moment, the azure dragon that was coiled above the immortal vermilion star had already lowered its head to gaze at the great Empress Vermilion Bird. A fearsome dragon might instantly cause the earth surrounding the great Empress Vermilion Bird to cave in. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's bloodline started to churn as the boundless power of the dragon might crush down on her. A desire to duel against the azure dragon suddenly emerged in her mind. This is a projection of the azure dragon's holy birth. There was a look of astonishment on the great Empress Vermilion Bird's face. Isn't this a power that can only be activated by the guardian deities of the azure dragon tribe? How come you? Tear! The void tremored fiercely. Su Xiaolan arrived before the great Empress Vermilion Bird in a flash. One of her hands transformed into a dragon claw, and like a bolt of lightning, a streak of azure-colored holy light tore through the void. At the same instant, the azure dragon in the sky also lashed out with one of its claws. At this moment, it seemed as if Su Xiaolan had transformed into a genuine azure dragon. Her claw possessed a vast and billowing azure dragon power as it angrily smashed toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird. The wings behind the great Empress Vermilion Bird's back suddenly folded and wrapped around her body. Boom! Lightning, clouds, and wind all exploded at the same instant. The great Empress Vermilion Bird let out a muffled groan as her body flew back like a streak of light. Then, she crashed heavily into the spell formation that surrounded the Vermilion Bird's spell altar and spat out another mouthful of blood. Great Empress Vermilion Bird! No! The 6 Vermilion Bird sages stared at the scenes before them in shock. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was sent flying by Su Xiaolan's strike? Her Majesty was sent flying by a mere human female? Heh! Great Empress Vermilion Bird, are your wounds already so severe? Su Xiaolan smiled faintly. Her breathing was like the billowing of clouds and mists as she quickly adjusted to her explosively climbing power. Great Empress Vermilion Bird. You bitch couple. Both of you sneak attacked me once. Yet you still have the face to ask me this. Su Xiaolan tilted her chin as her hands transformed into a pair of nimble dragon claws. Bringing with her a power that was capable of tearing apart an entire planet, she ferociously charged toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird again. Enough with the nonsense. Watch how I tear you to shreds. Shadows of azure dragons slithered around Su Xiaolan's body, and the projection of the azure dragon's holy birth also bestowed upon her an extremely domineering power. Right now, she was like a mini Tyrannosaurus Rex that was viciously slashing its claws toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's hands became crimson gold in color as she quickly defended against Su Xiaolan's attack. Boom! 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 Like endless explosions of lightning, the collision between the two females was magnificent and earth-shattering. Just the mere shock waves of the collision were powerful enough to collapse the void and shatter mountains and rivers. This was a collision between the paramount azure dragon power and the paramount vermilion bird power. If by Shui and Qi you activated their guardian deity jade pendants, then they could also unleash a god of creation stage power for a short period of time. After experiencing the tempering of the dragon Dao pond, Su Xiaolan had already broken through to the Dao integration pinnacle stage. As such, her strength was already far greater than that of Bai Shui and Qiyu. Now that she had activated her guardian deity jade pendant, how could her strength not exceed the level of ordinary god of creation stage divine beings? That being the case, she was completely unafraid of the holy vermilion bird beast, especially a severely wounded holy vermilion bird beast. Azure Dragon Holy Technique, Star Plucking. Su Xiaolan viciously grabbed at the great Empress Vermilion Bird, and a black hole-like suction force instantly erupted from the center of her claws. It was as though she wanted to grasp everything before her in her hands. Rip! Su Xiaolan ripped a handful of feathers from the great Empress Vermilion Bird's wings. The great Empress Vermilion Bird flared up in rage upon seeing this. This was no different from a female ripping apart the clothes of another female in a fight between them. This was a massive humiliation. Wah! She suddenly let out a weird cry. A blinding light suddenly erupted from the feathers in Su Xiaolan's hands. Shit! Su Xiaolan's expression changed drastically, and she was about to throw the feathers from her hands. Boom! The feathers exploded. Su Xiaolan's body was engulfed by a ball of holy flames that was brighter and hotter than the sun. Su Xiaolan cut a sorry figure as she flew out from the holy flame explosion. Her entire body was covered in burns of varying severities, and a chunk of the dragon claws on her hands had already been incinerated and destroyed. An azure-colored holy light enveloped her entire body. Then, it released an extremely potent healing power that treated the wounds on her body. However, before she could even recover, an overwhelming energy fluctuation appeared before her again. A red figure had dashed before Su Xiaolan at an unfathomable speed. Then, like a heaven-piercing sword, their hand ruthlessly stabbed at her heart. Su Xiaolan twisted her body, and a black shadow instantly lashed out from behind her and swatted the red figure aside. Boom! The great Empress Vermilion Bird's arm was disfigured by a tremendous force. When she focused her gaze, she realized that a golden dragon tail had already appeared before her eyes. "Don't you want to be human anymore?" As the Vermilion Bird shouted, her other arm had already smashed through Su Xiaolan's defenses and hammered into her chest. Su Xiaolan felt an explosive power slam into her body. This power felt like it was going to instantly destroy her entire existence. However, before this power could destroy her body, a water-like azure dragon power coursed through her body and quickly neutralized the great Empress Vermilion Bird's Vermilion Bird power. Boom! Su Xiaolan was sent flying by the great Empress Vermilion Bird's attack. Right now, she had already neutralized 90% of the Vermilion Bird power. However, there was still 10% of it wreaking havoc within her body. This power was capable of obliterating any super mighty being of the Tao integration stage. However, thanks to her outrageously powerful physical body, Su Xiaolan was able to forcefully endure this burst of devastating power. Whoosh! A spatial shockwave rippled through the air. The great Empress Vermilion Bird wore a ruthless expression as she dashed before Su Xiaolan once more. A petrifying aura enveloped Su Xiaolan's body. Then, Su Xiaolan saw the great Empress Vermilion Bird flash through 99 different locations in an instant. As she did so, she also unleashed 99 different attacks. Each attack contained a supreme divine ability, and each attack was targeted at a flaw that was unique to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan funneled all of her azure dragon power into her dragon sparrow sword. Like a slithering azure dragon, the dragon sparrow sword flashed through the air and precisely blocked every single one of the Vermilion Bird's 99 attacks. They exchanged attack after attack. They collided time and time again. The more they fought, the more evenly matched Su Xiaolan and the great Empress Vermilion Bird appeared. This was especially the case after Su Xiaolan became familiar with the formidable might of the azure dragon power. She could handle the great Empress Vermilion Bird's attacks with ease, and at times, she could even launch counterattacks that posed great threats to the great Empress Vermilion Bird. The great Empress Vermilion Bird felt extremely frustrated. Even in her dreams, she would have never imagined that some measly prey in her eyes could become evenly matched with her. Even though she was severely wounded, and even though she had expended an exorbitant amount of energy to kill Lin, pummeling a relatively weak god of creation should have still been an extremely simple task. However, now that Su Xiaolan had activated her guardian deity Jade Pendant, how could her strength not exceed the level of relatively weak god of creation stage divine beings? In fact, the power being unleashed by Su Xiaolan right now was a sliver more powerful than heavenly monarch Bei Luo's most powerful state. Thereupon, billions of beings witnessed the most shocking and unfathomable scenes in their lives. At this moment, the entire Vermilion Bird star system knew that the great Empress Vermilion Bird was battling against a powerful individual from the Azure Dragon tribe. This was a devastating battle that shattered the heavens and obliterated the earth. The immortal Vermilion star was an extremely sturdy star that was buffed by layer upon layer of nomological spell formations. Even if tens of thousands of nuclear bombs were dropped on it, barely anything would happen. Now, however, catastrophic phenomena swept throughout the entire immortal Vermilion star. Its tectonic plates rumbled violently as they continued to shift around, and it looked as if the entire planet was about to crumble at any moment. Crack! Boom! The spell formation surrounding the Vermilion Bird spell altar was obliterated. Su Xiaolan and the great Empress Vermilion Bird transformed into azure and red streaks as they shot into the sky. They continued to exchange blows with each other, and each time they did so, it was as if there were a mini-sun exploding in the air. Without the restrictions of the Vermilion Bird spell altar's spell formation, there was nothing left to contain the destructive power of the two females' battle. The shock waves of their battle started to cause catastrophic damage to the immortal Vermilion star. Azure Dragon Ancestral Aura! Su Xiaolan opened her mouth, and a dragon breath instantly shot out toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird. This azure gold dragon breath possessed an ancient aura, and much like an infinite river that rested above the galaxies, it appeared eternal and undying. The Azure Dragon ancestral aura even managed to tear a hole in the Great Empress Vermilion Bird's holy flame protective barrier. The Great Empress Vermilion Bird felt a life-threatening danger from this dragon breath. I can't face this attack head-on. The Great Empress Vermilion Bird instantly entered an extremely mysterious state. She appeared transcendent and ethereal, like a wisp of undetectable smoke. As the azure gold dragon breath washed over her body, she disappeared instantly, like a wisp of smoke. Su Xiaolan's dragon scales stood on end when she detected a figure closing in on her at an incredible speed. This was a speed that was quicker than spatial skipping. Chaos teleportation. As the Great Empress Vermilion Bird materialized before Su Xiaolan, her slender fingers intertwined to form a holy seal of a soaring vermilion bird. Then, she ruthlessly pushed the holy seal towards Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan slashed her sword through the air. However, what appeared before her eyes was a soaring vermilion bird that could blot out the sky with its gigantic wings. Its body blazed with a boundless origin power, and it swooped at Su Xiaolan and pushed her down toward the ground. The vermilion bird's power was far too tremendous, and Su Xiaolan had no way of dodging its attack. Boom! An earth-shattering crimson shockwave erupted outward and engulfed everything in the surroundings. Countless beings wailed in anguish as they perished from the world. At the same time, countless soaring mountains were pulverized into flat ground. As the apocalyptic energy disappeared, a crater that was in the shape of a vermilion bird appeared on a stretch of land that spanned over 5,000 kilometers in radius. Su Xiaolan panted heavily as she stood in the center of the vermilion bird-shaped crater. You actually blocked it? The Great Empress Vermilion Bird was stunned. Her aura had become unstable, and she squinted her eyes as she gazed at the female standing in the crater. Great Empress Vermilion Bird, we've come to help you. Charge! Kill that despicable human. The 6 vermilion bird sages spread their wings and swooped toward Su Xiaolan. Azure Dragon Holy Technique. Waking the Sleeping Dragon. Su Xiaolan's sword danced with the movements of the Azure Dragon. At some unknown point in time, the colossal Azure Dragon that had been coiled on top of the immortal vermilion star had already materialized behind Su Xiaolan. Then, it reared its head and soared into the sky. The Great Empress Vermilion Bird was also brimming with raging battle intent. Her body suddenly exploded, and a boundless sea of milky white holy flames instantly engulfed the sky. Then, bringing with it a vast sea of origin flames, an extremely noble and proud vermilion bird swooped down from the sky. In this instant, the billions of beings in the vermilion bird star system could all see a colossal azure dragon colliding with a colossal vermilion bird. As the azure and crimson energies collided and exploded, the sky and earth were both torn open and suffused by devastating azure and crimson energy shockwaves. Ah! Save me! The 6 vermilion bird sages, who had just flown over to aid the Great Empress Vermilion Bird, instantly vomited blood as they were blasted back by tremendous shockwaves of the 2 females' collision. More shockingly, a large chunk of the ginormous immortal vermilion star had been obliterated by the force of the azure and crimson shockwaves. This caused the immortal vermilion star to deviate from its original orbit, resulting in it becoming a wandering star. Mo Hai had fled as if his life depended on it, and even so, he had only managed to narrowly avoid being blasted to death by the terrifying shockwaves. There was a lingering fear in his heart as he looked back at the catastrophic destruction behind him. Apart from the pulverized land, all he could see was the scene of 2 colossal holy beasts colliding and tearing at each other's flesh. Everything else was replaced by azure and crimson-colored streaks of energy. In this boundless vermilion bird star system, only these 2 colossal holy beasts appeared to be genuine and real. The azure dragon roared as it hovered above the star. The vermilion bird cried as it blotted the sky with its wings. This scene was like a primordial and chaotic painting. It was beautiful and magnificent. It was boundless and tremendous. It was a dynamic yet eternal scene, one that seemed almost too monumental for one to believe. And Lin was still trapped in the Reincarnation sun. He had exhausted almost all of his techniques in an attempt to break free from the Reincarnation flames. yet they were all to no avail. The reincarnation flames relentlessly lashed at the protective barrier that was formed from his heavenly god power. In fact, the flames even increased in power and showed absolutely no signs of slowing down. If this continued, then Enlin would eventually succumb to the reincarnation flames. The shockwaves from the Vermilion Bird and Azure Dragon's battle had already traveled into the star that he was trapped within. Xiaolan has already used her final trump card. If she can't defeat the great Empress Vermilion Bird, then she'll be in grave danger when her enhancement technique eventually expires. Enlin was extremely worried about Su Xiaolan's safety. What can I do? How can I destroy this undying reincarnation power? If this had been an ordinary sun, then Enlin could have easily swallowed it. After all, it wasn't as if he hadn't swallowed a sun before. If such was the case, then Enlin wouldn't have been anywhere near as distressed as he was now. Hold on. Swallow? Yeah. Why can't I swallow this boundless reincarnation fire? Perhaps Enlin didn't know anything about cultivation. However, when it came to eating things, he truly had an amazing track record. The might of the boundless reincarnation fire was far more terrifying than the essence power of ordinary suns. However, Enlin was also far more powerful than when he had swallowed the sun for his mission. I can probably swallow it, right? Let me have a little taste first. Enlin opened his mouth and activated the engulfment spell technique. The projection of a gigantic black whale appeared behind his back. Right now, he was using the unique power of the heavenly void beast that resided in his sea of vital energy. It possessed an extremely powerful engulfing ability, and there was a large probability that he could engulf the flame energy into his stomach and then safely digest it. Whoosh! A raven-black vortex materialized in front of Enlin and started to aggressively tug at the flames before him. The white and gold flames surged violently. Then, they started to flow toward the raven-black vortex. Enlin was overjoyed upon seeing this. The boundless reincarnation fire that reincarnates for all eternity. Huh. When you enter my stomach, how are you going to reincarnate for all eternity? Boom! White and gold flames gushed into his sea of vital energy. The tremendously hot flames instantly lit up his entire sea of vital energy. Then, the flames started to spread and collide violently. The beasts in his sea of vital energy, Little Whale, the Holy Flame Vermilion Bird, and Kirin, Little Xianwu, and Little White Tiger, were all given a fright. Then, they immediately unleashed a torrent of attacks to suppress the sea of flames before them. Roar, wah, chirp, crackle, bang. Initially, they were just powerful enough to suppress the reincarnation flames. However, much to Enlin's shock, the beasts were gradually overwhelmed as more and more reincarnation flames were sucked into his sea of vital energy. Before long, the beasts all started to wail in anguish. Like a magnificent river, the boundless reincarnation fire furiously flowed into the vortex that Enlin had summoned. His sea of vital energy was already filled with a boundless amount of reincarnation flames. Moreover, Kirin and his other pets had all been burned to death already. Then, relying on the unique characteristics of Enlin's sea of vital energy, they all revived again. Then, after a short while, they were all burned to death again. They revived before dying again, and they died before reviving again. Enlin didn't know whether the boundless reincarnation fire could genuinely reincarnate itself. However, he was certain that the boundless reincarnation fire had allowed Kirin and his other small pets to experience the true meaning of reincarnation. Little White Tiger, Little Xianwu, and the other new residents in his sea of vital energy had all been tortured to tears. Why is this sea of vital energy so terrifying? No one warned me before. Mama, it's so scary. I want to go home. Enlin's heart ached as he looked at the poor little pets in his sea of vital energy. Then, he continued to suck large amounts of reincarnation flames into his sea of vital energy. I'm sorry, but you're all going to have to suffer a little first. When your mama is rescued, then I'll put out the flames in my sea of vital energy. Enlin used his divine sense to roughly observe the situation of the reincarnation sun. The results were extremely satisfactory. its volume had already decreased by 1%. This proved that the reincarnation flames would be isolated by a unique power after entering his sea of vital energy. In other words, they wouldn't be able to reincarnate and rebirth anymore. With this in mind, Enlin elatedly increased his engulfing speed. He widened his mouth and absorbed the boundless amounts of reincarnation flames at a rate of 1 Pacific Ocean per mouthful. 10 minutes later. Burp. Erg. Enlin felt nauseous, and he suddenly began to vomit violently. There was a huge amount of reincarnation flames in his sea of vital energy, and they furiously burned through everything that they came into contact with. Even the liquid form vital energy in his sea of vital energy had been evaporated into gas. When liquids became gases, they would naturally expand in volume. Right now, Enlin was experiencing the excruciating pain caused by the expansion of his sea of vital energy. If he continued this rate of absorption, then his sea of vital energy would explode in under a minute. Shit, I can't continue absorbing like this. If I keep going, then I'll definitely die. Enlin glanced at the sun. It only shrunk by a mere 8%. There's no way I can absorb it all. What can I do? What can I do? I can't eat anymore. Enlin was feeling extremely panicked. How can I absorb all the reincarnation flames but not have them fill up my sea of vital energy? After racking his brain for a while, a brilliant thought suddenly flashed through Enlin's mind. If he hadn't been backed into a corner, then he definitely wouldn't have thought of this kind of method. This was because even he himself felt a slight resistance toward this power. Even he himself felt a slight resistance toward this alternate identity of his. Now, however, he had no choice but to utilize this power. He had to give this method a try. The location of Enlin's heart suddenly transformed into a dark void. Every supreme being of the return to void pinnacle stage possessed their own divine Tao power. Did Enlin possess one? Of course he did. His divine Tao power was darkness. A pure blackness started to materialize beneath Enlin's feet. This darkness slowly proliferated outward while in the process of absorbing everything in the surroundings. It was extremely silent, and it was extremely gentle. There was no sound, and there was no swarming energy. Everything proceeded in absolute silence. It was impossible to describe this darkness. The supremely hot reincarnation flames possessed the ability to reset all matter and the ability to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Under the power of this darkness, however, it was absorbed without a single shred of resistance. In the same vein, all matter that was absorbed by the darkness would be transformed into nothingness. After unleashing his divine Tao power of darkness, Enlin was shocked to discover that his speed of absorbing the reincarnation flames had become over 100 times quicker than before. Moreover, the boundless reincarnation fire would completely vanish after being absorbed into the pure darkness. Even Enlin was unsure about where these flames went. It was as if their entire existence had been wiped from the face of the universe. Such a terrifying power. Enlin was scared shitless by his own power. He knew that his divine Tao power of darkness possessed an engulfing ability. However, he had never expected it to be so overwhelmingly powerful. Even the boundless reincarnation fire was defenseless against it. At this moment, a star that was close to the reincarnation sun suddenly opened its eyes. This is impossible, the star exclaimed in shock. The reincarnation flames are disappearing at such a rapid rate. What's going on? What on earth did that male do? The reincarnation sun was shrinking at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. One had to realize each star was hundreds or even thousands of times larger than the surrounding planets. Now, however, the reincarnation sun was shrinking at an incredible rate. What did this represent? Engulfing an entire planet with each mouthful? This had to be a joke. The nearby star suddenly became extremely panicked. This was a star that could directly refer to the noblest and proudest great Empress Vermilion Bird by her name. Just this simple fact was enough to demonstrate its lofty identity and status. It had lived for countless years, and it had also witnessed countless bizarre and uncanny events. However, never before had it come across a being who could engulf a sun so quickly. Moreover, this sun was no ordinary sun. Rather, This was the Reincarnation sun, a sun that possessed an eternal and undying attribute. As these thoughts flashed through the star's mind, the body of the Reincarnation sun visibly shrunk by a significant amount again. At the same time, the light that it emitted also started to become increasingly dim. It looked like it was about to die from energy exhaustion at any moment. The powerful star was feeling a genuine sense of panic. Could see the darkness within the Reincarnation sun's body. This was a darkness that looked as if it wanted to engulf and turn everything into nothingness. This was a darkness that caused a boundless sense of danger to grip at its heart. It's too mysterious. It's too powerful. The power of the human male had far exceeded the star's wildest imaginations. How were the Reincarnation sun's flames swallowed? Where did these swallowed flames go? In what manner did these flames disappear? The powerful star had no answer to these questions. To say nothing of the star, even Enlin himself didn't understand what was going on. Although Enlin had grasped the true intent of darkness and attained enlightenment in the paramount law of the Dark Tao, he was still relatively ignorant regarding the true darkness. Whenever he tried to further his understanding of it, it felt like his entire existence was about to be engulfed by the darkness. It felt as if his entire existence was about to be wiped from the face of the universe. This was the reason why he instinctively feared using this power. The nearby star had already slowly distanced itself from the Reincarnation sun out of the 8 great stars that orbited around the Vermilion Bird star. It had least expected for the Reincarnation sun to be destroyed. After all, this was decided by the unique qualities of the stars. Reincarnation represented immortality. As such, even if a divine being of the God of Creation stage furiously pummeled the Reincarnation sun for hundreds of years, it still wouldn't feel so much as an itch on its body. Now, however, neighbor Reincarnation sun looked like it was about to die. The powerful star didn't dare linger around its neighbor any longer. It immediately fled into the distance, fearful that the burst of dark power would accidentally reach its body. The Reincarnation sun became smaller and smaller. Eventually, there was a puff. A pure burst of darkness shredded through the tremendously dazzling sun. In this instant, the Reincarnation sun that had blazed for countless thousands of years was finally entirely engulfed by the darkness. An absolute darkness appeared in the universe. This darkness appeared as if it wanted to continue proliferating outward. The powerful star felt as if the light in the surroundings, the 8 great stars, and the billions of galaxies in the distance had all vanished in this instant. What entered its eyes was a boundless void of nothingness. The sight of this caused terror to grip at its heart. It had never heard of, much less seen, such a pure dark power before. Thankfully, this darkness disappeared in the very next instant. All that remained in that expanse of space was a white-clothed male. His body was extremely tiny, yet the powerful sun was completely unable to ignore his presence. Right now, it appeared as if his entire body was radiating with a light that was more dazzling than the sun's. "Shit, Vermilion Bird, you've picked a fight with the wrong person," the powerful star murmured. Meanwhile, on the immortal Vermilion star, the battle between Su Xiaolan and the great Empress Vermilion Bird was still raging at full intensity. An azure-colored holy light that possessed the essential power of the azure dragon furiously clashed with a crimson-colored holy light that possessed the essential power of the Vermilion Bird. The devastating shockwaves emitted by their collisions caused the heavily protected immortal Vermilion star to become extremely battered and broken. The 6 Vermilion Bird sages were also beaten half-dead by the shockwaves of the battle. As a result, they could only reluctantly retreat from the battlefield. At this moment, no matter how stubborn they had no choice but to admit that Su Xiaolan was incredibly powerful. The great Empress Vermilion Bird had already transformed into her original form. As she beat her wings, she transformed into a colossal vermilion bird that measured millions of feet in wingspan. Su Xiaolan also transformed out of her human form as her body flawlessly fused with the projection of the Azure Dragon. With her body as the core and with the power of the Azure Dragon as the body, she manipulated the colossal dragon and had it viciously battle against the Vermilion Bird before her. Their battle gradually moved away from the immortal Vermilion star. This was an intentional move by the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Su Xiaolan also didn't want to obliterate the immortal Vermilion Star. After all, there were far too many beings on this star who hadn't been able to flee in time. If they didn't move away, then their battle would definitely destroy this star. Thereupon, their battle moved from the immortal Vermilion Star to the boundless void of the universe. The battle between them had already reached a stage of primal simplicity. Like wild beasts, they relentlessly exchanged blow after blow. They tore with their claws, and they bit with their jaws. At times, they even unleashed some tremendous and dazzling immortal techniques. However, these techniques were all used to aid them in taking another bite out of their opponent. The power of the Vermilion Bird's flames was immense. After crashing through the Vermilion Bird's flame realm, the dragon scales on Su Xiaolan's azure dragon body had already become charred and cracked. However, Su Xiaolan didn't show any sign of wanting to retreat. Instead, she dashed in front of the Vermilion Bird and viciously bit down. The Vermilion Bird wanted to flee, yet at some unknown point in time, the azure dragon's tail had already appeared behind her back and blocked her path of retreat. Boom! The azure dragon's tail ruthlessly slammed into the Vermilion Bird's back. The great Empress Vermilion Bird let out a startled yelp as her colossal body plummeted toward the void before her. At this moment, the azure dragon's bloody maw had already lunged toward her and viciously crunched down on her neck. Like countless divine weapons, the azure dragon's razor-sharp teeth slowly sunk into the Vermilion Bird's flesh. Blood sprayed through the air. Squawk! The great Empress Vermilion Bird howled in anguish as she started to furiously beat her wings. A boundless amount of searing flames erupted from her body. As these flames proliferated into the surroundings, her entire body transformed into a blazing crimson-colored sun. For Su Xiaolan, clinging onto the Vermilion Bird with her mouth was like biting into a sun. It felt extremely uncomfortable. However, she didn't let go and even started to suck the great Empress Vermilion Bird's blood. Drinking a mouthful of her blood was like eating a high-rank immortal pill. Su Xiaolan, gulp, 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 gulp. She started to gulp down large mouthfuls of the great Empress Vermilion Bird's blood. Squawk! The great Empress Vermilion Bird wailed in anguish. Then, she unfurled her wings and started to furiously slap Su Xiaolan on the head. However, Su Xiaolan continued to cling onto her neck and gulp down her blood. The great Empress Vermilion Bird wanted to absorb her origin blood essence and bloodline. Then she was going to drink every last drop of the great Empress Vermilion Bird's blood. The neck region was an Achilles heel for Vermilion Birds, so how could Su Xiaolan let go? Victory and defeat were going to be decided in this critical moment. A look of ruthless resolution appeared on the great Empress Vermilion Bird's face as she was backed into a corner. Nan Li Vermilion Bird Fire. Vermilion Bird Nan Li, one of the 6 Vermilion Bird sages, suddenly shuddered. Then, it started to screech in agony. Its bloodline burned furiously as it was stripped from its body and summoned to the great Empress Vermilion Bird's side. The remaining 5 members of the 6 Vermilion Bird sages were all transfixed with shock and terror. The great Empress Vermilion Bird is extracting Vermilion Bird Nan Li's origin bloodline? This is going to kill Vermilion Bird Nan Li. Immediately afterward, however, they were all plunged into the same nightmarish situation. Yu Luo Vermilion Bird Fire. Bing Xian Vermilion Bird Fire. Tian Jin Vermilion Bird Fire. Huan Jin Vermilion Bird Fire. Tai Jing Vermilion Bird Fire. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's voice was like a divine decree, and none of the Vermilion Birds could disobey her will. The bloodlines of the 6 Vermilion Bird sages started to combust upon her command. They wailed in anguish, yet they were unable to stop their bloodlines from being extracted and summoned to the great Empress Vermilion Bird's side. Before long, 6 different bloodlines were burning around the great Empress Vermilion Bird's body. They rapidly transformed and condensed, and they eventually formed into 6 starkly different holy rank spears. Each legendary spear measured a whopping 10 million feet in length. Not only did they contain an unimaginably devastating flame power, but they even contained the 6 vermilion bird sages' origin bloodlines, as well as their lifelong comprehensions of the Tao realm. All of this was in addition to the vermilion bird's origin power. With all of these combined, even the great Empress Vermilion Bird herself wasn't entirely sure how much devastation she could unleash at this moment. After all, she had sacrificed the 6 vermilion bird sages in exchange for this attack. Su Xiaolan, it's finished. Bloodline sealing technique. Universe-shattering spears. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's face twisted into a sinister smile. Then, the 6 holy spears quivered lightly before all shooting towards Su Xiaolan. Bringing with them an overwhelming might, the 6 holy spears all stabbed toward the azure dragon that was biting onto the great Empress Vermilion Bird's neck. These holy flame spears were tremendously powerful, and each of them possessed the ability to easily shatter a colossal planet. Su Xiaolan had no chance of escaping, and her body was instantly penetrated by the 6 spears. She shook uncontrollably as a searing pain tore through her body. At the same time, she couldn't help but open her jaws and let go of the vermilion bird's neck. Not only were these universe-shattering spears extremely sharp, but they were even burning with immensely powerful flames. An explosive sharpness started to wreak havoc inside the azure dragon's body. At the same time, the spears that were lodged in the azure dragon's body started to unleash their devastating flame powers. Lodging into their target was merely a prelude. What was most important was the explosion that soon followed. This was a violent and earth-shattering explosion. The Nanli Vermilion Bird Fire stripped all matter. The Yuluo Vermilion Bird Fire corroded blood and flesh. The Bing Xian Vermilion Bird Fire froze all mobility. The Tianjin Vermilion Bird Fire incinerated all matter. The Huanjin Vermilion Bird Fire penetrated through the body. And the Taijing Vermilion Bird Fire scorched through the divine sense. At this instant, Su Xiaolan was hit by 6 different types of excruciating pain. The power of each of the 6 flames was devastating enough to kill a divine being of the God of Creation stage. As the holy flame spears ruthlessly unleashed their powers, the azure dragon's colossal body was continually pushed through the space. A dazzling, 6-colored rainbow flame trail stretched out behind the colossal azure dragon. Eventually, the colossal azure dragon was viciously pinned to the surface of the immortal vermilion star by the 6 holy flame spears. The immortal vermilion star once again suffered a catastrophic blow. Not only was it hammered by the fall of the azure dragon, but it was even penetrated by the 6 holy flame spears that had run through the azure dragon's body. From afar, it looked as if the gigantic red planet was being squished by a colossal azure dragon. In addition, both the red planet and the azure dragon were skewered by 6 vibrant holy flame spears. Roar! The azure dragon roared in vexation and agony. The great Empress Vermilion Bird wore an aloof expression as she gazed down at the immobilized azure dragon. It's finished. Now, it's time for me to enjoy my meal. The 6 vermilion bird sages were stunned when they saw that their bloodlines could unleash such overwhelming powers. Even the legendary azure dragon had been nailed to the immortal vermilion star. Their feelings of resentment were gradually replaced by a feeling of fervent excitement. Is this my true power? Amazing. It's actually able to render the azure dragon immobile. Su Xiaolan, do you see? My power is currently entrenched in your body and tormenting your soul. In my eyes, you're nothing but trash. Wah! Thank you, great Empress Vermilion Bird. Thank you for showing me how powerful I can become. I'm willing to sacrifice my all for the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Sacrifice for the great Empress Vermilion Bird. After having their bloodlines forcefully extracted from their bodies, the 6 vermilion bird sages all looked like they were on the verge of death. At this instant, however, they still transformed into obsequious birds who loudly proclaimed their loyalty to the great Empress Vermilion Bird. How the Empress treats me isn't important. I'm willing to die and sacrifice my all for the great Empress Vermilion Bird. Everything that the Empress does is correct. Even in the rare case that it isn't, it's still undoubtedly deserving of our forgiveness. As the great Empress Vermilion Bird descended, a heat wave swept over the immortal vermilion star and caused half of its land to redden and boil. Each and every one of her actions was capable of instigating a catastrophic natural disaster. Right now, she only wanted to do two things: kill Su Xiaolan and eat Su Xiaolan. Boom! Unable to take any more damage, the colossal azure dragon transformed into specks of azure light that vanished into the air. Along with the colossal azure dragon, the power of the azure dragon tribe, the projection of the azure dragon's holy birth, and the star power of the dragon origin star also disappeared. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was momentarily dazed. Then, as she gazed down at the injury-riddled Su Xiaolan, the corners of her lips tugged up into a mesmerizing smile. It was a borrowed power after all. The most brilliant and most powerful moment of your life has already become history. Right now, I'm afraid that you can't even defeat the 6 Vermilion Bird sages. Am I correct? The Vermilion Bird rapidly shrunk in size as she transformed back into the shapely female who was dressed in a crimson-feathered dress. She slowly walked toward the weakening azure-clothed female. I was forced to pay an unimaginable price in this battle. Even if I eat you, I still won't be able to make up for my loss. Although she wore a smile, the great Empress Vermilion Bird's expression was extremely frosty. Tell me, how should I thank you? Su Xiaolan crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. Like 6 heaven-piercing flame columns, the 6 holy flame spears radiated with boundless flame, might as they remained lodged in the immortal vermilion star. Perhaps successfully escaping from the torturous burning of the holy flame spears was the only benefit of the azure dragon disappearing. You don't need to thank me because Enlin will definitely show you his immense gratitude. A beautiful smile stretched across Su Xiaolan's face as she wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth. Enlin, the great Empress Vermilion Bird, couldn't help but howl with laughter. That arrogant fool was burned to death by the Reincarnation sun ages ago. You really think he can leap up from the dead and save you? As she said this, she breathed out a crimson-colored bead. The Vermilion Bird heart essence reappeared in the world again. This time, however, there was a glaring fracture on its originally flawless surface. This fracture was located where the bead had been sliced open 2 times. Even with the great Empress Vermilion Bird's current power, she still wasn't able to repair this fracture. Based on this fact, one could imagine just how wretched the state of Vermilion Bird heart essence was right now. The great Empress Vermilion Bird also felt a great sense of despair. She had initially wanted to extract Su Xiaolan's bloodline and flawlessly fuse it into her own body. In order to do this, however, it was necessary for her to release the Vermilion Bird heart essence. After all, she needed this heart essence to absorb Su Xiaolan's bloodline. Much to her disbelief, however, the Vermilion Bird heart essence was sliced open by 2 successive surprise attacks. In the end, even she herself had been severely wounded. However, it had all come to an end now. It had finally come to an end. Not only am I going to absorb your bloodline and fate, but I'm even going to absorb every last bit of power from your flesh and blood. After I'm done, I'll imprison your divine sense and torture it for millions upon billions of years. Only then will I finally consume you. The great Empress Vermilion Bird wore a cold smile as she lunged toward Su Xiaolan. Even if you want to die, I won't allow you to die painlessly. I'll deal with you as I dealt with Enlin. I'll confine you in the Reincarnation sun and have you experience the pain of being continuously burned by the Reincarnation flames. You'll beg for death, yet you won't be able to die. This is the punishment for daring to challenge me. Su Xiaolan wasn't worried or scared in the least. Instead, she was extremely happy. You keep talking about the Reincarnation sun. Have you not realized that there's one less star in the sky? The great Empress Vermilion Bird faltered mid-step and dazedly raised her head. Then her dainty mouth slowly gaped open. Their battle had been too intense just then, so she had been unable to observe the changes in the surroundings. Now that Su Xiaolan pointed it out, however, she immediately discovered this extremely unfathomable scene. How can this be? Where's the Reincarnation sun gone? Impossible. This is impossible. This turn of events had completely exceeded her wildest imaginations. Just as the great Empress Vermilion Bird descended into a state of shock and confusion, Enlin, who had activated his void body mantra, suddenly materialized beside her body. bringing with it the tremendous 5 elements power. His evil-slaying sword viciously slashed down toward the Vermilion Bird heart essence. When the great Empress Vermilion Bird came to her senses, it was already too late to remedy the situation. No! The great Empress Vermilion Bird shrieked in horror. Crack. Boom! The Vermilion Bird heart essence was ruthlessly sliced into 2 again. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was plunged into a nightmare again. She had initially thought that the probability of the Vermilion Bird heart essence being sliced apart 2 times was infinitely close to 0. Now, however, it had occurred 3 times. What on earth has the Vermilion Bird heart essence done wrong? Why do you two keep slicing it apart? And Lin twisted his sword and attempted to slash at the Vermilion Bird heart essence again. The great Empress Vermilion Bird, who had finally come to her senses, made a grabbing motion toward the void. After being summoned, the 2 halves of the Vermilion Bird heart essence immediately flew back to the female. The female opened her dainty mouth and quickly swallowed the shattered bead back into her body. Urgh! The great Empress Vermilion Bird started to vomit huge mouthfuls of blood. After being shattered for the 3rd time, the devastating backlash unleashed by the Vermilion Bird heart essence almost pushed the great Empress Vermilion Bird past the brink of death. And Lin definitely wouldn't let such a rare opportunity slip by. He immediately raised his evil-slaying sword and activated the full powers of his 5 elemental body and heavenly god powers. Then, he lunged toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird and started to furiously hack his sword at her. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was almost about to go crazy. She appeared extremely disheveled, and she continued to vomit large mouthfuls of blood as she defended against Lin's relentless attacks. Meanwhile, there was still a look of disbelief plastered on her face. How? How were you able to break free? What did you do to my reincarnation, son? In a short instant, dozens of gashes had already appeared on the female's soft and pale skin. However, she still continued to question Lin in disbelief. The scenes before her had already far exceeded what she could comprehend. What did I do to the reincarnation, son? I ate it. And Lin replied calmly. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's pupils contracted. Impossible. And Lin's sword intent swept through the surroundings as his 5 elements power relentlessly hammered into the female before him. Apart from saying impossible, what else can you say? Urgh! The great Empress Vermilion Bird vomited another mouthful of blood toward Lin. And Lin swung his sword and slashed her blood apart. However, a dazzling crimson glow suddenly erupted from the splattered blood. Boom! The blood exploded, and a supreme Vermilion Bird origin power incinerated everything in the surroundings. Each drop of the great Empress Vermilion Bird's blood possessed a devastating energy that even super mighty beings of the Tao integration stage couldn't defend against. Thus, one could imagine just how devastating the explosion caused by this mouthful of blood was. The great Empress Vermilion Bird didn't want to use these kinds of vomiting blood techniques to attack Lin. After all, this was a technique that wounded her almost as much as it wounded her enemies. However, her blood was churning in rage right now, and she had also suffered a savage backlash from the shattered Vermilion Bird heart essence. Thus, it was inevitable that she vomited huge mouthfuls of blood. That being the case, she decided to get at least some value out of her otherwise wasted blood. Rip! A black sword projection tore through the Vermilion Bird origin power. And Lin's body was a little charred as he emerged from the cloud of exploding blood. However, he still continued to slash his sword toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's face twitched, and a rare thought of retreat flashed through her mind. She had been wounded time and time again, and her confidence in winning this battle had already slowly withered away. Su Xiaolan had integrated 2 Dao, and she had also become a guardian deity of the Azure Dragon tribe. This alone was already beyond her comprehension. Now, Lin had even managed to get rid of the reincarnation son. This was even more so beyond her realm of comprehension. She had always thought that their accomplishments would be impossible to replicate. Yet time and time again, her Vermilion Bird heart essence was attacked and shattered. This infuriated her to the point of vomiting blood. Analyzing these events carefully, She realized that only supremely powerful individuals would be able to bring her so many unwanted surprises. In other words, she had severely underestimated Enlin and Su Xiaolan's abilities. Right now, she was already in an extremely poor state. In fact, she couldn't even utilize the power of her vermilion bird heart essence anymore. As proud as she was, she didn't dare guarantee that no other mishaps would occur before she managed to thoroughly kill the two humans before her. Should I retreat temporarily? This thought finally appeared in the Great Empress Vermilion Bird's mind. When it came to fleeing, the Great Empress Vermilion Bird was definitely the fastest in the entire realm of stars. Indeed, she was even faster than the other three holy beasts. If she wanted to flee, then no one could stop her. Apart from Pangu. Am I truly going to flee? The Great Empress Vermilion Bird felt extremely conflicted. If she fled, then that would be equivalent to admitting defeat. Even if she came up with thousands of different reasons to explain herself, her action would still be viewed as a sign of fear and humiliation. Her pride didn't allow her to commit such an action. Universe-shattering spears! The Great Empress Vermilion Bird suddenly roared in fury. The 6 towering holy flame spears flew out from the immortal vermilion star. Under the Great Empress Vermilion Bird's will, they rapidly shrunk and condensed, eventually becoming 1,000,000 times smaller than their initial size of 10 million feet. With both their energy and might extremely compressed, each of the 6 spears now possessed an incredibly condensed power. In fact, even the surrounding void had transformed into a collapsed vortex of destruction that looked like it wanted to destroy the entire world. Go! The Great Empress Vermilion Bird quickly retreated as she waved a hand. Then, bringing with them a might that was capable of shredding apart the universe, the 6 holy flame spears viciously pierced toward the nearby Enlin. Enlin furiously slashed at one of the nearing spears. Boom! Enlin felt a might so tremendous that even his heart started to palpitate in apprehension. What he struck wasn't a spear. Rather, it was a super-divine tool item that could easily tear through the world. Enlin's hands were split open, and he almost lost the grip of his sword. At the same time, he was sent stumbling back by the gigantic force of the collision. Moreover, the origin holy flame that was contained within the spear climbed up his evil-slaying sword and eventually spread over his entire body. Then, it started to rapidly burn at his body. Ah! The searing pain caused Enlin to howl in agony. He had to admit, the spears before him were extremely terrifying. They possessed the ability to easily penetrate through and wound him. At this moment, the remaining 5 spears were already streaking toward his body. As Enlin observed the piercing might of the spears and experienced the blistering pain caused by their flames, an indescribable sense of fury welled up in his heart. Was Su Xiaolan run through and tortured by these 6 fearsome spears? When he had first arrived here, he had seen the azure dragon being penetrated by these 6 holy flame spears. He had seen Su Xiaolan howl in anguish as she was nailed into the immortal vermilion star. He had also seen her being burned and tormented by the 6 holy flames. Now that he was experiencing the might of the spear himself, his fury became even greater. At this moment, he saw the Great Empress Vermilion Bird suddenly flap her wings. Then, to his surprise, she transformed into a streak of red light and fled toward the distance at an extremely quick speed. And Lin's expression changed drastically. The Vermilion Bird is actually trying to flee? As of today, they had already become great enemies. If the Great Empress Vermilion Bird successfully escaped, then she would definitely become a massive threat to them once she healed and recovered her powers. I can't let her escape. No matter the cost, I definitely can't let her flee. Right now, these were the only thoughts running through Enlin's mind. Meanwhile, the Great Empress Vermilion Bird was indeed fleeing. Her intense desire to live had eventually overcome her pride as a holy beast. Thus, she had chosen to perform a tactical retreat. However, she had already made a promise to herself. When she came across these 2 humans again, she would definitely do everything within her abilities to exact revenge on them. She would use any means necessary, even underhanded means. In fact, she was even willing to pay a huge price and ask the remaining 3 holy beasts for help. She would capture those 2 humans, then subject them to an infinite amount of torture. Only by doing so would she be able to cleanse herself of the humiliation that she had suffered today. As she was thinking this, the great Empress Vermilion Bird's feathers suddenly stood on end. A tremendous sense of danger had enveloped her entire body. She was being observed by something extremely terrifying. What kind of feeling was this? Who on earth could bring the great Empress Vermilion Bird this kind of feeling? This was a boundless darkness. This was a boundless profoundness. This was a feeling that was infinitely close to death. It was as if her entire existence was going to be wiped from the universe in the very next instant. Pure darkness obscured the entire sky. The boiling hot earth also transformed into a realm of absolute darkness. There was no heat, no light, no substance, and no space. The great Empress Vermilion Bird continued to flee frantically. However, even her brilliant wings that were radiating with a boundless amount of Vermilion Bird origin power appeared like they were going to be engulfed by the darkness. She looked back with great difficulty. What entered her eyes was a sight that left her both terrified yet intoxicated. Behind her, there stood a male who was dressed in a black immortal robe and was holding the evil-slaying sword in his hand. With a simple swing of his sword, the 6 holy flame spears that were hurtling toward him were instantly obliterated into nothingness. Like a divine god who controlled both light and darkness, the colors of his eyes were a mixture of white and black. His aura wasn't overwhelming, yet it appeared as if he was transcendent above this entire world. His existence was ethereal and impossible to see through. The great Empress Vermilion Bird was intoxicated because of this male's aura. This was an aura that she dearly yearned for. At the same time, however, she was also extremely terrified. This was because the male had already pointed his sword toward her, and she had nowhere left to run. Her surroundings were all obscured by darkness. Meanwhile, the range of the male's attack could cover any area where darkness existed. She had no idea how to break free from this boundless expanse of darkness. This was Enlin's high-rank god of war mystic technique, dark immortal transformation. After slashing aside the 6 holy flame spears, Enlin didn't show any signs of slowing down. Instead, he immediately swung his sword toward the great Empress Vermilion Bird. This was his 3-second true man technique, and each instant of these 3 seconds was extremely precious. Die! Enlin roared in fury and viciously slashed his evil-slaying sword at the fleeing great Empress Vermilion Bird. Knowing that she couldn't dodge the strike, the great Empress Vermilion Bird immediately turned around and transformed into her original form. This was a colossal vermilion bird whose wingspan measured a whopping 10 million feet in length. Right now, there was a look of contorted fury on her face. Countless amounts of blood erupted from her body and transformed into boundless blood flames that burned through the universe. You forced me to do this. Hong Li blood flames. Burning the 6 Vermilion Bird Sage's bloodlines could condense 6 universe-shattering spears that were capable of piercing through and defeating the Azure Dragon. Now that the great Empress Vermilion Bird was burning her own bloodline, how many times more powerful than the universe-shattering spears would her attack be? Every god of creation stage divine being knew not to fight to the death with another god of creation stage divine being. If one side lost, they could choose to flee. If they were backed into a corner, however, they would fight without any restrictions and very possible drag their opponent into a similarly fatal circumstance. Right now, Enlin had backed a god of creation stage holy beast into a corner and forced her to fight as if her life depended on it. The catastrophes and dangers triggered by this were countless times more terrifying than what ordinary god of creation stage divine beings would be able to manage. The temperature of the Hongli blood flames was hundreds of times hotter than the holy vermilion flames that the great Empress Vermilion Bird had released before. Not only was the origin of this flame undying, but this flame could even proliferate an infinite amount. Even if the darkness was boundless, this flame could spread limitlessly and fill up the entire darkness. In fact, this radiance, that was even brighter than the Vermilion Bird star, could even pierce through the entire expanse of darkness. The great Empress Vermilion Bird had sacrificed her Tao and burned her bloodline in order to launch this attack. It was an attack that was capable of killing a god of creation stage divine being. Boom! A blood-colored flame collided with Enlin's tremendous sword strike. The billowing blood flames instantly engulfed the black sword projection. Then it furiously surged toward Enlin. The great Empress Vermilion Bird raised her wings slightly and started to laugh upon seeing this. Her voice was dripping with hatred and satisfaction. "Ha ha ha! Lovely! Burn him to death!" Just as she finished speaking, she witnessed the blood-red flames before her being mysteriously sliced into two halves. The great Empress Vermilion Bird's mouth gaped open in shock. Before she could even observe the situation clearly, everything before her descended into absolute darkness. She couldn't see anything, nor could she feel or sense anything. At this instant, even the pain in her body had completely disappeared. In fact, she couldn't even sense the existence of her own body. This was something even more harrowing than death. Disappear. No! The great Empress Vermilion Bird started to shriek in terror as a boundless sense of dread rapidly enveloped her entire body. Her expression changed drastically, and she frantically beat her wings in a desperate attempt to escape. However, it was already too late. A crack, which gradually became the most profound darkness, had already appeared on the midriff of her colossal body. Then, this darkness slowly spread over her body. It engulfed her chest. It engulfed her wings. It engulfed her crimson feet. It engulfed her head. And in the end, it even engulfed her awareness. A boundless and eternal darkness. This was her final resting place. The darkness disappeared. The colossal vermilion bird that was large enough to blot out the entire star had also disappeared without a trace. The vast heaven and earth were deathly silent. A scorching heatwave swept through the air. Only a white-clothed figure remained silently standing. His body looked weak and fragile, yet he still gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Everyone in the Vermilion Bird star system saw that boundlessly magnificent vermilion bird being engulfed by the darkness. They all witnessed the scene of her disappearing into nothingness. They were stunned, and they were dazed. On the immortal vermilion star, the half-dead 6 vermilion bird sages furiously shook their heads. Agony and disbelief were painted all over their faces. "Where's the great Empress Vermilion Bird? Don't tell me that. She's dead? No. The great Empress Vermilion Bird is immortal and undying. Shameless and Lin, hurry up and release our great Empress Vermilion Bird. If you've got balls, then fight with Her Majesty head-on. Stop using all your schemes and underhanded techniques. The mighty great Empress Vermilion Bird is invincible. No one can ever shatter her legendary tail. Let's sit here and await Her Majesty's magnificent return." The 6 vermilion bird sages continued to clamor on about the great Empress Vermilion Bird's greatness. Even though they were in extremely wretched states, this didn't stop them from yammering on in fervent passion. Whoosh! The sky started to rain blood. Each drop of blood rain contained an extremely rich comprehension of the vermilion bird Tao realm. The phenomenon triggered by the death of a god of creation stage divine being started to appear throughout heaven and earth. The 6 vermilion bird sages were slapped in the face. Tears streamed from their puffy and bloodshot eyes as they stared at the unimaginable scenes before them. All the beings in the vermilion bird tribe's territories started to become aware of the great Empress Vermilion Bird's death. Even though the phenomenon of heaven and earth had already appeared, they were still unable to come to grips with this reality. Blood rain was falling over every planet in the vermilion bird star system. This phenomenon started to spread, and it proliferated from the vermilion bird star system to numerous other surrounding star systems. The range of this phenomenon was even larger than what Enlin had seen last time. In fact, it spread over the entire southern region of the realm of stars and enveloped millions upon millions of planets. Blood rain fell over all of these planets. As the blood rain fell, the beings of these planets all became aware of one thing. That was, the vermilion bird, one of the 4 holy beasts, was already deceased. An unstoppable sense of grief welled up in their hearts. This was a colossal event that was bound to send shockwaves through the entire realm of stars. Moreover, the phenomenon triggered by the great Empress Vermilion Bird's death didn't merely stop at the southern region of the realm of stars. Instead, it continued to spread rapidly, and it eventually proliferated over the boundless entirety of the realm of stars. The vermilion birds controlled the southern region, and right now, the southern skies of every star and planet in the realm of stars had become expanses of blood red. Regardless of whether it was day or night, the southern skies all appeared as if they had been dyed red by blood. All the beings in the universe felt a boundless sense of grief. This wasn't the death of a god of creation stage divine being. This was the death of a god of creation stage holy beast. The entire universe shed tears of mourning. Of course, the beings of the vermilion bird tribe felt the greatest sense of grief. The beings in the vermilion bird star system were all sobbing hysterically. The root of their bloodlines had been severed. The being who they respected and revered the most was now deceased. This event was so shattering that numerous beings of the vermilion bird tribe chose to kill themselves on the spot. They were the proudest tribe. The bloodline that flowed through their bodies was the source of their pride. And the great Empress Vermilion Bird was the paramount being who they all strived to work toward. Now that the target of their pursuit had already died, it was easy to imagine just how devastating a blow their Tao hearts had suffered. Throughout the entire Vermilion Bird star system, at least 1 in 10 vermilion birds chose to end their own lives. The mourning of heaven and earth phenomenon triggered by the deaths of Tao integration stage cultivators also started to appear. However, Enlin didn't have the spare time to focus on these matters. With his heart throbbing in nervousness and excitement, he quickly turned his gaze toward the location where the great Empress Vermilion Bird had disappeared. A crimson-red bead hovered where the great Empress Vermilion Bird had disappeared. The great Empress Vermilion Bird had died. Yet her vermilion bird heart essence still remained. Although the vermilion bird heart essence had already been broken and battered, it was still able to endure and survive in Lin's dark immortal sword strike. This vermilion bird heart essence was an existence that was genuinely eternal and singular. This was something that all beings dreamed of and lusted after. This was a supreme treasure that even God of Creation stage divine beings would go crazy for. If a God of Creation stage divine being wanted to break through to the next stage and ascend a holy birth, then acquiring such a heart essence was a necessary requirement. Even though Enlin didn't have a single drop of vermilion bird blood, he was still extremely enticed by the vermilion bird heart essence. He took a step forward. Then, a feeling of extreme dizziness and fatigue instantly swept over his entire body. His body swayed lightly, and he just about to fall forwards. The dark, immortal transformation had drained him of all his energy. His condition was so poor now that he wasn't even able to fly toward the vermilion bird heart essence. "Enlin, are you all right?" A crisp and pleasant voice traveled over from behind him. Enlin fell into a soft and warm embrace. Enlin shook his head as he breathed in the familiar fragrance. Then he urged, "I'm fine, Xiaolin. Hurry up and refine the vermilion bird heart essence. That's an extremely valuable treasure." Su Xiaolin raised her head and looked at the hovering crimson-red bead upon hearing this. Her sealed vermilion bird bloodline throbbed in excitement. Even Enlin could barely contain himself, so how could Su Xiaolin? Someone who possessed a bloodline that was extremely well-matched with the vermilion bird heart essence. Contain herself? This vermilion bird heart essence was incredibly tempting to beings who possessed a pure and powerful bloodline. "Xiaolin, this is a rare opportunity," and Lin shouted enthusiastically. "Hurry up and refine it. Can I really do it?" Su Xiaolin felt a little nervous and uneasy. She had experienced an intense battle just then, so she was in a state of weakness right now. Moreover, the great Empress Vermilion Bird had used the vermilion bird heart essence to trick her once, and this made her feel extremely apprehensive toward the crimson-red bead. Not only that, but she had even sliced the vermilion bird heart essence into two before. Who knew if the vermilion bird heart essence held a grudge toward her? "Believe in yourself. You can definitely do it," and Lin continued to shout in encouragement. Su Xiaolin was swayed by Enlin's words. She immediately removed the seal in her body and unleashed her complete and pure vermilion bird bloodline. Boom! The aura of a pure vermilion bird bloodline started to proliferate outward. Meanwhile, the hovering vermilion bird heart essence suddenly started to quiver violently. This crimson-red bead had no owner right now, so it could choose a being with a high affinity as its inheritor. The aura of the vermilion bird bloodline that Su Xiaolan released was just to its liking. Su Xiaolan was a little dazed. Say, how do I refine this vermilion bird heart essence? The refinement method that the great Empress Vermilion Bird had taught her before was clearly incorrect. Thus, she was faced with a serious problem right now. How should she refine the vermilion bird heart essence? Just as Su Xiaolan was feeling extremely confused, whoosh! The vermilion bird heart essence suddenly shot through the void and dashed toward Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was given a fright. She hadn't summoned the vermilion bird heart essence, yet it was actively dashing toward her? Is it necessary to be so bold and unrestrained? Where's your pride as a supreme treasure of the vermilion bird tribe? Su Xiaolan was still feeling extremely nervous. After all, she didn't know whether the vermilion bird heart essence was charging toward her as a friend or a foe. What if the vermilion bird heart essence wanted to harm her? What should she do? As the vermilion bird heart essence drew closer and closer, she was mysteriously able to make out its many emotions. Only those who possessed the purest bloodlines had the right to read these emotions. Vermilion bird heart essence. Boss! Do me! Su Xiaolan. The crimson-red beads started to panic upon seeing the azure-clothed female's cold expression. It continued to release its emotions. Not only am I heavily wounded right now, but I'm also ownerless. I'm in desperate need of an owner who can nourish me with their power. Out of the entire vermilion bird tribe, only you possess the right to obtain me. Moreover, you're a perfect successor whose bloodline is on par with the great Empress Vermilion Bird. So, hurry up and accept me. Swallow me, and then move me to the position of your heart. You'll be able to fuse with me once you refine me with the blood of your heart. Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up. She had just been stressing over how to refine the vermilion bird heart essence, and right now the vermilion bird heart essence was actively telling her what to do. But I'm only at the Dao integration pinnacle stage right now, Su Xiaolan said hesitantly. Will I really be able to refine you? Of course. Being at the God of Creation stage isn't a necessary requirement for acquiring the Holy Birth. It's just that beings of the other ranks usually aren't up to our lofty standards. However, you've made me change my mind. The vermilion bird heart essence was extremely eager as it spoke. As it spoke, its body suddenly started to show more signs of bursting apart. It instantly descended into a state of panic. It frantically flew around Su Xiaolan and exclaimed, "There's no time to dilly-dally anymore. Hurry up and refine me. I'll die if you wait any longer." Su Xiaolan raised her eyebrows and chuckled. The vermilion bird heart essence is eternal and singular. It's an immortal and undying supreme treasure. The great Empress Vermilion Bird died, yet you were still able to survive. And now you're telling me that you're about to die? Who are you kidding? Vermilion bird heart essence. Okay. I was exaggerating a little. The crimson-red bead quivered slightly as it expressed its emotions with difficulty. My condition right now is similar to if a human is deathless. However, their body has been sliced apart at the hip, and their blood is flowing freely over the ground. He's crawling on the ground. He's bleeding, but he continues to crawl on the ground. It's incredibly painful, and his life essence is also continuously draining away. Although he's undying, what he feels at this moment is no different from being on the brink of death. Su Xiaolan stroked her chin and nodded. This analogy makes a lot of sense. The vermilion bird heart essence was on the verge of tears. Is now the time to make such remarks? Don't you see me dragging my shattered and bloody body along as I crawl back and forth before you? Hurry up and save me. Please allow my body to heal. Fine. Su Xiaolan opened her dainty mouth and swallowed the vermilion bird heart essence into her body. Then, she moved it to the position of her heart and started to refine it. However, less than 1 minute into her refinement, the vermilion bird heart essence unleashed a rich burst of vermilion bird origin energy. Moreover, an extraordinarily holy and ethereal aura started to fuse into her entire body. Boom! A column of crimson-red light soared into the sky. Su Xiaolan once again became the center of a powerful storm. Winds and clouds within a radius of 5,000 kilometers were all whipped up. A peculiar bloodline aura proliferated through the surroundings and triggered the resonance of heaven and earth. The 6 vermilion bird sages were all stupefied upon seeing this. The vermilion bird heart essence was swallowed by Su Xiaolan? She actually received the vermilion bird heart essence's recognition? No. Hurry up and stop her. We can't let the vermilion bird heart essence fall into the hands of a lowly human. The 6 vermilion bird sages screamed in panic as they writhed about on the ground. However, with their bloodlines already drained and crippled, they couldn't even near Su Xiaolan's body. However, although they were unable to near Su Xiaolan, it didn't mean that other powerful beings were also unable to near her. 3 Dao integration stage vermilion birds poked their heads out of the clouds. Their eyes dazzled like stars, and there was a look of greed on their faces as they gazed down at the 2 humans on the ground. The 2 of them have just experienced an intense battle with the great Empress Vermilion Bird. They're at their weakest and most vulnerable right now. That male can't even stand anymore. As for the female, she's already lost the enhancement provided by the Azure Dragon. Moreover, she's severely wounded right now, and she's also busy with refining the vermilion bird heart essence. There's no way she can focus her attention elsewhere. Thus, her combat capability is essentially 0. This is our last chance. And it's also our best chance. Squawk. Kill them. Avenge the great Empress Vermilion Bird. The 3 Dao integration stage vermilion birds squawked in fury. Then, they tore through the thick cloud layers and furiously swooped down toward Enlin and Su Xiaolan. There was one sentence that they all hadn't shouted. The vermilion bird heart essence is mine. If Enlin and Su Xiaolan were at full health, these 3 Dao integration stage vermilion birds would be far too petrified to attack them. However, things were different now. Enlin and Su Xiaolan were now in an extremely vulnerable state. If they had 10,000 HP at full health, then they only had 1 HP now. They were basically kills waiting to be taken. How could they resist? They were going to land the killing blow. Fight for Empress Vermilion Bird. Fight for the glory of the Vermilion Bird tribe. Kill, kill, kill. The flames of the 3 vermilion birds transformed the entire heavens into a different color. Su Xiaolan shuddered and a remorseful expression appeared on her face. She was just about to stop refining the vermilion bird heart essence when a warm hand appeared on her head. Don't get distracted. I'll take care of everything. Enlin assured her with an earnest expression. Su Xiaolan faltered slightly upon hearing this. He needed her help just to walk a few moments ago and could probably be defeated by a soul formation stage vermilion bird, so how was he supposed to fight 3 Dao integration stage vermilion birds? However, an indescribable sense of security welled up in her heart at the sight of Enlin positioning himself in front of her. Enlin was a little sporadic at times, but he was very reliable in critical moments. Su Xiaolan cast all unnecessary thoughts out of her mind and chose to trust the extremely frail man standing before her for no reason whatsoever. The 6 vermilion bird sages immediately began yelling with elation at the sight of the 3 Dao integration stage vermilion birds. Nice! You're all going to be heroes of our vermilion bird tribe. Charge! Skin those 2 abhorrent humans. Not only were the 6 vermilion bird sages tribe excited, but the remaining vermilion bird tribe powerful beings also all turned toward the 3 super mighty figures, as if they carried the hope of the entire tribe on their shoulders. Enlin swallowed 3 first-grade immortal pills before pulling out a high-rank immortal sword from his storage ring. Ha ha ha! You're in such a pitiful state, and you still want to try and cut us down. Stop resisting. The vital energy you can draw upon now is inferior to even a soul formation stage noob. Surrender and we'll give you a slightly less painful death. The 3 oncoming vermilion birds all roared with laughter upon seeing Enlin's attempt to resist. Enlin raised his head and also roared with laughter. You think I'll need vital energy to take care of trash like you? Bam! The high-rank immortal tool suddenly exploded. Countless white, crystalline shards unleashed extremely terrifying sword intent. Sword burial. Heavenly sea extreme ice. The shards of the sword streaked through the air, transforming into a series of extreme frost celestial swords that threatened to tear apart the entire heavens. Space congealed and all things fell stationary in the wake of these celestial swords. No! How could this be? The three vermilion birds' expressions shifted drastically, and their feathers stood up on end from horror. They unleashed scorching flames toward Enlin and Su Xiaolan, only to be pulverized by the extreme frost celestial swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The celestial swords flew through the air with unstoppable force, shredding the bodies of the three Dao integration stage, super mighty figures. They didn't even get a chance to cry out before being reduced to chunks of frozen meat, which crashed heavily upon the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The fall of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure was mourned by the entire heaven and earth. Everything had taken place far too quickly. So quickly that there were still smiles of excitement and elation etched on the faces of the vermilion bird tribe living beings, presenting quite a comical image. The three Dao integration stage super mighty figures had been insta-killed. The 6 sons of the vermilion bird received another collective vicious slap to the face, and their eyes completely dimmed as if they had lost all faith in life. And Lin had killed 3 Dao integration stage super mighty figures with one technique? Wasn't he supposed to be at the end of the road? Wasn't he supposed to be hanging on by a thread? How could he possibly still be capable of something like this? The vermilion bird tribe powerful beings were astonished. And Lin really did only have 1 HP left in their eyes. However, even with just 1 HP left, he was able to crush 3 Dao integration stage vermilion birds at full HP. How the hell was this possible? Anyone who dares to attack Xiaolan will die. And Lin announced in an indifferent voice as he stationed himself in front of Su Xiaolan. His voice wasn't very loud, but all of the powerful vermilion bird tribe living beings shuddered, and chills ran through their entire bodies as they hung their heads. No one dared to say anything. On the ravaged planet, destructive and chaotic energy was still wreaking havoc. And Lin's white robe flapped in the energy turbulence, and his body also swayed slightly, as if just the energy turbulence alone would be enough to sweep his frail body off its feet. However, not a single vermilion bird dared to attack him again. 1 man and 1 sword had held back the massive vermilion bird tribe army in his most feeble condition. Su Xiaolan looked on with an intoxicated expression. And Lin was super captivating right now. He was feeble to the extreme and would be unable to even muster up 0.01% of his full power, but he made her fall for him more than ever before. He was indeed feeble to the extreme, and he was 1 man against this entire world, but he stood resolutely before her and held back the massive army they were being confronted with. Su Xiaolan would remember this scene for the rest of her life. And Lin was so exceptional, so she had to make an effort to better herself in order to deserve such an exceptional man. Su Xiaolan became even more determined with this in mind, and she began to focus wholeheartedly on refining the vermilion bird heart essence. As for Enlin himself, he was feeling extremely satisfied. His expression was quite indifferent and didn't show anything, but internally, he was elated beyond belief. Even if I'm disabled, I can still destroy trash like all of you. The dark immortal transformation was Enlin's biggest trump card, but this severely debilitated state put him in a major drawback. In order to address this drawback, Enlin planned out a course of action. Firstly, he would swallow high-rank immortal pills to replenish his energy, and secondly, he would use his sword burial technique to hold off any potential enemies. The good thing about the sword burial technique was that even if he didn't inject any power into the technique, the essence of the immortal tool being sacrificed combined with his sword intent was capable of unleashing peerless power. The only flaw was that it was extremely taxing on his wallet, as a high-rank immortal tool cost tens of millions of spirit stones. However, money was what Enlin lacked the least of. It was exactly because of this that the sword burial technique had become his best self-preservation technique. He still had a few hundred immortal swords like this in his storage ring, so what did he have to fear? This was no exaggeration. Even if all of the vermilion bird tribe powerful beings rushed at him at once, Enlin would not be flustered in the slightest. He would show them the horror of his tycoon attack. However, the vermilion bird powerful beings didn't rush him. Even though he was very feeble, His epic feat in insta-killing 3 DAO integration stage super mighty figures at once had cast severe trauma into their hearts. The vermilion bird heart essence was very tempting, but nothing would matter if they died. The 6 vermilion bird sages were beginning to doubt their existence. They were one of the 4 hidden tribes of the realm of stars and were feared by the entire realm of stars. But they were now being stomped on by 2 humans. And Lin stood in front of Su Xiaolan, and no matter how feeble he appeared, none of the vermilion bird tribe powerful beings dared to advance any further. He was the definition of a one-man army. He was like an unsurmountable mountain. The vermilion bird tribe powerful beings were suddenly struck by a sense of despair and powerlessness. How could someone like him exist in this world? And Lin's body language was almost goading them into attacking him. But the vermilion bird tribe powerful beings were still too scared to take the invitation. There were twice as many super mighty figures in the vermilion bird tribe as compared to the azure dragon tribe. But why was Bai Shui so confident that the azure dragon tribe would be able to summon far more DAO integration stage super mighty figures in a battle than the vermilion bird tribe would be able to? The reason for this was demonstrated here. The vermilion bird tribe was very proud, but in comparison to their pride, they valued their lives more. A series of thin, red divine patterns began to appear on Su Xiaolan's snowy white skin. Those red patterns had even reached her face, but they spread in an extremely orderly fashion and seemed to tie in directly with the great Tao of heaven and earth. In fact, the red divine patterns gave her a sense of exotic beauty and made her even more dazzling and gorgeous. And Lin was completely entranced by what he saw. Xiaolan in her current state was far more dazzling than any divine flower. Just as Lin was caught in a slight daze, white wings suddenly extended from behind Su Xiaolan. In contrast to the crimson wings of the vermilion bird, Su Xiaolan's wings were more holy and flawless, as if everything that was pure and good in this world had converged toward those wings. Whoosh! The wings suddenly wrapped themselves around her body to form a white egg. Wah! And Lin faltered slightly upon seeing. His expression then shifted to one of concern. Why did you become an egg? Xiaolan, you're not a bird. If you emerge as a little bird from this egg, I'm going to be petrified. The white egg tremored slightly, as if it were objecting to Lin's words. The aura of the vermilion bird was still proliferating through the air, and it was becoming more and more intense. It had already radiated to several hundred planets within the vermilion bird star system, and all of the vermilion bird living beings could sense it very clearly. It's the devil. That egg is incubating the devil. Charge! We must kill the devil before it hatches. If we don't kill this devil, our vermilion bird tribe will face cataclysmic disaster and extinction won't be far away. The 6 vermilion bird sages howled with tears flowing down their faces as they tried to urge the vermilion bird tribe powerful beings into action. And Lin turned toward these stupid birds with a speechless expression. He hadn't decided on what he was going to do to them yet. Everything would have to wait until after Su Xiaolan received her inheritance. The impasse continued. The longer this impasse lasted, the more beneficial the situation would be toward Lin. He had already absorbed the medicinal effects of the 3 first-grade immortal pills, and the insane regenerative ability of his body of the war god demonstrated itself again. Even without his sword burial technique, he could fight on par with a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Not taking into account other matters, killing those disabled 6 vermilion bird sages would be a piece of cake. At this moment, the entire realm of stars was in shock from the vermilion bird's death. On the dragon origin star, Bai Shui and Qi Yu stared at one another. Su Xiaolan and Lin went to the vermilion bird territory, and Su Xiaolan used her one-time power as a guardian deity. Could it be that they fought the vermilion bird? Qi Yu's flesh crawled. I think so. What's most unbelievable to me is that they won. They defeated the vermilion bird, who had ruled over the vermilion bird tribe for countless years. Bai Shui felt like this was an absurd notion, but it did appear to be the truth. I thought I held them in quite high regard already, but who would have thought that I still underestimated them? Thank God our Azure Dragon tribe managed to befriend them. Qi Yu had fear lingering in his heart. Even the black dragon who was in seclusion and refining the Azure Dragon Heart essence couldn't help but open his eyes. Who would have thought that my prior host would be so powerful? If I hadn't witnessed his growth with my very own eyes, I really wouldn't be able to believe it. To think that they even managed to kill the vermilion bird. I wonder if they'll be able to inherit the holy birth. That little girl has exceptional aptitude as well as the purest vermilion bird bloodline. Would she be able to do it? The black dragon rid himself of this train of thought and continued to concentrate on refining the Azure Dragon Heart essence. What was most important now was that he attained his holy birth again. However, he had already decided that he was going to further strengthen relations with Enlin and Su Xiaolan in the future. These two were both extraordinary beings, and it would most certainly not be a mistake to befriend them. In the boundless realm of stars, one god of creation after another opened their eyes before turning toward the southern region of the realm of stars. All of them were shocked by the fall of the vermilion bird. This was definitely the most astonishing event to have taken place in the realm of stars for countless years. Some of them were unable to repress their curiosity and made their way toward their teleportation spell formations to travel toward the vermilion bird territory. The vermilion bird heart essence had most likely already been taken, but they were still curious to see just what kind of mighty being had obtained the vermilion bird heart essence. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo was the complete opposite. He was even more determined to run away after witnessing the fall of the vermilion bird. And Lin was most definitely responsible for this. He must have pulled out some terrifying trump card to kill the vermilion bird. Thank God he had run away quickly. Otherwise, he would have definitely suffered the same fate as the vermilion bird. He began to commend himself for his wise decision. And Lin and the 4-9 Immortal sect were most definitely not entities that he could mess with. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo immediately sped up his preparations to hide from the public eye until this crisis was averted. In the southernmost region of the realm of stars, all of the living beings looked up at the blood-stained sky with shock, curiosity, or grief in their hearts. They were aware of the severity of this event, and they were even more curious with regard to how the vermilion bird had fallen. Just what kind of powerful being could have killed the vermilion bird? Meanwhile, Enlin continued to guard the white egg and await Su Xiaolan's return. He knew that in the very near future, he was not only going to face the powerful beings of the vermilion bird territory. Most likely, he would have to face the powerful beings from all over the entire realm of stars. However, he was not going to cower. He would protect Xiaolan with everything he had until she hatched from her egg. In the northernmost region of the realm of stars was situated the largest ocean in the realm of stars. Boundless seawater flowed through the starry sky with no end in sight, reflecting the dazzling galaxy of stars. This was not just ordinary seawater. Instead, this was the purest water of extreme Yin. A gargantuan body emerged from the ocean. Its shell was as massive as a continent, and its giant python head turned toward the south with a pair of eyes so inky black that they were seemingly able to engulf the light of stars. This was one of the 4 most powerful beings in the realm of stars, holy beast Xianwu. I thought I was already unlucky enough given that my Xianwu heart essence was mysteriously detonated. But who would have thought that the vermilion bird suffered even more misfortune? Not only did she lose her vermilion bird heart essence, she even lost her life. Countless complex and profound golden-veined patterns appeared on Xianwu's shell. Let me use my divination to see just who it is that can obtain the vermilion bird heart essence in the end. After a short while, Xianwu suddenly began to tremble. What's this? This is a being that has transcended beyond heaven and earth? Xianwu was completely unable to glean the being that had slain the vermilion bird. It became even more curious now. It was often said that curiosity kills the cat. However, Xianwu was no cat. So be it. I'll use the power of my holy birth to conduct divination this time. The holy birth was something that transcended beyond outer space and would survive even if heaven and earth were destroyed. Xianwu immediately began a new round of divination. However, the results were still quite astonishing. This is the Tao partner of the Son of Space. In the westernmost region of the realm of stars, a little white tiger pounced on Yang Yuan and began licking his face in an extremely affectionate manner. My dear Yang Yuan, Let me tell you some exciting news. According to our scouts, 2 humans were responsible for the death of the vermilion bird. To think that there are such exceptionally powerful beings among the human race. Are they going to become the 4th main tribe of the realm of stars now? 2 humans. Yang Yuan's heart stirred upon hearing this. A man and a woman? Oh, my Yang Yuan, you're so smart. It was indeed a man and a woman. Let me reward you with another lick. The little white tiger gave Yang Yuan's face another hearty lick. Yang Yuan was too shocked by this piece of information to feel disgusted from being licked. Holy shit, and Lin and Su Xiaolen killed the vermilion bird? Are they going to defy the natural order? In the southernmost region of the realm of stars, the vermilion bird star system, a spatial rift several thousand kilometers in length appeared. Immediately afterward, a massive whale monster swam out from within. It was extremely massive, but if one didn't focus their attention on it, they would be completely unable to notice its presence. It was somehow able to make all living beings overlook it, and it possessed an ethereal aura that surged through space. Its tail was flowing with a faint white light, and just a gentle whip could propel its body forward for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The Star Tribe was the most proficient tribe at navigating through outer space. This massive whale was the top dog of the Star Tribe, the Dark River Immortal Whale. It was a god of creation, and it was also the first god of creation to arrive in the vermilion bird star system. No one could match its speed in outer space. The Dark River Immortal Whale loved dramas of all kinds, and at the same time, it was the #1 radio host of the entire realm of stars. An astonishing event like the fall of the vermilion bird obviously warranted a visit in person in order to get the latest scoop. Oh, what an astonishing revelation! The whale had a photographic divine tool on its head, and it was taking photos all over the place. One of the 9 planets around the vermilion bird star has disappeared. The whale was trembling with excitement. The power of the Azure Dragon tribe lingers in space. The Azure Dragon tribe was involved in this as well. The Dark River Immortal Whale swam through space and collected information with the excitement of a child. Look, what's that? What a massive fish. Wait, no. That's Senior Dark River Immortal Whale. My God. Why is it here? All of the vermilion bird tribe living beings immediately let loose cries of surprise upon seeing this massive whale. Is it trying to take advantage of this situation to wipe us out? No way. Senior Dark River Immortal Whale is a kind fish with a strong sense of justice. We don't need to be concerned. Senior Dark River Immortal Whale, help us kill those 2 evil humans. Some of the vermilion bird living beings were even hoping that this whale would avenge the vermilion bird. However, most of the vermilion birds remained silent. They were too proud to beg for help, but they were also hoping that the Dark River Immortal Whale could swallow those 2 accursed humans. The Dark River Immortal Whale ignored the vermilion bird tribe living beings and continued to record everything it was seeing. What an intense battle! Such powerful energy fluctuations. Space has been torn apart. Chaos is wreaking havoc. Red and azure energy is lingering in space. I can tell a battle for the ages has taken place here. The Dark River Immortal Whale announced with excitement. Oh, is that the immortal vermilion star of the vermilion bird tribe? How did it become like this? If it's not for the fact that it has been reinforced by the power of laws, it would have most likely already exploded several hundred times. The Dark River Immortal Whale let loose cries of surprise at the sight of the ravaged immortal vermilion star. Its pupils then contracted drastically at the sight of the man standing in front of the white egg. Those 2 must be the ones who have slain the vermilion bird. What an unfamiliar duo, and to think that they're humans as well. Isn't the most powerful human only at the Dao integration pinnacle stage? How could these 2 humans be capable of killing the vermilion bird? No, it would be too far-fetched even for a god of creation to kill the vermilion bird. Where did these freaks come from? They're most likely not humans from this world. The Dark River Immortal Whale was an extremely knowledgeable and experienced god of creation, and it immediately arrived at the correct conclusion. The man is already extremely feeble after enduring such an epic battle. The Dark River Immortal Whale narrowed its eyes. Has the woman behind him gained acknowledgement from the vermilion bird heart essence? And she's refining it? How extraordinary. The dark river immortal whale was brimming with excitement. It was a fish that had no desires, but the vermilion bird heart essence had successfully captivated its greed. This was one of the most valuable treasures in the realm of stars, and even it could not resist this temptation. To attack or not to attack. It was the first god of creation here. Could take this opportunity to grab the vermilion bird heart essence and run. The dark river immortal whale fell into a conflicted dilemma. Right at this moment, the white-robed man in the distance turned to him with a cold expression. Anyone who dares to attack Xiaolan will die. His threat wasn't very convincing. This was like an old man on his deathbed trembling and coughing while threatening a robber that had broken into his house. A normal robber would silence the old man and put him out of his misery. However, the dark river immortal whale hesitated. It knew that this man had just killed the vermilion bird. Could he have some other trump cards up his sleeve? Just who was this man? The vermilion bird heart essence was an extremely valuable treasure, but it was not worth sacrificing its life for. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, fellow cultivator. I'm a radio host and journalist here in the realm of stars. I am a lover of peace, and I'm just here to assess the situation. The dark river immortal whale quickly shrank into an adorable little whale that was only about 1 meter in length before swimming toward Enlin with a friendly expression. Enlin slashed his evil-slaying sword through space and created a circular sword gash in a radius of 1 kilometer around him. Anyone who steps over this line will be slain with no exceptions. A god of creation stage journalist? What a load of bullshit. Air. The dark river immortal whale came to an abrupt halt. It looked like this man was very cautious. He didn't seem to be afraid to battle, but the caution he was exercising indicated that he was currently in a very bad condition. To attack or not to attack. The dark river immortal whale began to hesitate once again. The dark river immortal whale hesitated momentarily before asking, I really am a journalist. Can I interview you? And Lin assessed his own condition and discovered that it would be quite difficult for him to fight a god of creation in his current state. So he nodded. All right, I'll accept your interview. The dark river immortal whale nodded with elation before bringing out a photographic crystal. Hello, everyone. I'm your beloved little whale, and I'm here at the site of the fallen vermilion bird to interview the 2 mysterious powerful beings who have slain the vermilion bird. Don't go anywhere. This is sure to be an enthralling interview. And Lin, what the fuck? Why did it seem so professional? Was it really a journalist? Hello there. The dark river immortal whale greeted Enlin. Hi. Enlin responded. He knew that the interview had already commenced. The dark river immortal whale began its interview. May I ask who you are, where you came from, and where do you plan to go next? Enlin put his palms together. Benefactor little whale, I am Tang Bazong, a humble monk from the Oriental Tang dynasty, and I am on a pilgrimage to the Western Paradise in order to secure the Buddhist scriptures. Greetings, Mr. Tang Bazong. The dark river immortal whale had never heard of Tang Bazong, but it knew that the name of Tang Bazong was going to be renowned across the entire realm of stars after today. May I ask where the Oriental Tang dynasty is and where this Western Paradise is? Could it be the territory of the holy beast White Tiger? The dark river immortal whale didn't know where these 2 places were, but its expression became even more respectful. A mysterious smile appeared on Enlin's face. I won't be able to disclose that information. All you have to know is that I'm doing something that will benefit the entire realm of stars. The dark river immortal whale shuddered upon hearing this. What a grand vision! So was this a kind and benevolent being? So why did you have an altercation with the holy beast vermilion bird? The dark river immortal whale asked. The vermilion bird conspired to kill my Tao partner, so I could only kill her. And Lin replied with an indifferent expression. The dark river immortal whale drew a sharp intake of breath. This was no kind and benevolent being. It then turned to the woman behind him, who had turned into a white vermilion bird egg. You went to such great lengths to kill the vermilion bird, but your Tao partner received the inheritance of the vermilion bird heart essence. How do you view this matter? And Lin blinked. How else can I view this matter? I view it with my heart. The dark river immortal whale was dumbstruck. What a profound and abstruse response. What do you plan on doing to the rest of the vermilion bird tribe living beings? The dark river immortal whale asked. That will depend on what my Tao partner wants to do. And Lin smiled. The dark river immortal whale took a look at the egg once again. What could an egg do? All of the vermilion bird tribe living beings would have fled already before the egg hatches. Wait, why aren't they running now? The dark river immortal whale was confused. However, it quickly understood why. As Su Xiaolan was refining the vermilion bird heart essence, the vermilion bird aura she released was something the vermilion bird tribe living beings were extremely attached to and reluctant to part with. It was the feeling of warmth, of home, of light. One could refer to the analogy of moth diving into flames here. The vermilion bird tribe living beings remained true to their bloodlines and decided to stay even though it could spell their imminent demise. This was just another version of moths diving into flames. The aura Su Xiaolan was currently exuding was akin to irresistible flames to the vermilion bird tribe living beings. Is this the aura of the vermilion bird? It feels different from what it was in the past. In the past, the aura had always been regal and proud to the extreme. But now, it's holy and warm without the abrasive arrogance it once had. The dark river immortal whale remarked. And Lin smiled upon hearing this. Of course, this is Xiaolan brand vermilion bird power. He looked at the egg with a doting expression, as if he were a benevolent father looking at his child. The vermilion bird tribe living beings were still hoping that the dark river immortal whale would kill these two abhorrent humans for them. But they were communicating in a friendly manner as part of an interview instead. What the hell was going on? Did this high and mighty god of creation not even have the courage to attack such a feeble human? All of the vermilion bird tribe powerful beings expected more from the whale. Unfortunately, they couldn't influence the dark river immortal whale's thoughts and could only look on in despair. The 6 blabbermouths of the vermilion bird tribe were at a loss for words and were struck by a profound sense of powerlessness. Their hopes were ignited time and time again, only to be snuffed out over and over again. And Lin was synonymous with despair in their eyes. Soon, a ripple washed over the entire vermilion bird star system again. A semi-transparent rainbow kirin suddenly tore through space and descended. It galloped through space like a horse, and the terrifying soul power emanating from its body struck all of the vermilion bird tribe living beings with a sense of asphyxiation. Its heavenly monarch Dongchan of the spirit tribe, a vermilion bird tribe powerful being yelled. And Lin had also noticed this extremely powerful being galloping over from the distance, and his brows furrowed slightly. This was another god of creation. Heavenly Monarch Dongchan was one of the spirit tribe heavenly monarchs alongside the likes of heavenly monarch Bei Luo and heavenly monarch Shi Ling Wush. Space was torn apart once again. Ha ha ha! I've wanted to visit the vermilion bird's nest for a long time. What a pity that I wasn't able to sample a beauty like the vermilion bird. A monster that appeared to be similar to a western dragon with 8 spiky wings emerged from the spatial rift, and its boundless aura descended upon the vermilion bird star system. All 8 of its wings were different from one another. They were either pure and snowy white, or lined with bones, or filled with vitality, or surging with deathly energy. All of them were imbued with a type of boundless essential power. This was a god of creation from the ancient tribe, the extreme Tao Holy Falcon. The vermilion bird tribe living beings were beginning to panic. Things had well and truly spiraled out of control. Back when the vermilion bird was alive, none of the gods of creation dared to set foot upon the vermilion bird territory. However, they were now popping up one after another with indeterminate intentions. The atmosphere was starting to become extremely tense. And Lin's expression turned quite grave at the sight of the gods of creation descending upon this planet. But he still refused to move even a single inch away from Su Xiaolan. He had already swallowed more than 10 immortal pills, and in conjunction with the insane regenerative ability of his phenomenal success stage body of the war god, his power, consciousness, and body had all recovered to about 50%. However, He was facing countless times more pressure than when he was facing off against all of the Vermilion Bird tribe powerful beings in his feeble state. This was for no reason other than the fact that he was being confronted by three gods of creation. Gods of creation were transcendent beings who had mastered essential powers. None of them were going to be easy opponents. If the Dark River Immortal Whale, Heavenly Monarch Dongchun, and Extreme Tao Holy Falcon attacked at the same time, even Lin at full health would be in a lot of trouble, let alone in his current 50% state. The Extreme Tao Holy Falcon spread its wings and approached at an extremely fast speed. Anything within 1,000-kilometer distance of it was instantly reduced to microscopic dust. Huh? There are other gods of creation here before me. Its expression shifted at the sight of the rainbow Kirin and the little whale in front of Lin. Heavenly Monarch Dongchun and the Dark River Immortal Whale? Interesting, but they don't appear to have secured the Vermilion Bird Heart Essence yet. Heavenly Monarch Dongchun glared at the Extreme Tao Holy Falcon. Holy Falcon, you have no right to meddle in this business. The fall of the Vermilion Bird is a monumental event and has severely impacted the stability of the entire realm of stars. This is a matter for members of the Peace Alliance like me to take care of, so please take your leave. Ha ha ha. Your bullshit Peace Alliance can scare off some return to Void and Tao integration stage trash, but it's not going to work against me. I'll go wherever I want. The Extreme Tao Holy Falcon chortled. Heavenly Monarch Dongchun's expression darkened. The Peace Alliance was an organization that maintained peace in the realm of stars. The Alliance had two gods of creation among their ranks and were one of the most powerful organizations in the realm of stars, but it would still be quite difficult for them to restrict the actions of a god of creation. The two gods of creation quickly approached the immortal Vermilion Star. The Dark River Immortal Whale was still interviewing Lin when an impulsive urge suddenly welled up in its heart, but it soon repressed that urge. It knew that it had missed the best chance to strike. However, it still had a chance. Thank you for accepting my interview, Mr. Tang Bazong. The interview is now over. The Dark River Immortal Whale wagged its glowing tail with a friendly smile. A smile also appeared on Lin's face. Now that all of the pleasantries are out of the way, are you going to attack me? Ha ha ha, Mr. Tang Bazong, you seem to still harbor some sort of misunderstanding toward me. I've already told you that I'm a journalist and a warrior for peace. I definitely won't be attacking you. The Dark River Immortal Whale didn't advance any further. Instead, it was slowly backing away, but it had no intention to leave either. It seemed to be paving the way for the other two gods of creation. You killed the Vermilion Bird? Heavenly Monarch Dongchun stepped forward, and a burst of unparalleled spiritual might instantly enshrouded the entire immortal Vermilion Star, striking fear into the hearts of countless Vermilion Bird living beings. The Extreme Tao Holy Falcon also descended from the sky with unparalleled might, as if it were trying to force all living beings below to their knees. So it's this human? He doesn't look very powerful. The Extreme Tao Holy Falcon cackled before unleashing its aura upon Lin. Boom! Space congealed as the earth caved in, and Lin felt like his entire body was being crushed by a massive mountain. If a Tao integration stage supermighty figure was in his place, they would most likely be crushed to mincemeat in a split second. And Lin remained motionless as his eyes turned pure golden in color. Golden ripples proliferated throughout heaven and earth and instantly vanquished the Extreme Tao Holy Falcon's aura. Super Divine Might Technique. The Extreme Tao Holy Falcon felt like it was being confronted by a paramount war god capable of crushing galaxies and was looking down on it with haughtiness and disdain. This was the first time it had ever felt so tiny and insignificant. How could there be such a powerful being in this world? The Extreme Tao Holy Falcon's legs gave out from under it, and it was about to collapse to its knees, but it supported itself with its 8 wings to spare itself from humiliation. Heavenly Monarch Dongchun and the Dark River Immortal Whale also shuddered slightly. Even though they weren't being targeted by Lin, shock and awe were still sweeping through their hearts. What kind of powerful being could unleash such a terrifying aura? The three gods of creation were even more cautious toward Lin now. The arrogant Extreme Tao Holy Falcon had now completely shut its mouth. It was trying to test out Lin's power, and the verdict was that Lin was even more terrifying than it had anticipated. The super divine might technique had expended a lot of Enlin's spiritual power, but it achieved a brilliant effect. At the very least, these three gods of creation were going to think twice before attacking him. The main benefit of using the super divine might technique was that it could infinitely expand one's aura. The extreme Dao Holy Falcon was only able to unleash an aura equivalent to its power. However, Enlin was able to unleash an aura more than 10 times as potent as the power he possessed. This often misled his opponents into overestimating his power. Furthermore, he was the one who had slain the vermilion bird, so they had no choice but to believe that he was every bit as powerful as his aura suggested. Enlin clasped his hands behind his back before turning to the rainbow Kirin with a carefree smile. Heavenly Monarch Dongchun, I've been looking forward to meeting you. Speaking of the 4 heavenly monarchs of the spirit tribe, I recently met Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. His soulless star was destroyed, and he decided to vent his rage on me. I was not very pleased, so I taught him a little lesson. Please apologize to him on my behalf. Enlin spoke with an indifferent expression. However, waves of shock were surging through Heavenly Monarch Dong Chen's heart. Everyone knew about how Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had been greatly enraged by the destruction of the soulless star, which led him to battle the extreme Dao Monkey Monarch, a battle which he had won in the end. However, Heavenly Monarch Dongchun knew some very confidential insider information. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had also tried to pick a fight with the Azure Dragon tribe, but suffered a crushing defeat. A certain mysterious powerful being had beaten the proud Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo into seclusion. Soon after that, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo took all of his valuables and fled without telling anyone. Who could have struck so much horror into Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's heart that he would give up everything he had at the spirit tribe? Was this human the mysterious powerful being in question? Heavenly Monarch Dongchun swallowed. This was a man who had just beaten the crap out of Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo a few days ago before killing the vermilion bird. Was it really a good idea to attack him? One could tell from Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's reaction that not only was this man extremely powerful, he probably also had some extremely terrifying backers. Otherwise, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo wouldn't have disappeared so completely. This was not someone they could mess with. Enlin remained standing on the spot and didn't say or do anything else. However, none of the 3 gods of creation dared to attack him. All of the vermilion bird tribe bystanders were befuddled. These were gods of creation. They were the most powerful beings in the entire realm of stars. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. How could they be too scared to attack Enlin? Enlin had said all he needed to say, and he didn't stoke the flames any further. What he lacked the most now was time, so hesitation from his enemies was quite beneficial to him. The extreme Dao Holy Falcon, Heavenly Monarch Dongchun, and the Dark River Immortal Whale communicated using their eyes. The Dark River Immortal Whale blinked. Tang Bazong is very powerful. After all, this is the man who killed the vermilion bird. No matter how feeble he is, he must have some trump cards that are capable of threatening the lives of gods of creation. If we want to defeat him, we'll have to combine our powers. Heavenly Monarch Dong Chen's eyes transitioned between different colors. Not only is Tang Bazong extremely powerful, but he also has unfathomably powerful backers. If we really decide to do this, we'll have to prepare ourselves for vengeance from his backers. The extreme Dao Holy Falcon flapped its wings. Most importantly, how are we going to distribute the vermilion bird heart essence? If we all fight with the intention of taking the vermilion bird heart essence for ourselves, we'll just be divided and conquered by him. It was originally the most arrogant one among them, but after being disciplined by Enlin's super divine might technique, it was now the most cowardly one. Heavenly Monarch Dongchun took a deep breath and continued to communicate with its eyes. We don't have the vermilion bird bloodline, so we won't be able to refine the vermilion bird heart essence. As such, we can only use it as research material to see how we can attain a holy birth. As such, we can swear Dao heart vows so that everyone gets to keep the vermilion bird heart essence for 100 years on a rotating basis. The other 2 gods of creation nodded upon hearing this. It was quite clear that this suggestion had been unanimously approved. Are we ready? An arduous battle awaits us. Furthermore, We're going to face revenge from an extremely terrifying unknown power. I would gladly lay down my life for the path to seeking Tao. The three gods of creation finally made up their minds and prepared to attack Enlin. Enlin immediately began to focus. A battle of an unprecedented scale was about to erupt. Heavenly Monarch Dongchan stepped forward as it spoke in a cold voice. Tang Bazong, if you leave now or relinquish the vermilion bird heart essence, we can spare you. Piss off or die. The extreme Tao Holy Falcon was back to its old cocky self. Tang Bazong, I don't want to have to hurt you. If you relinquish the vermilion bird heart essence, I can give you massive compensation. The dark river immortal whale tried to persuade him rather than threaten him. And Lin burst into laughter at the sight of the three gods of creation. If you want to attack, then do it. There's no need for all these unnecessary words. I don't want to fight, but I'm not afraid to fight either. Boom! A golden ring appeared behind Enlin. The terrifying aura of a war god erupted into the sky. Enlin drew his evil-slaying sword, and just the sword intent emanating from his sword was powerful enough to slash a bottomless fissure into the earth. If you want to steal from me, then you better be prepared to die by my hands. Enlin spoke in a cold and firm voice. The dark river immortal whale's face convulsed slightly. It was not doubting the authenticity of Enlin's words in the slightest. But what could it do? It wanted to reap a massive reward, so it had to take a massive risk. Fuck him up. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang Bazong. Die! The three gods of creation roared in unison as their essential powers erupted forth, hurtling toward Enlin from three different directions. Crack! A crisp crack suddenly sounded. It wasn't a very loud sound, but it was audible to all of the gods of creation present. Not only that, but all of the living beings on the immortal Vermilion Star in the Vermilion Bird Star system, and even the entire southern region of the realm of stars heard this crack. It was as if something were being born. This sound had already transcended beyond the realm of normal sounds. Instead, it was broadcasting a message to all living beings in the form of Tao. I'm about to be born. The dark river immortal whale, heavenly monarch Dongchan, and the extreme Tao Holy Falcon all stopped what they were doing before staring with wide eyes at the white egg behind Enlin. They suddenly discovered that an extremely terrifying aura had locked onto them and was delivering a warning to them. It was telling them that if they dared to attack Enlin, it would kill them regardless of what price it had to pay. Enlin turned around, and an ecstatic look appeared on his face. Sure enough, a crack had appeared on the surface of the pristine, flawless eggshell, as if something was about to emerge from within. Immediately afterward, an extremely rich crimson light more dazzling than the sun, and imbued with an extremely holy and ethereal aura erupted forth. The true intent of absolute freedom was also released with no reservation. That sense of freedom entranced all of the living beings in the Vermilion Bird territory. Crack, crack, crack. More and more cracks appeared on the eggshell, and the white exterior fell away to reveal the most dazzling red light. Enlin's heart had jumped into his throat as he looked on with nervous anticipation. In the end, the light emanating from within the eggshell became so bright that Enlin couldn't even see what was inside. Boom! A massive explosion erupted. Chirp! The ethereal cry of a vermilion bird reverberated throughout the boundless southern region of the realm of stars. Within the boundless crimson vermilion bird essential power, a vermilion bird so beautiful that one simply couldn't look away broke through the fiery vermilion bird essential power before rising into the sky. In that instant, the sky was transformed into the most beautiful mural. One immortal realm after another appeared before everyone's eyes, within which countless birds lived happy lives. At this moment, an extremely dazzling crimson vermilion bird spread its vibrant, gorgeous wings and descended from above. All birds were struck by the urge to kneel before this sight. Not just the immortal Vermilion Star, not just the Vermilion Bird Star system. Instead, this phenomenon appeared over the entire realm of stars. The Vermilion Bird had been reborn. This phenomenon would only appear following the successful inheritance of a holy birth. Countless beings looked up into the sky in unison, and all of them were greeted by a sight so breathtakingly beautiful that they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. All of the vermilion bird tribe living beings were so entranced that they had forgotten how to speak. What a beautiful figure! Wasn't this the Tao they sought? Their senses told them that this was the most beautiful being that was worthy of their utmost reverence. Their bloodlines told them that this was their queen. Their senses and their bloodlines couldn't lie. The vermilion bird before them was the light they were searching for. One of the vermilion birds knelt down first. Soon, huge groups of vermilion birds knelt to ground with their wings spread open. Loud cries erupted into the clouds. "We pay our respects to the great Empress. We pay our respects to the great Empress. We pay our respects to the great Empress." All of the vermilion bird tribe living beings used the most direct method to express their current emotions. Even the 6 vermilion bird sages all knelt down with tears flowing from their eyes to welcome their new vermilion bird. The light of the vermilion bird made the entire sky more vibrant and colorful. Within the mural in the sky, countless birds knelt in reverence. The image in the mural was replicated by the countless birds kneeling outside the mural. The vermilion bird flew high in the sky, and every single feather on its body was like the most beautiful treasure in this world. Its lithe and graceful body demonstrated to the world what extreme beauty was. Its bright blue eyes that were as clear as a mirror soothed one's heart and cleansed one's soul. Even heavenly monarch Dongchun, the dark river immortal whale, and the extreme Tao holy falcon, who didn't possess the vermilion bird bloodline, were completely intoxicated, let alone the vermilion bird tribe living beings. The beauty of the vermilion bird shocked the entire realm of stars. All of the living beings across the realm of stars were struck by a sense of reverence and yearning toward the beautiful figure in the sky. A phenomenon that encompassed the entire realm of stars would only occur following the successful inheritance of a holy birth. Following the passage of the phenomenon, all of the living beings were left with memories that would remain with them for the rest of their lives. On the immortal vermilion star, and Lin lacked the words to express what he was feeling right now. It was too beautiful, indescribably beautiful. He looked at all of the arrogant vermilion bird living beings who were now kneeling on the ground, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Su Xiaolan was involved in killing their great Empress vermilion bird, but they were kneeling to Su Xiaolan. This showed that these arrogant vermilion birds were actually only loyal to the vermilion bird holy birth as opposed to any one living being. They only believed in the instinctive yearning within their bloodlines. Su Xiaolan had attained the holy birth and set their bloodlines alight, so she was their leader. Even the 6 blabbermouths of the vermilion bird tribe were no exception to this. And Lin felt like this was perhaps a good thing. In this case, Su Xiaolan would be able to conquer the entire vermilion bird tribe without having to do anything. The entire vermilion bird tribe would be under Xiaolan's command. Just as countless living beings were basking in the phenomenon taking place across the entire realm of stars, the vermilion bird turned toward the dark river immortal whale, heavenly monarch Dongchun, and the extreme Tao holy falcon. A burst of holy might erupted forth like a tsunami wave, striking the 3 gods of creation with a sense of asphyxiation. Outsiders are not welcome on vermilion bird territory. Piss off. The vermilion bird's voice was extremely firm and cold. The 3 gods of creation were extremely angry upon hearing this. No one dared to speak to them like that in this boundless realm of stars. The extreme Tao holy falcon looked at the vermilion bird in the sky, then down at Lin, and it gritted its teeth with indignation. "We've missed the best opportunity to strike. Let's retreat." It spread open its 8 wings as it spoke, and it dived straight into space, upon which it disappeared. The dark river immortal whale and heavenly monarch Dongchun also looked at each other before choosing to retreat. Facing Lin was already very risky, so how were they supposed to fight now that a new vermilion bird was joining the battle? They could seriously die here, and it was simply not worth the risk. The final 2 gods of creation also disappeared. They had all been forced into retreat by a single sentence from the vermilion bird. It had to be said that Xiaolan was becoming more and more badass. In the past, she wouldn't have had the courage to tell gods of creation to piss off. Soon after that, the phenomenon in the sky began to recede. The massive mural disappeared. The vermilion bird also transformed into a ball of perpetually burning flames, which shrank and converged to form a crimson-golden streak of light that released light and heat even more powerful than the sun. After that, it quickly fell at the center of the shattered eggshell, and Lin made his way over with an excited expression. The vermilion bird was finally going to turn back into Xiaolan. He was quite worried that Su Xiaolan would be stuck in her vermilion bird form. The vermilion bird was very beautiful, but in comparison to riding the vermilion bird, he would rather hug Xiaolan. And Lin made his way over to the shattered eggshell, and the piercing light finally vanished. Xiaolan, congratulations on inheriting the holy birth. And Lin spread open his arms with a smile on his face, awaiting a hug. Wah! Wah! And Lin looked at the center of the eggshell, and his smile froze on his face. Wah! A porcelain-like baby was howling with tears at the center of the eggshell. This was a baby with smooth, delicate skin, features so beautiful that they barely seemed realistic, soft strands of hair, and for chubby little limbs that waved about sporadically. This was a female infant. And Lin, the female infant. Wah, no, this isn't real. And Lin shook his head relentlessly. The female infant continued to wave her hands around. Wah! And Lin's eyes were a little glazed over. Why was it that he was waiting for Xiaolan to return to his arms, only to be greeted by a baby? This didn't make any fucking sense. However, he quickly sensed Su Xiaolan's aura from this baby. This was her completely unique aura. And Lin's hands trembled slightly as he picked up the beautiful female infant. Xiaolan? Is that you? Wah! The baby blinked her gorgeous, shimmering eyes before placing her little hands on Lin's cheeks and smiling like an idiot. Lin, tell me this isn't Xiaolan. However, the boundless power of the vermilion bird, as well as the power of the true dragon surging within the female infant's body, told him that she was indeed Su Xiaolan. Just as Lin was at a loss for what to do, a massive number of vermilion bird tribe Dao integration stage super mighty figures and other mighty figures had converged behind him. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and all of them possessed powerful auras, clearly indicating that they were all higher-ups in the vermilion bird tribe hierarchy. And Lin turned around with little Xiaolan in his arms, and all of the vermilion bird tribe living beings knelt to the ground. It was an extremely spectacular sight, as a sea of vibrant feathers was surging before his eyes. Congratulations on attaining your holy birth, Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Congratulations on attaining your holy birth, Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Long live, Great Empress. All of the vermilion bird higher-ups yelled at the same time. Little Xiaolan waved her hands in the air. Wah! We pledge our eternal loyalty to Great Empress Vermilion Bird. A Dao integration stage vermilion bird with a long, white beard and a mysterious round formation on its back trembled with excitement. All of the Dao integration stage vermilion birds behind it yelled in unison. High Priest Hong Wu is right. Great Empress Vermilion Bird is our light. She is our only faith. We will pledge our loyalty to Great Empress Vermilion Bird and Great Empress Vermilion Bird only. More excited cheers followed. Little Xiaolan was not frightened or alarmed by these deafening cheers. Instead, she waved her little arms at the sight of the hundreds of thousands of vermilion birds kneeling before her, while spitting out a series of unintelligible syllables with drool dribbling down the corners of her lips. And Lin wiped the drool from little Xiaolan's chin expressionlessly. He didn't know why Su Xiaolan had become like this, and he didn't know if she could ever revert back to her original form. All he could do now was to accept and love Xiaolan for who she was no matter what she became. And Lin turned to the female infant in his arms with this in mind. Wah! The infant spread open her arms, revealing her tiny, nude body in its entirety for him to see. Tears welled up in Lin's eyes. For fuck's sake, are the gods forcing me to become a pedophile? How was he supposed to see this baby as his Dao partner? This was Xiaolan, but this was one-year-old Xiaolan. Did he have to make the transition from romantic love to paternal love? And Lin really wanted to throw up blood. Why was this happening? Phoenixes did rise from the ashes, but why had Xiaolan risen as a baby? What the hell was going on? and Lin was struck by a sense of absurdity at the sight of all of the vermilion birds kneeling to the ground and hailing their great empress. Did they not care that their great empress vermilion bird was a human? Furthermore, she was a little baby that couldn't even articulate intelligible words. However, the vermilion bird tribe was more loyal than Lin had imagined. Once they accepted something, they would follow it until the bitter end. The perfect representatives of this were the 6 blabbermouth vermilion birds. Vermilion bird Uluo was still yelling at the top of its lungs. "Oh, what a beautiful baby! Great Empress Vermilion Bird's pure and flawless body is the embodiment of her pure and flawless heart." Vermilion bird Tianjin chimed in. "She has been born in an infantile state, which means that she is starting anew and bringing new hope to our entire tribe. She is our most revered great empress Vermilion Bird." Vermilion Bird Bing Xian wore a scorching expression. "Great Empress Vermilion Bird, we'll protect you with our lives and make sure you come to no harm in your current, vulnerable state." Vermilion Bird Nan Li spoke in an urgent voice. "Great Empress Vermilion Bird is currently in a very vulnerable state and requires a guardian to look after her and speak on her behalf. I nominate Master and Lin. What do you all think?" Vermilion Bird Huan Jun nodded with approval and excitement. "That's a great idea. Master and Lin is very close to the Great Empress, and he is the embodiment of wisdom and power. His bloodline is extremely regal, and he forced back 3 gods of creation, thereby rescuing our entire Vermilion Bird tribe. He is the perfect candidate. I concur." Vermilion Bird Taijing flapped its wings. "I also concur." And Lin's lips twitched. Regal bloodline? Rescued the Vermilion Bird tribe? Had they forgotten about how they had renounced him for his inferior bloodline and the heinous crimes he had committed against the Vermilion Bird tribe? They sure were bringing out the antonyms. High Priest Hong Wu had the final say. "I also concur." Hundreds of thousands of vermilion birds expressed their agreement in unison. "We concur with the suggestion of the 6 vermilion bird sages. We concur with the suggestion of the 6 vermilion bird sages. We nominate Master and Lin as the Vermilion Bird Guardian." Thus, Lin had been completely redeemed and become the #1 guardian of Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Basically, he could call the shots in the Vermilion Bird tribe. What a strange world. And Lin was wondering what he was going to do with the Vermilion Bird tribe. But now, all of them were now nominating him as Xiaolan's guardian. "Wah?" A sweet cry sounded beside his ears. Immediately afterward, a pair of soft little hands caressed Lin's face. And Lin looked at the female infant in his arms, and he was greeted by the smile of an angel. She was so adorable. 1-year-old Xiaolan was the most adorable thing he had ever seen. And Lin's heart melted, and a smile also appeared on his face. Why was he thinking so much? He would just have to love Xiaolan and protect her as he had always done. The 2 of them exchanged smiles, presenting an extremely warm and beautiful scene to behold. This scene seemed to have been frozen in a snapshot in time. A tender syllable sounded, and Lin was initially taken aback upon hearing this before turning with excitement toward little Xiaolan. "Little Xiaolan, it's me, and Lin." And Lin was excited beyond belief. He knew that little Xiaolan was trying to call his name. Su Xiaolan still had her memories, but she really was only a small child in her current state. And little Xiaolan grabbed onto Lin's collar as she struggled to articulate his name. And Lin was moved to the point of tears and patiently guided her. "And Lin? And..." Little Xiaolan's eyes lit up as if she had found a way to resolve this issue. And then, "Daddy!" Boom! And Lin was rooted to the spot as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Little Xiaolan had dealt him such a heavy blow that he was doubting his very existence. A father's love was like a mountain, and Lin felt like he had been crushed under a mountain and was struggling to breathe. "I see you as my Tao partner, but you call me Daddy." And Lin looked up into the sky with a suicidal expression. Little Xiaolan lay in Lin's arms with her head against his chest as she caressed his neck with affection and attachment. And news of Lin becoming Great Empress Vermilion Bird Tribe's #1 guardian instantly spread through the entire Vermilion Bird Tribe. All of the Vermilion Bird tribe powerful beings arrived at the Vermilion Bird Palace to pay their respects to their great empress. In reality, they were just paying their respects to a little girl. High Priest Hong Wu was a sexy female vermilion bird, and she volunteered to provide breast milk for little Xiaolin. Little Xiaolin's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of the milk being presented, and drool dribbled down her chin again. And Lin had no milk to feed Xiaolin, so he could only accept High Priest Hong Wu's offering and feed Xiaolin her milk. He had used his divine inspection technique to verify that the milk was very safe and very healthy with no harmful substances within. Furthermore, it contained very pure vermilion bird power and was very beneficial to the development of an infant. And Lin held the milk bottle and walked around with Xiaolan in his arms, at a loss for what to do. He hadn't even married Xiaolan yet, but he was now her father. Who was he supposed to cry to about this? Anyway, this Vermilion Bird Palace was supermassive. The palace encompassed an area with a radius of several dozen kilometers, and the floors were all crimson golden in color. There were all types of statues within the palace, and all of them exuded extremely pure flame power. There were countless mysterious diagrams inscribed upon the walls and a series of pillars around which divine flames of different colors revolved. 2 hours later, in the Vermilion Bird Palace, and Lin held Su Xiaolan in his arms as he sat upon the throne. Before him, several dozen Dao integration stage vermilion birds and over 1,000 return to void stage vermilion birds knelt upon the ground. And Lin announced expressionlessly, "I hereby announce the founding of the new Vermilion Bird Empire. Long live Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Long live the Vermilion Bird Tribe." All of the Vermilion Bird powerful beings yelled in unison, and Lin sighed with emotion. He was now essentially the ruler of the arrogant Vermilion Bird Tribe. Little Xiaolan was now the Great Empress of the Vermilion Birds. The new Vermilion Bird Empire Conference commences now. Hurry up and raise any issues you have. And Lin held onto little Xiaolan as yawned. Never would Lin have thought that he would become the stand-in emperor in the Vermilion Bird Tribe. However, he was not excited in the slightest. There was no fun in talking to a bunch of birds, and he had to have little Xiaolan with him for this stupid conference. What difference did it make if a little baby who couldn't even speak was present during the conference or not? He tried to raise these points, but all of the Vermilion Bird Tribe officials expressed the unanimous opinion that the conference would be incomplete if Great Empress Vermilion Bird was not present. As such, and Lin had no choice but to carry little Xiaolan in his arms while listening to the Vermilion Bird Tribe higher-ups chirp about a range of things. The reconstruction and repair of the immortal Vermilion Star is estimated to take 100 years and will require 3 billion spirit stones. We have decided to give the job to the #1 construction sect in the Vermilion Bird Tribe, the Nan Mu sect. What does the Great Empress Vermilion Bird think of this? A vermilion bird with very large eyes asked. Little Xiaolan blinked. Wah! And Lin nodded expressionlessly. Approved. Thank you, Great Empress Vermilion Bird. The vermilion bird with big eyes was moved to the point of tears. Great Empress Vermilion Bird's wisdom is truly a blessing for our entire tribe. An imposing vermilion bird in black armor then strode over with a respectful expression. I have captured some spies of other races trying to infiltrate our territory. There are 3,629 of them in total. How should I deal with these spies? And Lin waved a hand through the air. Send them to the mines. Great Empress Vermilion Bird's benevolence is truly a blessing for our entire tribe. The Vermilion Bird General offered some more words of praise before reluctantly departing. A chorus of chants immediately rang out. Long live Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Long live Great Empress Vermilion Bird. And Lin. Your Great Empress Vermilion Bird is currently drinking breast milk. Is it really necessary to praise her in such a shameless manner? Soon, a vermilion bird with golden feathers strode over. Revered Great Empress Vermilion Bird, your treasure vault has been severely damaged during the course of the prior battle. Will you move it elsewhere or repair the existing vault? The golden vermilion bird asked. And Lin was about to fall asleep, but he was instantly jerked awake upon hearing this. Treasure vault? The vermilion bird had a treasure vault. Of course, Great Empress Vermilion Bird owns a huge treasure vault, which can only be opened using the power of the Holy Birth. A new Great Empress has been crowned, so this treasure vault now belongs to her. The golden vermilion bird bowed respectfully. Everyone knew about this, but none of them wanted to take those treasures for themselves. Taking the treasures of someone with a perfect bloodline would result in the collapse of their Tao hearts. Furthermore, they didn't have the ability to open the treasure vault anyway. I've decided to move it. After this conference, I will be taking the Great Empress to the treasure vault. I'll have to trouble you to lead the way there. And Lin responded with a stern expression. Yes, he was going to move Great Empress Vermilion Bird's treasures. As for where he was going to move it, that was obvious. He was going to move all of it into his storage ring, of course. I'm very honored to be of service to Great Empress Vermilion Bird. The golden vermilion bird extended a respectful bow before departing. After that, one vermilion bird after another came forward and presented different issues. Most of them were concerning the cleanup in the aftermath of the battle. And Lin basically just made decisions based on how he felt. To his surprise, no one offered any objections or conflicting opinions to his decisions. All of them just praised him for his wisdom and decision-making abilities or talked about how much of an honor it was to serve him. What the fuck? And Lin felt like if he told these vermilion birds to eat shit, they would do so and yell about how delicious it was. Perhaps this was the power of the Holy Birth. It gave Lin absolute authority over such an arrogant tribe. 1 hour later, the conference was over. The golden vermilion bird led Lin toward the treasure vault. Mohai also tagged along. He had successfully made it out of the mines and was now the human ambassador responsible for communication between the human race and the vermilion bird tribe. Mohai didn't even have the words to describe his feelings. He could barely accept the fact that Lin and Su Xiaolan had slain the vermilion bird, but Su Xiaolan had also inherited the Holy Birth? If news of this was to spread to the Taichu continent, it would create a gigantic stir. His beautiful and adorable sect sister was now the matriarch of their sect. Mohai felt like he was dreaming every time that thought occurred to him. What a breathtaking turn of events. Should he be referring to Su Xiaolan as a sister or as the Great Empress Vermilion Bird from now? Mohai was caught in a dilemma. He turned toward the unintelligible little girl in Lin's arms, and his lips twitched. He simply couldn't bring himself to call her matriarch. What a strange world. Brother Lin, when are we going to return to the Taichu continent? Mohai asked uneasily. When the wind rises. Lin gave a profound response. Mohai almost broke down into tears. Big brother Lin, I don't understand. Please speak in terms that are comprehensible to mere mortals like me. Lin smiled. After I empty this treasure vault, I'll think of a way to use the Vermilion Bird Tribe's power, then swindle them into jumping onto our ship. After that, we'll meet up with Shangguan, then return to the Azure Dragon tribe territory so that we can ask Patriarch Azure Dragon to open up the passageway for us again. After all, he was the one who led us here, and if he's not going to buy us a return ticket, I'll beat the crap out of him. Lin explained his plan. Mohai was enlightened. This was indeed the best course of action. Soon, a peculiar building appeared before Lin's eyes. This was a building that looked like a bird's nest, and it shimmered with colorful light under the sun. It wasn't very big, but it was as beautiful as a bright jewel. The golden vermilion bird led Lin to a round gate. This is where Great Empress Vermilion Bird's treasure vault is located. It has been sealed by a restriction set up by the previous Great Empress Vermilion Bird and reinforced by the power of this entire planet. Only the power of the Holy Birth is capable of opening it. Lin carefully assessed this gate. Indeed, this gate was so solid that it struck one with a sense of despair. He turned toward the little baby in his arms with a smile. Your time to shine, little Xiaolan. Wah! Little Xiaolan was still sucking on a nipple as she turned toward Lin with befuddlement in her large, bright eyes. Lin explained in a gentle voice, Little Xiaolan, I need you to unleash your power of the Holy Birth in order to open this treasure vault. He carried Su Xiaolan over to the round gate, at the center of which was a vermilion bird diagram. Place your palm at the center of the vermilion bird diagram and release the power of your holy birth. And Lin instructed Su Xiaolan, who was in his arms. Mo Hai felt like this was not very realistic. Sister Su Xiaolan is only a year old. Can she understand what you're saying? She can already call me and Lin daddy, so why wouldn't she be able to understand? She clearly retains all of her memories and can understand what I'm saying. It's just that she has some trouble speaking, and Lin explained. Little Xiaolan nodded. Mo Hai believed him, but he was still concerned. She's so small. Can she use the power of the holy birth? It looks like she has trouble walking and always insists on being carried by you. I don't know about that, but we'll let her try. The temptation of great Empress Vermilion Bird's treasures may create some miracles. And Lin smiled. Little Xiaolan looked at Lin and sucked on her thumb, unsure of what to do next. Xiaolan, if you open this gate, you'll be able to access great Empress Vermilion Bird's treasures. Don't you want those treasures? And Lin urged. Slap. Little Xiaolan slapped a hand right in the center of the vermilion bird diagram. Wah! A determined cry erupted. Crimson energy surged from her soft little hand and into the gate. The gate instantly lit up. Boom! The gate slowly opened. Oh! Such mighty and regal power. Long live great Empress Vermilion Bird. The golden vermilion bird's feathers stood on end from excitement as it sprawled to the ground. She really can use the power of the holy birth. Mo Hai's eyes widened with incredulity. He then looked at the little baby in Lin's arms, and he was quite perplexed. If Su Xiaolan was able to even use the power of the holy birth, why didn't she just fly around instead of sitting in Lin's arms all the time? Little Xiaolan is the best. And Lin planted a massive kiss on her porcelain-like cheek. Little Xiaolan raised her chin with a triumphant look. Thus, and Lin carried Su Xiaolan into the vermilion bird treasure vault. The golden vermilion bird stood guard outside. Mo Hai also entered the treasure vault. He didn't want to take anything. He was just curious about what was inside the vermilion bird treasure vault. Mo Hai knew quite a bit about the 4 hidden tribes. The Azure Dragon tribe loved to collect treasures and was known as the wealthiest tribe. The Vermilion Bird tribe preferred to travel everywhere and was quite spendthrift. In any case, there were many powerful beings in the Vermilion Bird tribe that had accumulated a lot of debt. Thus, it was difficult to say whether there would actually be anything valuable in the treasure vault of the Vermilion Bird tribe. And Lin was also aware of this, which was why he was quite concerned. He was afraid that he would open the Vermilion Bird treasure vault only to discover mountains of debt statements. In that case, he would immediately announce little Xiaolan's resignation from the role of Great Empress. However, after walking into the Vermilion Bird treasure vault, both Lin and Mo Hai discovered that they were wrong. The dazzling light from treasures almost blinded them. Extremely rich energy fluctuations struck one with a sense of asphyxiation. They felt like they were breathing in tycoon essence with each and every inhalation. A series of treasure phenomena surged through the air. A crimson long sword hung in the air, and a boundless rain of fire fell around it. An artwork was hung upon the wall, within which was a scene of spectacular scenery that appeared far too realistic to be just a painting. There were countless spots of light that danced in the air like dragons amid the sound of faint dragon roars. That was the phenomenon triggered by a small pool of water. Aside from that, there were 2 pills that had transformed into vicious beasts fighting one another in a corner, creating energy fluctuations no weaker than a clash between Return to Void stage mighty figures. They exuded divine pill auras. Aside from that, there were mountains of vital stones, of which there appeared to be about 500,000 in total. The vital energy they collectively emanated were like waves surging through the air. One had to realize that each vital stone was the equivalent of 10,000 spirit stones. Wah! Little Xiaolan's eyes widened as she stared blankly at the scenes before her eyes. Divine tool, divine pill, several billion spirit stones. Her little heart was thumping wildly. There were more treasures here than she had ever seen in her life. The treasures within the Vermilion Bird treasure vault had transcended well beyond everyone's imaginations. Mo Hai was unable to look away, and he felt like he was about to be suffocated by the aura of the treasures here. These treasures, even the lowest ranked ones appear to be divine rank? That's insane. And Lin nodded with a thoughtful expression. The former great Empress Vermilion Bird was a very proud creature, so perhaps she saw that collecting treasures below divine rank was insulting. Can't you see that she didn't even collect any spirit stones and only collected vital stones? Mo Hai was enlightened. You have a point there. What astonishing riches. I thought the Vermilion Bird tribe was the most poverty-stricken one among the 4 hidden tribes. But who would have thought that this Vermilion Bird treasure vault would have so much good stuff? Even the most mediocre treasures here would be supreme treasures in the Vermilion Bird sect. And Lin chuckled upon hearing this. The Vermilion Bird is a goddess of creation who has lived for countless years, so it's no surprise that she has some valuable treasures. He turned toward little Xiaolin as he spoke, and Lin had already made an azure dress for little Xiaolin, and she looked very adorable in it. Little Xiaolin turned toward Lin as if she had detected his gaze, and she sucked her thumb with an inquisitive expression, as if to ask, "What is it? Little Xiaolin?" And Lin spoke with a gentle voice. "You're still quite small, so I'll keep these treasures for you for now, and I'll give them to you when you grow up." Little Xiaolin stiffened upon hearing this, and she stared blankly at Lin with incredulity as films of tears appeared in her large eyes. Mo Hai was also astonished. Was this bastard bullying a child? He wanted to call the police. Wah? Little Xiaolin pouted as she protested. "I knew you would agree. Let's do it." And Lin nodded with elation. Little Xiaolin? Agree? What agreement was this? When did I agree? However, and Lin had already rushed toward the treasures like a starving wolf to fresh meat. 5.2 billion spirit stones in the bag. 8 divine tools in the bag. 9 divine pills in the bag. 15 divine rank materials in the bag. 3 treasures with indeterminate uses but with energy fluctuations superior to even divine rank treasures in the bag. And Lin wore a massive grin. He was rich. Wah? Little Xiaolin suddenly extended a hand and pointed toward one of the divine pills with scorching anticipation in her eyes. "You want this one?" And Lin picked up the divine pill she was pointing to with a curious expression. This was a divine pill with divine flowers blossoming on its surface and with golden flames revolving around it. Divine inspection technique. Heavenly fire flower pill. A pill refined using the sunflower, which is only found in regions where flame power is at its most abundant in the realm of heavens. The sunflower is then combined with flame crystals and refined for 9,000 years to create this third-grade divine pill. It can refine the flame power within one's body, accelerate the growth of cultivators with fire-type bloodlines, and enhance the quality of the consumer's flame power. And Lin's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing this. Accelerate growth? Xiaolin, are you trying to use this divine pill to grow up more quickly? Little Xiaolin nodded with an eager expression. Open wide. And Lin passed the heavenly fire flower pill to little Xiaolin. Little Xiaolin opened her little mouth to swallow the divine pill, only to find that it was hanging a short distance away from her mouth and was not placed into her mouth. She inched her head forward to try and reach the divine pill, only for it to be shifted further away by Lin. Little Xiaolin looked up at Lin with a confused expression. Lin smiled. Call me husband first, and I'll let you have it. Little Xiaolin stared blankly up at Lin with tears swimming in her eyes. Mo Hai was astonished. An adult was forcing a 1-year-old little girl to call him husband, resulting in the little girl bursting into tears. What a twisted freak. Ha Haben! Little Xiaolin pouted. Good girl. And Lin smiled as he placed the divine pill into little Xiaolin's mouth. Teasing Xiaolin like this was really fun. Little Xiaolin glared at Lin before swallowing the divine pill. Rumble. Extremely powerful and pure pill power surged through her tiny body. Her snowy white skin transformed into a reddish-golden color as a terrifying power surged and tumbled within her body, as if it were threatening to make her explode at any moment. However, Lin was not concerned about this at all. Little Xiaolin was small, but her body was definitely on par with that of a holy beast. No divine pill could hurt her with its power. and Lin happily stored away the rest of the treasures. There was one less divine pill, but he still pocketed 8. Of course, he was just safekeeping them for Su Xiaolan. He was going to return them to Su Xiaolan once she grew up. That was not a lie. He could lie to anyone with the exception of Su Xiaolan. The 3 of them made their way out of the treasure vault. Great Empress Vermilion Bird, Master and Lin. The golden vermilion bird immediately bowed respectfully before inquiring with an expectant expression. Where do you plan on moving the treasure vault? We'll decide that another time. Close the gate. And Lin smiled. The gate closed. Without the power of the holy birth, these vermilion birds wouldn't be able to open the gate. So they wouldn't even know that all of the treasures were gone. And Lin was then informed that the vermilion bird tribe also had a national treasure vault. There were even more treasures here in the National Treasure Vault, which housed all types of materials and resources. However, all of them were either at spirit rank or immortal rank, with no divine rank treasures among them. It appeared that all of the divine rank treasures had already been taken by the Great Empress. There was a vermilion bird keeping records of everything within the National Treasure Vault, so it would be difficult for Lin to take anything. Thus, after touring the treasure vault, he decided to leave. All right, let's work on finding Yang Yuan and Shangguanyi now. And Lin smiled. They returned to the Vermilion Bird Palace and arrived before a red crystal ball. This was a Dao particle telecommunication ball that could contact others even from over 10,000 light-years away. And Lin could see that there were a few missed calls on the ball. One was from White Tiger, one was from Shenwu, one was from Azure Dragon, and the final one was from Psychic Sage. It was no surprise that all of these missed calls were from extremely powerful beings. The former arrogant Great Empress probably didn't even exchange contact details with anyone of a lesser caliber than this. And Lin thought to himself for a moment before contacting White Tiger. Little Xiaolan, do you want to speak to White Tiger? And Lin inquired with a smile. Wah! Little Xiaolan waved her arms in the air. And Lin didn't know whether she was expressing approval or not, but he chose to interpret it as an affirmative response. Do. White Tiger soon picked up from the other side. Ha ha ha. Esteemed new vermilion bird. I'm White Tiger. Congratulations on successfully inheriting the holy birth. A voice that roared like countless bolts of lightning sounded. Wah! Little Xiaolan responded in her crisp voice. A brief period of silence ensued. You? The new vermilion bird? White Tiger asked in a hesitant voice. Little Xiaolan nodded. White Tiger. From the spatial phenomenon, it looked like the vermilion bird was a mature holy beast. So why did this sound like a human baby? However, only the vermilion bird could activate this telecommunication ball. As such, this had to be the vermilion bird. Esteemed vermilion bird, our White Tiger tribe acknowledges your identity and supports you in all of your decisions. The trade relationship between our 2 tribes will continue as normal, so you do not need to be concerned. White Tiger disclosed the reason for his call. Little Xiaolan was very happy. Wah! White Tiger almost exploded. What the fuck are you saying? Are you happy, or do you propose an objection? Are there changes that need to be made? Ha ha ha. I knew that the esteemed vermilion bird would agree. I'm very happy to continue our cooperation. White Tiger smiled. He was just going to assume that she had agreed. Hello? I'm Great Empress Vermilion Bird's guardian. And Lin? A warm voice suddenly sounded. White Tiger shuddered upon hearing this voice. There was finally someone he could understand. He knew that there was a very powerful human on the Immortal Vermilion Star that had worked together with the new Vermilion Bird to kill the former Vermilion Bird. This man must have been that human. Hello, esteemed Tang Bazong. White Tiger knew that Lin's Dao title was Tang Bazong, and he felt more comfortable referring to Lin by his Dao title. And Lin, I trust that you had a pleasant conversation with the new Vermilion Bird. I actually have a small request. Pleasant conversation? Are you kidding me? White Tiger repressed the urge to grumble as he replied. Please state your request, Mr. Tang Bazong. I'll satisfy you to the best of my abilities. I have a friend by the name of Yang Yuan who should have arrived at your White Tiger territory. If you have seen him, Please tell him to come to our vermilion bird territory via teleportation spell formation. And Lin continued. White Tiger was shocked once again. Yang Yuan is your friend? And Lin's eyes lit up. Oh, he is indeed my friend. You seem to know where he is? Could you? I can't, White Tiger replied. And Lin was a little baffled by White Tiger's frank refusal. Why? He asked. My daughter has fallen in love with him. I can't control my daughter, and she refuses to let Yang Yuan go, so I can't do anything. White Tiger gave a resigned reply. And Lin was astonished. Little Xiaolan was astonished. Mo Hai was also astonished. White Tiger's daughter fell in love with Yang Yuan. Holy fuck, was Yang Yuan that badass? Mo Hai suddenly felt like he was so useless. While he was arduously working as a miner, Yang Yuan was chatting up White Tiger's daughter. Can I speak to Yang Yuan? And Lin asked. Of course. You guys can communicate on this matter as well. I actually don't oppose my daughter entering a relationship with Yang Yuan. As long as they're both happy, I'm happy. White Tiger was unexpectedly quite open-minded regarding this matter. And Lin had initially thought that White Tiger would be far more barbaric and violent, but it looked like he was actually quite easygoing. Was this because of his doting love for his daughter or his position and status? Soon, Yang Yuan's animated voice sounded within the telecommunication ball. And Lin, is that really you? Su Xiaolan inherited the holy birth? You too killed the vermilion bird. Yang Yuan was very excited. And Lin gave affirmative responses to all of these questions. Even though he was already mentally prepared, Yang Yuan was still very shocked to hear this. Who would have thought that you and Sister Su Xiaolan would achieve such an earth-shattering feat? We have more hope in our resistance against the heavenly human tribe now. Yang Yuan was quite elated. Brother Yang Yuan, what's going on with you? I heard you and Sister White Tiger, And Lin gave a sly chuckle. Please don't tease me, and Lin. Sigh. A resigned expression appeared on Yang Yuan's face. I used my holy flames to eradicate the frost poison that had afflicted White Tiger's daughter, thinking that there was no harm in befriending White Tiger and his daughter. But it appears that his daughter wants to be more than friends. Bai Xiaohu is now pursuing me as her Dao partner, and even after I told her that I'm married, she said she didn't mind and would be content as my concubine. And Lin's eyes lit up. That's awesome. Little Xiaolan sucked on her little thumb and glared at Lin. And Lin immediately flared up with rage. What a shameless tiger she is. Sigh, it's too bad that I won't be able to help you. Do you have any way to travel to the vermilion bird territory so that we can go back together? Bai Xiaohu is following me everywhere I go, and I get a splitting headache whenever I see her now. If worst comes to worst, I'll have to take her back to the Taichu continent with me. Yang Yuan was very irritated, and Lin didn't think that was a bad thing. However, he only nodded with a sympathetic expression. Take care of yourself, brother Yang Yuan. Xiaolan and I will wait for you at the vermilion bird territory. The two of them hung up after talking for a while longer. Mo Hai sighed with emotion. Sigh, I don't know if this is fortune or tragedy. Even though brother Yang Yuan has received White Tiger's core inheritance and now has many White Tigers protecting him, he's stuck with Bai Xiaohu. And Lin turned to Mo Hai with a raised eyebrow. Was he serious? Obtaining a top-rate inheritance, having a beautiful White Tiger as a concubine, and gaining a horde of White Tiger bodyguards. How was this anywhere near a tragedy? After a while, Lin contacted Shen Wu. Hello, Great Empress Vermilion Bird. I must congratulate on successfully inheriting the Holy Birth on behalf of the entire Shen Wu tribe, and I hope that our cooperation will continue to... Shen Wu immediately began to rattle off a spiel, as if he were pressed for time. Su Xiaolan. Wah! So, Shen Wu faltered slightly upon hearing this tender voice. Vermilion bird? Shen Wu asked. Yeah, little Xiaolan responded. Shen Wu. Thus, it was Guardian, spokesperson and Lin's turn to take the stage. And Lin made some small talk with Shen Wu, and before he had even asked about Shangguan Yi, Shen Wu mentioned her. Sigh, I'm currently recovering from some injuries. My Shen Wu heart essence was somehow damaged, and I'm trying to repress the resulting backlash. Otherwise, I would definitely come to visit in person. Xianwu sighed with distress. Oh? Who could be powerful enough to damage your Xianwu heart essence? And Lin was intrigued. It was a female cultivator. I don't know if this has anything to do with her, but I've had terrible luck ever since she came. I'm even beginning to suspect that she's a secret karma weapon one of my enemies has deployed to bring about my downfall. Xianwu's head throbbed with pain. He then talked about how a series of natural phenomena occurred, including vicious storms, lethal rainbows, chaotic lightning, all of which somehow ended up attacking his Xianwu heart essence. Even though these are all natural phenomena, I can't help but feel that there are simply too many of them taking place in quick succession for this to be a coincidence. There's something off about Shangguan Yi, Xianwu analyzed. Hence, I locked her up, and I'm planning to interrogate her later. And Lin. Mo Hai. What was that? Shangguan Yi? Holy fuck. Was Sister Shangguan Yi's halo of ill fortune that badass already? She was already wreaking havoc in the Xianwu territory. Mo Hai slumped to the ground as if he had received a heavy blow. I'm so useless. Why am I so useless? All of you are doing meaningful things while I was working as a miner under the Vermilion Bird tribe. And Lin turned to look at Mo Hai again. Doing meaningful things? Sister Shangguan Yi had been locked up. How was that meaningful in any way? Mr. Xianwu, I have a request that I have to make on behalf of Great Empress Vermilion Bird. And Lin mustered up some courage. State your request, and I'll do my best to help you. Xianwu replied. And Lin continued, Shangguan Yi is actually my friend. I can assure you that those instances of ill fortune you suffered have nothing to do with Shangguan Yi, so please release her. Xianwu. A prolonged silence ensued. I get it now. Xianwu suddenly broke the silence. Thank you, Mr. Xianwu. This is all a sinister plot. Xianwu cut him off before he could finish his sentence. You're her friend. I get it, you're both assassins. Your mission is to assassinate the Vermilion Bird, while Shangguan Yi's mission is to assassinate me. You succeeded, but I was wise enough to see through Shangguan Yi's guise. And now you're trying to recover your fellow assassin. Who gave you the rings? If I'm not mistaken, you also have friends on the White Tiger territory and Azure Dragon territory, right? Xianwu chuckled coldly. Hee. I'm not falling for this. And Lin, Mo Hai, and little Xiaolan were shocked beyond words. How had he arrived at that conclusion? Mr. Xianwu, I think you're reading too much into this matter. You have to have proof if you're going to make allegations like this. Otherwise, you could hurt people. And Lin sighed. You run the risk of hurting our friendship by talking like this. Stop trying to spout nonsense. I have already discovered the truth. I'm not going to listen to any more of your lies. Xianwu flared up with rage before hanging up. And Lin and Mo Hai looked at each other wordlessly. Stupid gaunt. Little Xiaolan scoffed. And Lin looked at the little girl in his arms with elation. Xiaolan, you can finally speak. This is fantastic. Mo Hai's mouth gaped open in shock. Is that the point here? Shouldn't you be concerned that Sister Su Xiaolan's first words are stupid cunt? She's right though. And Lin held the little angel in his arms high in the sky. Little Xiaolan is so smart. Yeah. Little Xiaolan was very pleased to be praised. Mo Hai had no words for this situation. So what do we do about Sister Shangguan Yi? Mo Hai's brows furrowed with concern. Don't worry. If worst comes to worst, we'll just have to storm the Xianwu territory and fight them. And Lin shrugged nonchalantly. Mo Hai drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. What courage and bravery. He was talking about fighting a holy beast as if he were planning a picnic. Power really did allow one to do whatever they wanted. Mo Hai was feeling very envious. All of a sudden, the telecommunication ball lit up once again. He turned toward it to find that Xianwu was contacting him. And Lin connected the call with a smile. What is it, Xianwu? Mr. And Lin, I just conducted some divination to find that the probability of you and your friends being assassins is very, very low. Perhaps I was overthinking things, and I apologize for my rudeness. Xianwu apologized with an embarrassed expression. For fuck's sake. What a fickle holy beast. Both Enlin and Mo were speechless. Xianwu knew that he was at fault, so he continued. Mr. Enlin, I believe what you told me. I'm going to send my subordinates to accompany Shangguan Yi to the Vermilion Bird territory and also offer some treasures as compensation. Is that all right? You're far too kind, Mr. Xianwu. I'll be waiting for my friend then. And Lin smiled. This was how communication should take place. The two of them made some more small talk before ending the call. After that, Enlin contacted the little black dragon. Patriarch Azure Dragon could be said to be the god of creation who knew the most about Enlin, but at the same time, he felt like he was the god of creation who found Enlin to be the most incomprehensible. It was if the more he knew, the more confused he became. Enlin's rate of growth was simply far too fast. So fast that no one would believe him even if he was to tell the tale of his time in Enlin's body. He didn't understand how anyone could progress so quickly. Patriarch Azure Dragon was very curious about Enlin's battle with the Vermilion Bird and kept on asking him about how he managed to defeat her. However, Enlin was certainly not going to reveal his trump cards to Patriarch Azure Dragon. No matter how many times he was asked the same question, his response was always that he killed the Vermilion Bird with a single punch. Patriarch Azure Dragon finally gave up after a while. Enlin then asked if Patriarch Azure Dragon would be able to teleport them back to the Taichu continent, to which Patriarch Azure Dragon gave an affirmative response. He had already marked the coordinates of the weak point in the formation around the Taichu continent. However, it would expend quite a bit of energy to teleport everyone back, so he had to make some preparations in advance. After confirming that they were indeed able to go back, Enlin ended the call with elation. He then turned his attention to the final person on the list of missed calls, Psychic Sage. This was a very unfamiliar name. He didn't know of anyone in the realm of stars with this title. Perhaps this was a human, but weren't the most powerful humans in the realm of stars only at the Dao integration pinnacle stage? Just who was this Psychic Sage to be able to contact Great Empress Vermilion Bird? Enlin contacted the Psychic Sage. The call was instantly connected, much to Enlin's surprise. All those who instantly picked up your call either held you in very high regard or fancied you. There were very few coincidental cases where they just so happened to be close to their telecommunication ball. Congratulations to Ms. Su Xiaolan for inheriting the Vermilion Bird Holy Birth. And congratulations to Mr. Enlin for furthering your God of War Dao. An elderly yet elated voice sounded from the other side. Enlin and little Xiaolan were both given a fright. This man knew who they were. Enlin was even more shocked. What was this God of War Dao? Did he have that Dao? Could it be that this man knew about his God of War system? Psychic Sage, do we know you? Enlin asked with a cautious expression. Haha, we've never met, but I've heard of you, and you must have heard of me as well. The old man chuckled and said, Psychic Sage is my title in the realm of stars. On the Taichu continent, I am known as the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. Gasp. Enlin and little Xiaolan really were astonished this time. This man was the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure from the Taoist Trinity. The other two members of the Taoist Trinity were both extremely renowned, with one of them being the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, and the other being the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. This Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure was ranked alongside them, so he must have been an extremely important figure too. Junior Enlin pays his respects to the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. Enlin immediately adopted a more respectful manner. Wah! Little Xiaolan also extended a warm greeting. Mo was shocked beyond words. This was a legendary figure that he never thought he would ever come into contact with. He was so excited and was at a complete loss for what to do. The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure seemed to be quite pleased. There's no need for formalities. I've actually been paying close attention to the two of you, and your growth has been quite astonishing. Who would have thought that the woman Lord Lao Zi saved would replace the Vermilion Bird? Fate truly works in some wonderful ways sometimes. This is something that even my divination was unable to predict. Little Xiaolan blushed with embarrassment and buried her head into Enlin's chest. Senior, what did you mean when you spoke about my God of War Dao? Do you know anything? and Lin was quite intrigued. Little Xiaolan also listened with keen interest. This information was disclosed to me by a friend who does not wish to be named. He said that he has bestowed upon you the opportunity to become an invincible war god and also given you the mission to save the world. He has also told me that you've done a very good job thus far and that he is very elated. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure smiled, and Lin almost exploded with rage upon hearing this. Friend who did not wish to be named? It was Tao Lord Luya for sure. Senior, do you know where Tao Lord Luya is? And Lin asked with a fake smile. Aya, you know it's him. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure was quite surprised, and Lin's lips twitched upon seeing this. He knew from a long time ago, but he had never gotten the chance to thank him in person. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure's admission once again confirmed that Tao Lord Luya was the perpetrator behind everything. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure suddenly adopted a profound expression. He said that it's not yet time for you to meet him. You two will meet when fate dictates that the time is right. And Lin gritted his teeth. So he was basically refusing to see Lin. I am contacting the two of you to inform you of a very important matter. Ms. Su Xiaolan, you already satisfy the criteria to transcend beyond heaven and earth and escape the representative of the heavenly Tao. Would you like to do that? The heavenly lord of numinous treasure asked. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Su Xiaolan could transcend beyond heaven and earth? If I transcend, can I still fight the heavenly gods? Little Xiaolan spoke with difficulty. Of course not. After transcending, you will no longer be a living being that belongs to this universe. You will stand above everyone and reside in a superior plane of existence. However, if you attack the heavenly gods, you will be struck by a backlash from the entire heaven and earth, and that will instantly kill you. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure shook his head. That's all right. Leave it to me to save the world. Xiaolan can just look on from outside. And Lin held little Xiaolan in his arms with a doting smile. Little Xiaolan immediately shook her head upon hearing this. No, and Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this before a gentle expression appeared on his face. Be a good girl now. Transcend and explore the outside world. There's no need to waste time with these heavenly gods. No. I want to be with you. Little Xiaolan's cheeks were flushed red from exertion as she forced her words out. I'd rather die than leave you. And Lin fell silent upon hearing this. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure broke the silence. Don't jump to such quick conclusions, young lady. Transcending beyond this heaven and earth will reap benefits that you can't imagine. No. Little Xiaolan refused in a firm voice. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure continued to try and persuade her. Let me tell you about the benefits of transcendence first. No, no, no. Little Xiaolan's head shook relentlessly from side to side. And Lin's heart melted, and he no longer tried to change little Xiaolan's mind. He knew that even though little Xiaolan was an infant, she was still the same old Su Xiaolan, and when Su Xiaolan made up her mind about something, no one could dissuade her. All right then. If you do decide to change your mind, you can contact me using the Vermilion Bird telecommunication ball. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure heaved a resigned sigh. Little Xiaolan pouted and turned her head to ignore the heavenly lord of numinous treasure. And Lin considered his next question for a moment before deciding to articulate it. Senior, I'm sure that you know about the current threat the human race and even the entire Taichu continent is facing. What are the attitudes of the gods of creation on this matter? There were many gods of creation, but very few of them had actually participated in this war, which made him quite curious about where they stood. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure chuckled. The gods of creation in the realm of stars are definitely not going to do anything. As for the gods of creation on the Taichu continent, Cyril, Chanchan, and Nuwa will definitely participate in the war. Among the Taoist trinity, I like to roam the worlds and won't intervene. Lord Lao Zi may lend a hand, while Pangu has transcended beyond this universe a long time ago, and no one knows where he is. As for Tao Lord Luya, I don't know what he intends to do. And Lin fell silent upon hearing this. He had thought that the human race had many hidden allies. However, in reality, All of the gods of creation that were willing to stand with the human race were ones that were already known to Enlin. Gods of creation had the choice to transcend and escape the power of the heavenly gods, so they were far less inclined to participate in this war. After all, why would they risk their lives to save the human race when they could survive either way? Don't be too pessimistic. Our human race still has a good chance of winning this war. At the very least, Tao Lord Luya and I have faith in you. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure smiled. Senior, what do you see in me? And Lin asked. You're intelligent, brave, powerful, decisive. You possess freakish aptitude, limitless potential, incredible fortune, a brilliant temperament. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure rattled off a list of compliments. And Lin smiled. Even though none of these compliments mean anything, they're still very pleasant to hear. Little Xiaolan rolled her eyes. Mo Hai sighed. Brother Enlin sure is honest. You are an extraordinary man, Mr. Enlin. Let's drink to our heart's content the next time I return to the Tai Chu continent. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure chuckled. Sure. Remember to visit my 4-9 Immortal sect. Enlin smiled. The two of them chatted for a while longer before ending the call. Enlin thought about it for a moment before putting the vermilion bird telecommunication ball into Su Xiaolan's storage ring. There was no point in leaving this thing at the Vermilion Bird Palace since no one knew when they were going to return to the Vermilion Bird territory next. After all of these calls were taken care of, Enlin embarked on his leisurely days as a father. He would hold conferences, play with little Xiaolan, and his days would be spent in leisurely serenity. As for Mo Hai, Enlin had used Great Empress Vermilion Bird's jurisdictive power to open up all of the cultivation mystic realms to him in order to fulfill all of his needs. Mo Hai was extremely touched. He had thought that he would be forced to work in the mines for 10,000 long years, only for Enlin to give him a new lease on life. Brother Enlin, you are my lucky star. Mo Hai sobbed with gratitude. You should thank little Xiaolan. All of this was only possible because of her jurisdictive power. And Lin chuckled as he looked at the porcelain-like baby in his arms. Sister Xiaolan, I'm so blessed to have made your acquaintance. Mo Hai spoke with an earnest expression. Little Xiaolan gave him a reserved smile. The bright and beautiful sunlight shone down upon her flawless features, making her appear as if she were the most beautiful angel in this world. One day, within the Vermilion Bird Imperial sleeping quarters, Enlin opened a pair of sleepy eyes, and he was greeted by the familiar scent of Xiaolan. A little girl lay beside him, and she was still sleeping soundly. Enlin knew that this was Su Xiaolan, but he felt like he was hallucinating. Her beautiful, black hair had already grown past her shoulders, and her features had become even more gorgeous and flawless. Most importantly, the green dress Enlin had made for her didn't fit anymore. Her long and well-proportioned legs were completely exposed, and they emanated a jade-like sheen under the light of the sun. This? Enlin's eyes widened. The little girl opened her gorgeous eyes before speaking in a mellow, enticing voice. Enlin? What is it? Enlin drew a sharp intake of breath. 1-year-old little Xiaolan was now 3-year-old little Xiaolan. My God, my Xiaolan! Enlin exclaimed. What is it? Little Xiaolan rubbed her bleary eyes. She then seemed to have realized something as well, and her eyes widened as she let loose a cry of surprise. My God! I can speak so fluently now. Little Xiaolan wept from joy. This is great. I thought I would be stuttering and blubbering for the rest of my life. The little girl wiped away her tears with an elated expression on her face. I was really worried about that as well. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief before pinching little Xiaolan's delicate cheek. You're even more adorable now. Little Xiaolan blushed as she glared at Enlin with her large, bright eyes. Don't you feel guilty when you play with little girls like this? It doesn't matter as long as you're Xiaolan. Enlin patted her head and planted a kiss on her flawless, angelic cheek. 3-year-old Xiaolan is also super adorable. Little Xiaolan rolled her eyes and ignored him. Enlin made another dress for Su Xiaolan. This time it was a pink princess dress. Xiaolan, you're always wearing azure and green clothes. It's time for you to change your style. and Lin helped little Xiaolan into the princess dress with a wide grin on his face. Beautiful! And Lin sized up the flawlessly gorgeous little girl before him. After putting on the pink princess dress, she was so adorable that Lin couldn't take his eyes off her. And Lin pulled out a bottle of vermilion bird milk from his storage ring with a smile. Have some milk. Little Xiaolin responded expressionlessly. I'm not a 1-year-old baby anymore. I'm already 3 years old. She bared her little teeth to prove her point. I have teeth now, see? You're right. Now that you have teeth, you can eat other things. And Lin wore a doting expression as he asked, what do you want to eat today, baby? I'll cook for you. Little Xiaolan heaved a resigned sigh. And Lin, are you trying to actually raise me as your daughter? You already called me daddy, so I have to do my job. And Lin replied with a serious expression. Little Xiaolan, I was kidding, but I took you seriously. And Lin grabbed little Xiaolan's soft little hand and led her outside. Let's see what special ingredients can be found on the vermilion bird territory. Your father is going to cook up a storm today. Great Empress Vermilion Bird reappeared on the immortal vermilion star. All of the vermilion birds were extremely excited. They discovered that their Great Empress Vermilion Bird was even more adorable now that she had grown up. The gods are smiling down upon our tribe. The Great Empress is growing so quickly and filled with vitality, just like our Vermilion Bird tribe. What perfect features! Even though Great Empress Vermilion Bird has been born as a human, she's still so breathtakingly beautiful. Her beauty transcends beyond barriers such as race and species, and can captivate any and every living being. The vermilion birds immediately began sucking up to 3-year-old Su Xiaolin, and Lin was completely astonished. He really wanted to ask them how they could be so shameless when sucking up to their great empress but so arrogant in the face of other living beings. And Lin gained access to the National Treasure Vault with the excuse that he required ingredients to cook for their great Empress Vermilion Bird. He then proceeded to grab a massive pile of top-rate ingredients including many spirit medicines and immortal medicines. The vault caretaker's heart throbbed with pain, but they didn't say anything. Anything for the great Empress. Thus, Lin used the fire-type ingredients native to the Vermilion Bird territory to cook one sumptuous dish after another for little Xiaolan, leaving her completely unable to stop eating and constantly asking for more. And Lin naturally satisfied all of her demands with the doting love of a benevolent father. She was simply too adorable to turn down. The days passed by in a peaceful and serene fashion. Soon, guests arrived at the immortal vermilion star. A few turtles with enormous auras accompanied a woman in a blue dress, and they descended near the immortal vermilion star teleportation spell formations. The woman was greeted by the sight of a familiar man smiling at her as soon as she arrived. Sister Shangguan Yi, I hope you've been well, the man said with a warm smile. And Lin? Tears welled up in Shangguan Yi's eyes. She had been through a lot of hardships during these past few days. If it weren't for Lin helping to save her, she shuddered to think what could have become of her. At this moment, a crisp, tender voice sounded, Sister Shangguan, everything is in the past now. You're on my territory, so you'll be getting the best hospitality. No one will dare to push you around. Shangguan Yi focused her gaze to discover that there was an extremely beautiful little girl sitting on Lin's shoulders with her body pressed tightly against the back of Lin's head, and her hands grabbing fistfuls of Lin's hair. For some reason, this smiling lowly looked quite familiar. Sister Shuangguan, do you not recognize me? The little girl cocked her head to the side with a sweet smile on her face. Shangguan Yi suddenly figured out who she was, upon which an astonished expression appeared on her face. Your sister Xiaolan. My God, how did you end up like this? Didn't you already inherit the vermilion bird holy birth? What happened? Sigh. I'm not so sure myself. Su Xiaolan shook her head. I inherited the holy birth, but the holy birth had been severely ravaged, and it can't do anything now aside from hiding in a corner and lick its wounds. It's not nurturing me. I'm nurturing it right now. As such, a mishap occurred when I was reborn as a holy beast, and I must have expended too much energy, thereby reducing me to this state. I'll have to slowly recover to get back to my former state. Shangguan Yi nodded. As long as you can go back to your original state, everything will be fine. Speaking of which, you're so adorable in your current state, right? I think so too. And Lin chuckled as he reached to pinch little Xiaolan's cheek, only for little Xiaolan to slap his hand aside. And Lin's hand slid down and settled for pinching little Xiaolan's slender waist. It was so soft. By the way, where's Mo Hai? I heard that he's also here on the Vermilion Bird territory, Xianxia asked. Mo Hai is having the time of his life here. He obtained many inheritances from the Vermilion Bird Trial Mystic Realm, and is now about to make a breakthrough to return to Void Intermediate Stage. And Lin replied. Xianxia nodded. That's great news. I've also progressed to the Dao Integration Intermediate Stage. And Lin was shocked. How did you progress so quickly? Did you also receive Xian Wu's core inheritance? No, Xianxia shook her head. I suddenly attained enlightenment as I pondered life while in imprisonment, and I finally made a breakthrough. And Lin. For some reason, and Lin was reminded of Yi Ling. Speaking of her, Mo Hai sure was disgraceful. Xianxia was outstripping him in achievements even while in prison. Just as he was thinking this, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the teleportation spell formation again. This is... An elated expression appeared on An Lin's face. This is White Tiger's aura. Brother Yang Yuan is also coming. A white light soared into the sky. A fierce white tiger aura sent gale force winds surging through the air. An extremely holy and lithe white tiger with fine and delicate features emerged elegantly from the formation with a man riding on its back. Brother Yang Yuan. You're finally here. Brother Yang Yuan. And Lin and Xianxia extended warm greetings. The man sitting atop the white tiger was none other than Yang Yuan. And Lin was a little frightened by Yang Yuan's current condition. Yang Yuan had heavy, dark circles around his eyes, and his body appeared to have been completely depleted. He forced a smile onto his face before extending a difficult salute. Brother and Lin, Sister Xianxia, it's so good to see you again. What's wrong, Brother Yang Yuan? Have you been abused? And Lin's brows furrowed. Nothing of the sort. He's just a little exhausted from playing with me. The white tiger beneath Yang Yuan replied in his stead in a female voice. That's right, that's what happened. Yang Yuan nodded with difficulty before patting the white tiger's head. Let me introduce to you White Tiger's only daughter, Bai Xiaohu. Hello, Roar. The white tiger extended a warm and enthusiastic greeting. And Lin and Xianxia's eyes widened as they looked at the white tiger's delicate features. So this was the daughter of the white tiger who was intent on marrying Yang Yuan and didn't even mind even if she became his concubine? She looked so fearsome. Was Yang Yuan going to be able to hold on? No. From the circles around Yang Yuan's eyes, it looked like he was already struggling to hold on. And Lin turned a sympathetic glance toward Yang Yuan before patting the little lowly straddling his neck. Let me introduce to you all the new Great Empress Vermilion Bird, Su Xiaolan. Little Xiaolan waved with a sweet smile. Hello. Yang Yuan was shocked. How did Su Xiaolan become like this? The white tiger shuddered before sprawling to the ground. Junior Bai Xiaohu pays her respects to the esteemed Great Empress Vermilion Bird. The Vermilion Bird was the most regal and proud holy beast, so she had to be extra respectful. To her surprise, the little girl was not cold nor arrogant in the slightest. Instead, a shy smile appeared on her face as she spoke in a gentle voice. No need for formalities and please get up. I'll be uncomfortable if you act like this. Bai Xiaohu was quite surprised. Since when was the Vermilion Bird this easygoing? Last time she arrived on the immortal Vermilion Star, even the 6 Vermilion Bird sages regarded her with disdain, let alone Great Empress Vermilion Bird herself. But now, Great Empress Vermilion Bird was smiling at her? My God, how was this Vermilion Bird so friendly? Bai Xiaohu told me that she was determined to come to the Taichu continent and would overcome any difficulties along the way. She said that even if she can't become my Dao partner, she's willing to become my steed. I couldn't dissuade her. A resigned expression appeared on Yang Yuan's face. The white tiger turned around to look at Yang Yuan with a passionate expression. No hardships are worse than death. You saved my life. so I'll follow you until the very end. And Lin and Shangguan Yi were both touched by this scene. This was an infatuated tiger, and Lin was getting a little envious of Yang Yuan. Having the daughter of a holy beast so infatuated with him was a vast fortune. Yang Yuan was riding by Xiaohu, but Lin was being ridden by little Xiaolin. There was love involved in both cases, but why were the roles reversed? When would he be able to ride Xiaolin? And Lin's thoughts began to drift. Now that all of their friends had been gathered, it was time to think about going back. The next day, little Xiaolin summoned all of the vermilion bird powerful beings for a large conference. She wore a vermilion bird imperial robe with a regal crown on her head, and she sat upon the throne, overlooking hundreds of thousands of vermilion bird powerful beings that were knelt on the ground before her. She could finally attend a conference without having to drink milk while being carried in Lin's arms. She was struck by an indescribable sense of satisfaction at the sight of so many arrogant vermilion birds kneeling before her. "All rise," little Xiaolin instructed in her tender voice. All of the vermilion bird powerful beings looked up at the little girl on the throne with scorching eyes. The throne was very big, and little Xiaolin could roll around on it with no fear of falling off. However, in the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of vermilion birds, the throne was nowhere near large enough to contain little Xiaolin's light. It was so bright and dazzling. A vermilion bird let loose a cry of surprise before fainting from excessive excitement. "Guards, take that bird away," little Xiaolin instructed in a calm voice. A few vermilion birds were extremely honored to have been summoned by Great Empress Vermilion Bird, and they dragged the unconscious vermilion bird official out of the conference hall. Thus, the conference began in the usual format, where the vermilion birds stated important issues that had to be addressed before Great Empress Vermilion Bird gave her verdict. The matters that she couldn't be bothered dealing with were given to High Priest Hong Wu for a decision. Little Xiaolin hadn't had a chance to test out her power yet, and she was in high spirits as she made one decision after another. Having absolute power was super awesome. Under normal circumstances, there would always be living beings who stepped up and offered different opinions to their rulers' decisions. However, little Xiaolin's verdicts were met with no objections whatsoever. There were countless flaws to an autocratic rule like this, but none of the vermilion birds cared. It was as if serving the Great Empress was an utmost honor, and following the Great Empress' instructions was the only way to go. This concept had been ingrained deeply into their bloodlines. This was a special characteristic common to all tribes who relied on their bloodlines for cultivation. After all of the issues were taken care of, a serious expression appeared on little Xiaolin's face. "My beloved brethren, I will be leaving you today. All matters will be taken care of by High Priest Hong Wu in my absence." Her tender voice reverberated throughout the Vermilion Bird Palace and was met by shock and befuddlement from all of the vermilion birds. "Great Empress Vermilion Bird, did we do something wrong? Why are you leaving us?" A vermilion bird howled with tears of grief. Many other vermilion birds also began to sob and begged her not to go. "Great Empress Vermilion Bird, please allow us to follow you. Please don't abandon us," Vermilion Bird Nan Li urged in a panicked voice. Little Xiaolin sighed. "I've encountered some very terrifying enemies, and they are situated in the core of this world, the Taichu continent. They want to kill me, and I can't rest until they have all perished. If I can't come back, Great Empress, we would be more than willing to fight for you and lay down our lives for you," Vermilion Bird Nan Li yelled. "Me too. Let me come with you," Vermilion Bird Yu Luo chimed in. Immediately afterward, the 6 vermilion bird blabbermouths all stepped forward with frenetic expressions of determination. "Take me with you, Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Please allow us to accompany you. No matter what enemies await us, we have no fear. Great Empress Vermilion Bird, please allow us to accompany you." The hundreds of thousands of vermilion birds in the Vermilion Bird Palace all knelt to the ground at the same time and chanted in unison. "We pledge eternal loyalty to the Great Empress. We pledge eternal loyalty to the Great Empress. We are willing to lay down our lives for the Great Empress. We are willing to lay down our lives for the Great Empress." Even though Lin and the others were prepared for a response like this, They were still shocked by what they saw. And Lin used his divine sense to make a tally and discovered that all of the vermilion birds present, of which there were over 300,000, were all pledging their loyalty to their great Empress Vermilion Bird. This was quite a shocking notion. Weren't there at least 1 or 2 cowards among them? Little Xiaolan was momentarily dazed before she came to her senses, and her bloodline stirred as she looked at the frenetic vermilion birds before her, as if something within her had awakened. The tiny great Empress Vermilion Bird stood up with a peculiar flush on her tender features. She put her palms together, and the unique aura of a holy birth proliferated through the air. All of you have treated me with the utmost sincerity, so I will return the favor. She separated her palms, and a dazzling ball of crimson light appeared. Chaotic, eternal, exclusive, ethereal. This was the unique aura of the holy birth, and the vermilion birds were even more frenetic now. This was the power of the vermilion bird heart essence. The vermilion bird heart essence had reappeared, and many of the vermilion birds were doubled over in worship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 streaks of light suddenly shot forth from within the vermilion bird heart essence before merging with the 6 vermilion bird sages. The 6 vermilion bird sages howled with anguish as the holy flames around their bodies suddenly exploded, and their extremely diminished auras began to soar, becoming richer and purer. Great Empress Vermilion Bird had burned their bloodlines, and their cultivation bases had plummeted along with their life expectancies, leaving them with not long to live. However, under the light of Su Xiaolan's Vermilion Bird heart essence, their bloodlines regained their former vitalities and were quickly recovering to their former glory. This Vermilion Bird Yuluo's expression went blank as it experienced the newfound vitality surging through its body. Vermilion Bird Bing Xian kowtowed as it sobbed. Thank you for your kindness, Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Thank you, Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Thank you. The 6 vermilion bird sages sprawled to the ground again as their bodies trembled. The former Great Empress Vermilion Bird had burned their bloodlines, and their vitalities and cultivation bases were all quickly funneling away. They had thought that this would be how they died. The vermilion birds held their bloodlines in higher regard than anything else. Dying from bloodline failure was the most dishonorable way to die for them. However, little Xiaolan had used the vermilion bird heart essence to revitalize their bloodlines. Just the power of the vermilion bird heart essence alone would not have been enough to do this. This power was also imbued with the Azure Dragon's signature power of rebirth and vitality. They knew that as long as they worked hard and regularly consumed pills, they would be able to reach their former peak and even advance further than that. Their cultivation bases weren't important, nor were their lives. Little Xiaolan had given them the most important thing, and that was honor. A low groan sounded. Blood trickled down from the corner of little Xiaolan's lips. It was quite clear that doing this was overexerting her power. Xiaolan, you? And Lin didn't know Su Xiaolan was going to do something like this, and his expression shifted drastically at the sight of the backlash she was suffering. Stop! The other Vermilion Bird Tribe living beings also saw what was happening to her. Great Empress Vermilion Bird, please stop. Your well-being is more important than anything else. Don't do this to yourself. It's not worth it. Great Empress, please. Please stop using that power. All of the Vermilion Bird powerful beings, including the 6 Vermilion Bird sages, were sobbing as they pleaded for her to stop. One had to realize that back when their bloodlines had been burned, they were facing little Xiaolan in battle and had almost killed her. But now, little Xiaolan was using her Vermilion Bird essential power to repair their bloodlines even at the expense of suffering backlash. Was this love? Was this responsibility? No, this was light. This was the only light in this world that was worth following. The situation threatened to spiral out of control. If it weren't for the fact that Lin was using his divine might technique to maintain order, the vermilion birds would have most likely swamped little Xiaolan in order to get her to stop what she was doing. In the end, little Xiaolan ended up revitalizing the bloodlines of the 6 vermilion bird sages and stabilized their conditions. She stood upon her throne and appeared so frail and vulnerable. Little Xiaolan absorbed her vermilion bird heart essence again and wiped the blood from the corners of her lips before looking at all of the vermilion bird tribe powerful beings before her. All of the vermilion birds knelt to the ground once again. All of them were completely silent this time. However, the silence was somehow even more deafening. Their frenetic will had culminated to an all-time high, and Lin knew that even if Su Xiaolan asked them to take their own lives here, all of them would do so without any hesitation. Little Xiaolan held a paramount position in their hearts, one that could not be shaken nor surpassed. I have seen your hearts. However, this time, I can only take 9 vermilion birds with me to the Taichu continent. Who would like to accompany me? Little Xiaolan asked. The 25 Dao integration stage vermilion birds present immediately put their names forward. All of the other vermilion birds had self-awareness and knew that they wouldn't be able to compete with the Dao integration stage vermilion birds. At the same time, they were confused with regard to why their great empress didn't take more vermilion birds with her. In reality, Su Xiaolan would love to take more with her. If it were possible, she would take all of the vermilion birds to the Taichu continent. The problem was that it was simply not possible. The Black Dragon had only given them 10 Dao integration stage slots. The Taichu continent wasn't an easily accessible place. Even with his power, he could only allow 10 Dao integration stage super mighty figures to travel into the Taichu continent, and it would incur a heavy cost for him to do so. Bai Xiaohu was at the Dao integration intermediate stage, so she could only take 9 Dao integration stage vermilion birds. Su Xiaolan looked at the Dao integration stage super mighty figures before her, all of which were extremely renowned across the entire realm of stars. Nan Li Yuli, Bing Xian, Tian Jin, Tai Jing, Huan Jin, Fei Hua, Long Shuya, are you willing to come with me and face the most terrifying enemies? We would be more than happy to do so. We will follow the great empress to the edges of the universe. The Dao integration stage vermilion birds that had been named were extremely frenetic. The 6 vermilion bird sages were all at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, while Fei Hua, Long, and Shuya were Dao integration intermediate stage super mighty figures who had endured countless battles. They were the most powerful beings that she could choose for now. High Priest Hongwu was at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, but she had to remain behind to take care of business here at the Vermilion Bird Tribe. There were also Dao integration stage super mighty figures who weren't present as they were undertaking roles elsewhere or traveling, as Vermilions so loved to do. Hence, these 9 were the most powerful beings available. Furthermore, all of them possessed the purest Vermilion bird bloodlines. The combined power of these 9 super mighty figures could probably even take on a weaker god of creation in the realm of stars. Even on the Taichu continent, this was an extremely formidable force. Thus, Little Xiaolan rode on her steed, Little N, and traveled toward the Azure Dragon territory with 9 Dao integration stage vermilion birds in accompaniment. There were countless dragons waiting for Enlin and the others at the Azure Dragon territory. Little Xiaolan was not just Great Empress Vermilion Bird, but she was also a guardian deity of the Azure Dragon tribe. Patriarch Azure Dragon came out of seclusion and had a long chat with Little Xiaolan and the others before opening up a teleportation spell formation that would take Little Xiaolan and the others back to the Taichu continent. And Lin was extremely excited. Taichu continent. I'm back. For 9 Immortal sect. In the sect leader palace. Cloud and mist wafted through the air. A young woman in a tight-fitting Taoist robe that perfectly accentuated her flawless figure danced gracefully through the air while wielding a dagger in her hand. A call suddenly sounded from outside. Sister Yiling, you're still here at the sect leader palace? Xiao Zhe was slightly surprised to see her. I'm cultivating here, Yiling responded expressionlessly. Yes, whatever you say. Xiao Zhe grinned. Yiling pursed her lips. Xiao Zhe sat down and heaved a faint sigh. I really cannot compare to you when it comes to concern for our master. Yiling's brows furrowed slightly. What are you trying to say? Am I wrong to be concerned for master's safety? Xiao Zhe hurriedly waved his hands. No, and don't get all worked up. I'm just telling you not to be overly concerned. Master has only been away in a mystic realm for a month, and Master's wife has accompanied him, so nothing could go wrong. I'm not concerned about Master. Yiling continued to slash her dagger through the air with an earnest expression. I'm here to train my assassination techniques in this palace? Is that prohibited? Xiaozhe. They were back to square one again. Your disciples have told me that you haven't instructed them in assassination techniques for a month now. A resigned expression appeared on Xiaozhe's face. Tell them to continue training in my dark flash sure kill technique. I don't have time to instruct them. Yiling sat down beside the sect leader's chair and stared blankly at the shimmering, mercury-like dagger in her hand. Xiaozhe scratched his head and didn't know what to say anymore. He didn't know how to put her at ease. No matter what he said, she simply couldn't help but be concerned about their master. Their master was so badass. There was no way any harm could come to him. His instincts told him that even if the entire world was destroyed, their master would be fine. It was now a peace period with no major battles against the heavenly human tribe united army. Only a series of minor battles were taking place, but those were inconsequential. This was something Xiaozhe liked to see. Without Lin here at the sect, he always felt a little uneasy. As such, it was perfect that the heavenly human tribe had chosen a time like this to lie low. By the way, how's Xiao Hong's tribulation transcendence going? Yiling asked. Xiaozhe was slightly taken aback by this question. This was the first time in a month that Yiling had asked about anyone other than their master. The preparatory work is already complete. She's going to transcend her tribulation on the grasslands outside the sect. Bai Ling has already set up measures so that even if Xiao Hong fails in her tribulation transcendence, Bai Ling will be able to ensure her survival, Xiaozhe replied. Yiling suddenly slashed her dagger in the air a few times toward the sect leader's chair before a vibrant smile appeared on her face. Let's go cheer Xiao Hong on. Huh? You're not going to wait for master anymore. Xiaozhe faltered slightly upon hearing this. Yiling blushed as she raised a fist. I wasn't waiting for him. I was cultivating. Yes, 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 whatever you say. Xiaozhe chuckled as he fled into the distance. On the grasslands outside of the 4-9 Immortal sect, a little red flower swayed in the wind and faced the bright and beautiful sun as she sang in a sweet, enticing voice. The sun hangs in the sky. The flowers smile at me. She was Xiao Hong of the 4-9 Immortal sect. She was a mighty figure at the pinnacle of Return to Void stage, and she had attained enlightenment after watching Lin swallow a sun, thereby allowing her to take that final step. She was going to successfully forge a great Tao acknowledged by heaven and earth or die trying. This was Xiao Hong's mentality. She was going to become the sun or return to the sun's embrace. Of course, Bai Ling could use all types of technological measures to ensure Xiao Hong's survival even if she failed her tribulation transcendence. But there would be no telling how long she could survive after that. At this moment, countless 4-9 Immortal sect disciples, elders, and pavilion lords were standing outside the tribulation transcendence formation. Xiao Hong was an extremely popular mascot of the 4-9 Immortal sect. She was a legendary flower who was now on the cusp of the legendary Tao integration stage after doing nothing but sunbathing and singing every day. All of the disciples admired her and yearned to be like her. These disciples were already considered to be prodigies on the Taichu continent, but they simply couldn't compare to Xiao Hong. All they could do was to pray to Xiao Hong for luck whenever they were close to a breakthrough. Now that the mascot of the 4-9 Immortal sect was about to transcend a tribulation of her own, all of the disciples that hadn't been deployed to the war fronts had now arrived to spectate her tribulation transcendence in the hope that some luck would rub off on them. Su Qianyun, Shen Yuancheng, Lu Qianhuan, Tang Shimin, and all of Lin's old friends were here. Disciples Xiao Tu, Xiao Zhe, and Yiling were also present. Dabai, Shuizhantian, Xiao Chou, Little Gu, and the beast pet team were all here. Xiao Hong was Lin's first beast pet, so she was their big sister. She was now also going to be the first one among them to reach the Tao integration stage. The slave team had also gathered, which included Little Lang, Merlin, Cassidy, and Tobias. This tribulation transcendence was an extremely important matter to the 4-9 Immortal sect. Even the powerful beings who were out on missions had come back for this occasion. Xiao Hong was still singing. Everyone listened on in silence. The song came to a conclusion. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. A light breeze blew past, sending undulating waves running through the tall grass. There was a single spot of red amid the sea of green. At that moment, Xiao Hong's red body seemed to have been imbued with the absolute light and heat of the sun. The sun was clearly hanging high in the sky, but everything had descended into darkness in the blink of an eye. "It's about to begin," Dongfang Zhuangshi mused. Dongfang Mengjie had her arms wrapped around Dongfang Zhuangshi's arm with a concerned expression on her face. Will she succeed? I've heard that the success rate of tribulation transcendence for mighty figures at the pinnacle of the return to void stage is quite low. You have to look at who we're talking about here. Xiao Hong is way too lazy. I don't think she has any chance of ascending to the Dao integration stage. Dongfang Zhuangshi was quite confident in his judgment. I believe in you, Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong. Always remember that you're the best. Elder Xiao Hong is invincible. Some of the 4-9 Immortal sect disciples were already yelling at the top of their lungs. At this moment, a sweet voice sounded once again. I praise the sun and yearn for the sun. However, what I yearn for is not its heat. Instead, whoosh, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted from Xiao Hong's body. The golden light became more and more dazzling, until no one could see what was going on anymore. Rumble. The sky surged violently and was filled with boundless golden light. One moment, Dabai was looking at Xiao Hong, but in the next moment, he was blinded by this burst of golden light. Where is she? Where did Xiao Hong go? Woof! Dabai put on a pair of doggy sunglasses, but he was still unable to find Xiao Hong. Not only was he completely dumbstruck, but everyone else was also stumped. They discovered that Xiao Hong had truly disappeared right before their very eyes. Even the Dao integration stage super mighty figures present couldn't tell what was going on. Not only had Xiao Hong's body disappeared, but even her aura had also vanished. A period of silence ensued. Where was Xiao Hong? No one knew where Xiao Hong had gone. Everyone was greeted by the sight of a sea of light. It looks like she has transcended. Bai Ling adjusted her glasses with a smile. She has evolved and ascended to a new plane, thereby completely disappearing from this world without a trace. If she can even sever her own karma. All of a sudden, boundless golden light spread across the entire sky. The true intent of Tao surged through the entire heaven and earth, becoming more and more substantial. Just as all of the disciples were marveling at the scenes unfolding before their eyes, pure darkness descended from the sky, attempting to tear apart this golden light. That darkness was absolute and boundless, encroaching upon the sea of light and threatening to engulf it in its entirety. Is this Xiao Hong's divine Dao tribulation? How terrifying! Xiao Zhe wore a grave expression. He could sense a power that struck fear into even his heart within the darkness. All top-rate mighty figures who wanted to progress to the Dao integration stage had to transcend a divine Dao tribulation. Divine Dao tribulations came in all shapes and sizes and were a manifestation of the tribulation transcender's divine Dao, inner demons, and lethal flaws. If the tribulation transcender was unable to maintain a perfected divine Dao during this process and gain acknowledgement from the great Dao of heaven and earth, death would be the only fate that awaited them. Of course, if they successfully transcended their tribulation, their divine Dao would be acknowledged by the great Dao of heaven and earth, thereby allowing them to exist for all of eternity between heaven and earth, attaining true immortality. However, immortality did not equate to invincibility. This was why Dao integration stage super mighty figures could still fall despite their theoretical immortality. Such pure darkness. Could it be that Xiao Hong's divine Dao is not the sun, but instead light? Xiao Tu was shocked as he looked up at the light and darkness in the sky. If this really is light and Xiao Hong managed to successfully transcend her tribulation, then she would become very badass. Xiao Zhe sighed with emotion. They were both true dragons who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had come to the Taichu continent from the ancient Taichu dragon realm. They were extremely experienced and knowledgeable and knew what the divine Dao of light entailed. There was no high or low Dao. However, there was a differentiation between strong and weak. Dao that encompassed all things was the most powerful. These included Dao like light, darkness, life, death, Below that were the unique ones like the sun or the moon or the Tao of the four holy beasts. If Xiao Hong successfully integrated the Tao of light, her combat prowess would become unimaginably powerful. Brother, have you seen a Tao integration stage super mighty figure with the divine Tao of light? Xiao Zhe asked. Xiao Tu shook his head. Never. I've lived for close to 1,000,000 years, and I've only ever seen 3 return to void stage mighty figures with the divine Tao of light. However, all of them were completely engulfed by darkness during their tribulations. Xiao Zhe. He was suddenly very worried about Xiao Hong. In the sky above, light and darkness were still combating one another. No one knew what was happening. They could only see the sea of light and boundless darkness in the sky tearing at one another. The golden light wanted to illuminate the darkness, while the darkness was trying to engulf all light. 1 hour later, the light was beginning to shrink at a rate discernible to the naked eye. Big Sister Bai. Yiling was getting quite nervous. This tribulation transcendence has completely exceeded my expectations. I might not be able to save Xiao Hong. Bai Ling's palms were sweating profusely as massive amounts of information flashed through her eyes. Generally speaking, tribulation transcenders had physical bodies. Xiao Hong had transformed into light. How was Bai Ling supposed to protect her? No, there was another way. She could use the dimension manipulation dark box to freeze this entire dimension, then store the light into the box, and that would perhaps allow Xiao Hong to resist this boundless darkness. However, she had to make sure that Xiao Hong was captured in her entirety. If not, she would instantly die. Bai Ling fell into deep thought. Any part of that light could be Xiao Hong. It was way too difficult to gauge. The elders and disciples on the grasslands suddenly let loose cries of surprise. Bai Ling looked up into the sky to find that the golden light was quickly receding and was now only the size of the sun. The sun should illuminate heaven and earth, but it was enshrouded by darkness, making it look more like the moon. No, even the moon had a light that could illuminate heaven and earth. However, Xiao Hong's golden light was unable to illuminate anything as it was being completely engulfed by the darkness. The darkness was like a massive, terrifying mouth chomping down upon the moon. Xiao Hong, Elder Xiao Hong. The disciples and elders on the grasslands were getting extremely tense. Some of them even had tears flowing down their faces, as if they were looking at their most beloved mascot slowly being taken away from them. Xiao Hong was already at the end of the road, and there was no time for hesitation. Bai Ling spread open her hands, and an inky black cube appeared, hovering between her hands. The space around the cube suddenly froze, as if an independent domain had been created. Dimension manipulation dark box. If she could store Xiao Hong into this box. Whoosh! The ravaged sun in the sky suddenly crashed to the ground and smashed a massive crater into the tribulation transcendence formation. Xiao Hong lay at the center of the crater in a red dress with her entire body riddled with wounds. Her incredibly gorgeous features instantly had all of the disciples floundering in shock. This was Elder Xiao Hong? Had Elder Xiao Hong always been this beautiful? PFFF? Xiao Hong threw up a mouthful of blood, and her aura quickly receded. Not only was her jade-like skin losing its luster, but even her long, black hair was also beginning to lose its color, as if she were a wilting flower. The darkness in the sky descended in an attempt to engulf Xiao Hong's body. Bai Ling quickly rushed over to try and protect Xiao Hong. Big Sister Bai, stay back! Xiao Hong suddenly yelled. Bai Ling's footsteps faltered as a stunned expression appeared on her face. I haven't lost. Xiao Hong looked up at the oncoming darkness with a stubborn expression. Even if the darkness snaps my spine and takes away everything I have, I still won't lose. Bai Ling gritted her teeth. Xiao Hong was about to die, and she was still refusing help? Everyone was struck by a sense of grief and sorrow as they anticipated Xiao Hong's inevitable fate. Right at this moment, a gargantuan rift suddenly opened up in the darkness up above. A terrifying aura that struck everyone with a sense of asphyxiation swept through heaven and earth. What's going on? Why did space crack open? Is this an enemy invasion? Everyone be on your guard. The elders and pavilion lords all became quite tense. All of a sudden, extremely pure yellow holy flames tore through darkness. Everyone's expression shifted, but before they had a chance to do anything, icy blue holy flames pierced through the darkness and froze everything in their wake. Immediately afterward, Yu Luo, Tianjin, Huanjin, Taijing, one holy flame after another incinerated the sky, bringing with them boundless light. Xiao Hong looked up into the sky, and the light of the holy flames colored her gorgeous features a variety of different colors. A familiar, white-robed figure appeared before her eyes. Master! Xiao Hong let loose a feeble cry. Her master had appeared during the most critical moment of her tribulation transcendence. She couldn't help but recall the first time she met her master. At that time, she was just about to transform into a human when her master suddenly appeared and sat on her, thereby snapping her stem. Master wasn't going to do the same thing here, was he? An enticing smile suddenly appeared on Xiao Hong's face as these thoughts sprang into her mind. Her skin and hair began to regain their luster and shine. I understand the true meaning of light now. Xiao Hong stood up, and a golden light burst forth from her heart, creating a thin barrier that kept the oncoming darkness at bay. The majority of the world comprises of darkness and nothingness. Light only shines upon a tiny part of the world, but it represents hope and infinite possibilities. Xiao Hong scaled up an invisible staircase into the sky toward Enlin. Her red dress danced in the wind like a fiery red rose. I praise the sun every day as it's the source of light. Soon, Xiao Hong arrived before Enlin and looked in his eyes with an elated smile on her face. What I'm truly praising is light, which can bring hope and goodness to this world. Master, even when we've fallen into darkness, we must yearn for light. A sweet and enticing voice reverberated by Enlin's ear. The boundless darkness in the sky also receded in the face of Xiao Hong's dazzling smile. At that moment, Xiao Hong successfully integrated her Tao of light and broke through to the Tao integration stage. Enlin felt like he was dreaming. He had just returned to the 4-9 Immortal sect and was planning to do some flexing. However, an incredibly beautiful young woman suddenly walked up to him and uttered some profound words before successfully integrating her Tao. He was initially quite confused, but a genuine smile of elation appeared on his face upon seeing Xiao Hong successfully transcend her tribulation to the Tao integration stage. Congratulations, Xiao Hong. Hee. Welcome back, Master. Xiao Hong blinked her seductive eyes with a charming smile on her face. She extended a soft, slender hand. Enlin held onto her hand, and the two of them descended toward the ground together. Who's the little girl sitting on your shoulders? Xiao Hong asked. She's Xiaolin. Do you not recognize her? Enlin smiled. Xiao Hong's expression stiffened as she turned toward the angelic little girl. Little Xiaolin had her elbows on Enlin's head, with her hands supporting her chin, as she turned toward Xiao Hong with a dainty smile. Xiao Hong, congratulations on successfully integrating your Tao. I'm glad I didn't miss such a monumental occasion. Hee. Welcome back, big sister Xiaolin. Xiao Hong smiled, and Lin's return shocked the entire 4-9 Immortal sect. The spunk, the timing. Welcome back, sect leader Enlin. All of the disciples began to chant in unison without the need for any guidance. Master! A vibrant smile appeared on Yi Ling's face. Big brother and I knew you'd be fine. Woof! Dabai hooped with excitement. Shuizhantian also flapped his little wings and offered praise to Enlin. The entire grasslands were transformed into a sea of joy. Xiao Hong had successfully transcended her tribulation, and their sect leader was back. What a joyous occasion. Their pillar was back. And Lin had already won over the entire 4-9 Immortal sect with his legendary feats, and he was regarded by everyone as the pillar of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Su Chenyun looked up into the sky with a blank expression. Those birds in the sky look so much like the vermilion bird. Who are they? This was a question everyone had. The living beings in the sky were all basking in their respective holy flames and were clearly no ordinary creatures. They don't just look like vermilion birds. They are vermilion birds. And Lin smiled. They're the Tao integration stage super mighty figures We recruited from the Vermilion Bird Tribe territory. There are 6 at the Dao Integration Pinnacle stage and 3 at the Dao Integration Intermediate stage, and they're going to be joining our Sex Flame Pavilion. Boom! Everyone felt as if they had just been struck by bolts of lightning. Xiao Zhe drew a sharp intake of breath. No wonder I can't detect the cultivation bases of these vermilion birds. Even the weakest ones among them are at the Dao Integration Intermediate stage? Xiao Tu was also astonished. All of them are joining the Flame Pavilion? With Xiaolan and Phoenix Little Huang. That means that there will be 11 Dao Integration Stage super mighty figures in one pavilion. Holy shit. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect disciples were shocked beyond belief. Many of them were beginning to suspect that they were dreaming. What the hell was going on? 9 new Dao Integration Stage super mighty figures suddenly joined our sect? Were there even that many Dao Integration Stage super mighty figures in the kingdom of the 9 states? Were they going to defy the natural order? Bai Ling chuckled with nonchalance. And Lin is always bringing back strange things from his travels, and this time is no exception. With these 9 Dao Integration Stage vermilion birds, Phoenix Little Huang won't be lonely anymore. Phoenix Little Huang was already trembling uncontrollably. Could sense enormous bloodline pressure from above. The gorgeous Bing Xian had entranced Little Huang, but Bing Xing detected his scorching gaze and aimed a cold glare at him in response, striking Little Huang with a crushing sense of inferiority. Classmate and Lin, what did you do this time? And how did you recruit these 9 Dao Integration Stage super mighty figures? Shen Yuancheng asked. Please tell us. I love hearing about your adventures. Woof. Bai ran elated circles around Lin before a sly grin appeared on his face. And how did Xiaolin transform into an adorable loli? Is this some kind of special fetish? Woof. Little Xiaolin raised her eyebrows and placed her hands on her hips. What are you trying to say, Bai? Do you think you can push me around just because I'm small now? All of the disciples could feel their hearts melting at the sight of such a small and adorable Su Xiaolin. None of them said anything, but all of them were yelling in unison internally. So adorable. Look at those holy, gorgeous features, and those eyes that were even more enticing than the most flawless artistic masterpiece. She was a little celestial maiden. Everyone really wanted to hug her and pinch her delectable little cheeks. Bai ran over to Lin and wiggled his body as he stuck out his tongue in a wide grin. Xiaolan, do you want to ride me? All little girls like riding big doggies, right? Come on and ride me to your heart's content. Woof, little Xiaolan and Lin. If you rephrase yourself, I would actually be interested. Little Xiaolin looked at Bai's seductive display with a disdainful expression. Your Majesty Xiaolin, may I have the honor of becoming your steed? Woof! Bai rephrased himself as instructed. If there was one hobby that Bai had, then it was being ridden by girls. Little Xiaolin had ridden Lin for quite a while now, and riding Bai would be a pleasant change of pace. Since she reverted back to this child form, her heart had also regressed back to a child's heart. As such, she was quite tempted to ride such an adorable dog. Little Xiaolan leaped into the air before gently landing on Bai's back and grabbing little fistfuls of his fur. Go! Bai began galloping over the grasslands. The tinkling laughter of a little girl echoed throughout the grasslands. Everyone sighed with emotion as they looked on at this heartwarming scene. Initially, everyone was finding it a little strange to accept the fact that their stand-in sect leader had become a little girl. However, having such an adorable stand-in sect leader didn't seem so bad after all. The 9 vermilion birds descended from the sky and shrank to about 10 feet in size, but they were still just as proud as ever. However, for some reason, no one felt like this attitude was out of place. In their minds, such powerful and beautiful vermilion birds should be proud and haughty. However, all of them were extremely shocked by the behaviors demonstrated by these 9 high and mighty vermilion birds when little Xiaolan began riding Bai. The arrogant vermilion birds all knelt to the ground and spoke in extremely respectful voices. Great Empress Vermilion Bird, do take care. Great Empress Vermilion Bird, why don't you ride me instead? Where are the Great Empress enemies? We'll set off right now to destroy them. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect elders and disciples looked on with dumbstruck expressions at the fawning vermilion birds. Where did their pride go? The loud and lively grasslands suddenly fell silent. Those 9 vermilion birds are bowing to Xiaolan. Little Gu flapped her colorful wings and stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before her eyes. Great Empress? Did I mishear? Xiao Zhe knew what these words entailed, which was why he was completely astonished. And Lin offered a smiling explanation. You didn't mishear. Xiaolan and I traveled to the Vermilion Bird territory and killed the former Great Empress Vermilion Bird. After that, Xiaolan refined the Vermilion Bird heart essence and inherited the Vermilion Bird holy birth. Her cultivation base might only be at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, but she's already the leader of a superpowerful force. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. And Lin had given a nonchalant recount, but this was surely a spectacular story. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect higher-ups knew what the title Vermilion Bird entailed. This was one of the 4 holy beasts that emerged from chaos and transcended beyond heaven and earth. This legendary creature was now Su Xiaolan? Shen Yuanchang and Su Qianyun were astonished. They were both supremely talented and progressed extremely quickly. But why was it that the gap between them and Su Xiaolan was only widening? They felt like it was scarcely believable that they were once classmates of Su Xiaolan. This meant that they were classmates with one of the 4 holy beasts. It was also at this moment that Mo Hai, Shangguanyi, and Yang Yuan also descended from the sky. Everyone was shocked by their transformations. Mo Hai had progressed from the return to void initial stage to the return to void intermediate stage. Shangguanyi had progressed from the Dao integration initial stage to the Dao integration intermediate stage. And Yang Yuan was riding Holy Beast White Tiger's only daughter. They had only been away for a month. All of the disciples and elders came to the realization that hanging out with Lin always resulted in all types of miraculous opportunities. And Lin was the true lucky star of their sect. With this in mind, Tang Shiman, Miao Tian, and the others all rushed over to rub off on Lin's luck in case they were too slow and ended up missing out on this luck. And Lin instantly became a highly sought-after commodity. He didn't mind having beautiful women touch him. However, why were Xiao Zhe, Sun Yuluo, and all these other men touching him? What the hell were they doing? Even Big Brother Chang, the epitome of handsomeness in their sect, had rushed over to lay his hands on him, and Lin immediately tried to flee, only for more and more people to cut him off from all directions. Even Xiao Hong rushed over to lay her hands on Lin's backside. In her words, Lin's backside had snapped her stem. And that was the beginning of her cultivation journey that was filled with miraculous opportunities. As such, Lin's backside was her lucky star. After fooling around for a while, Lin gathered everyone for a conference. He recounted his experiences in the realm of stars, and all of his friends were marveled by his epic feats. Little Xiaolan sat obediently on a chair beside him, looking as if none of this were related to her. Immediately afterward, it was time to introduce their new friends, and Lin ushered the 9 vermilion birds into the hall. This is Vermilion Bird Bing Xian, this is Vermilion Bird Nan Li, this is Vermilion Bird Yuluo. Nan Li, Yuluo, Bing Xian, Huan Jin, Tai Jing, Tian Jin, Fei Hua, Long, and Shuya were all introduced one after the other. The vermilion birds also made a rare display of lowering their proud heads to greet the 4-9 Immortal sect members in a polite manner. Seeing as these inferior living beings were related to Great Empress Vermilion Bird and Guardian Lin, they had to try and treat them as equals. This was an extremely difficult task for the arrogant vermilion birds. One had to realize that they weren't even this polite when interacting with gods of creation. Phoenix Little Huang discovered that Bing Xian was a lot friendlier toward him. After learning that he was Su Xiaolan's steed, she even talked to him. Phoenix Little Huang was extremely flattered and chirped relentlessly with elation. This was the first time he had felt like being Su Xiaolan's steed was something to be happy about. This is White Tiger's daughter, by Xiaohu. And Lin continued with his introduction. Everyone extended warm greetings. Bai Xiaohu was a lot more friendly and easygoing. Hello, everyone. The 4-9 Immortal sect really is a fantastic place. There are so many handsome guys and beauties here. Everyone struggled to believe that Bai Xiaohu could be so easygoing when her father was said to be the most violent and short-tempered among the 4 holy beasts. Alright, seeing as everyone knows everyone now, we're all comrades. Let me introduce to you our enemies. And Lin clapped his hands and moved on to the next topic of conversation. All of the vermilion bird powerful beings were extremely eager to hear this. Tell us who our great Empress enemies are. No matter who they are, I'll tear them apart and burn them into ashes. Anything for great Empress Vermilion Bird. For the glory of the Vermilion Bird tribe. All of the Vermilion Bird tribe powerful beings were extremely excited. And Lin spoke with a grave expression. Your opponent is the heavens. All of them instantly fell silent. The Vermilion Bird powerful beings looked at each other with confused expressions. The heavens? What? Fight the heavens? As in fight air. Before they posed these questions, and Lin offered an explanation. He talked about the flaw in the Taichu continent's heavenly Tao, the heavenly human tribe, the heavenly gods, as well as the specific details about the state of this ongoing war. So this is the situation. Don't be too scared though. There are only a few heavenly gods who are more powerful than Xiaolan and me. And Lin consoled. Gasp! The vermilion birds all had flames burning on their bodies, but they were somehow feeling rather cold. They knew just how overwhelmingly powerful Lin was. This was an unfathomably terrifying man that could even swallow the Reincarnation sun. But there were enemies more powerful than him. What a joke! After a brief silence, all of the vermilion bird super mighty figures erupted once again. We'd gladly lay down our lives for great Empress Vermilion Bird. Kill, kill, kill. So what if our enemies are powerful? We have no fear of death. Anyone who opposes great Empress Vermilion Bird must die. Boundless battle intent erupted from the vermilion birds as all of them prepared to lay down their lives at a moment's notice. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect higher-ups were won over by their fighting spirit. Even though they were only at the Tao integration stage, they were far more valiant than the God of Creation stage Little Rabbit. Shen Yuancheng looked at all of the enthusiastic vermilion bird powerful beings, and he sighed with emotion. An invincible sect is going to be born today. Shen Yuancheng was right. The 4-9 Immortal sect was powerful enough to crush the 4 great sects and the heavenly court combined. They could even compare with powers that had gods of creation among their ranks. And Lin had disclosed how terrifying their enemies were to their new comrades. But not only were they not scared, they were filled with battle intent. This was quite an unexpected turn of events, but it was undoubtedly a good one. He then contacted the ancient dragon Empress via voice transmission talisman. The voice transmission soon connected, and the ancient dragon Empress voice sounded from the other side. Hey, and Lin, what's up? Hello. Teacher Ancient Dragon Empress. I recruited 9 comrades who want to join our heaven-crushing endeavor, so it would be great if you could come and teach them heaven-crushing true intent and techniques. The ancient dragon Empress sat bolt upright from her deathbed at the land of eternal light. Again? She exclaimed in shock. She was still recovering from last time. That little rabbit from last time had beaten her to the extent that she was doubting her purpose in life, and Lin was now asking her to instruct 9 new students? Was he trying to kill her? And Lin was startled by the ancient dragon Empress reaction. Teacher Ancient Dragon Empress, are you all right? I'm fine. The ancient dragon Empress calmed herself down. She wanted to refuse. After all, she had sworn to herself that she would never instruct any of Lin's comrades ever again. However, this was a good chance to strengthen the heaven-crushing sect, so she simply couldn't refuse. She had to do this for the heaven-crushing sect as well as the entire world. The ancient dragon Empress asked with an uneasy expression, "What are your friends' cultivation bases?" "Their cultivation bases aren't very high," and Lin replied. The ancient dragon Empress heaved a sigh of relief. And Lin continued, 6 of them are at the pinnacle of the Tao integration stage, while 3 are at the Tao integration intermediate stage. The ancient dragon Empress almost threw up a mouthful of blood. Not very high. You call this not very fucking high? If she didn't use any heaven-crushing techniques, they would be able to beat her to death. Don't worry, teacher Ancient Dragon Empress. All of them are very obedient, so they won't stir up any trouble. And Lin immediately reassured. The ancient dragon empress thought about this for a moment. These were all Dao integration stage super mighty figures and not gods of creation, so the tragedy from last time shouldn't be replicated. Thus, she agreed after a moment of hesitation. All right, tell them to wait for me at the 49 Immortal sect. I'll come over. The ancient dragon empress nodded, and Lin gladly agreed to this. This was on-site service once again. Teacher Ancient Dragon Empress sure was thoughtful. The 9 vermilion birds and Bai Xiaohu sat obediently on the grasslands as they awaited their teacher. And Lin had forgotten about Bai Xiaohu as he had always thought of her as a normal steed. Thankfully, Yang Yuan provided him with a reminder. However, that was inconsequential. There wasn't really any difference between 9 and 10 anyway. Whoosh! A spatial rift appeared. The tall and slender ancient dragon empress emerged in her usual colorful dragon robe and a pair of red boots before arriving at the gate of the 49 Immortal sect. She was then greeted by the sight of 9 extremely powerful vermilion birds and by Xiaohu bowing to her in unison. We pay our respects to Teacher Ancient Dragon Empress. We'll be in your care from now on. Teacher Ancient Dragon Empress. The ancient dragon empress' crimson eyes widened as a stunned expression appeared on her face. She could sense that her bloodline was being oppressed by a primordial force. Oh, I forgot to introduce them to you beforehand. These are the vermilion birds Nan Li Yu Luo, Bing Xian. This is the daughter of White Tiger, Bai Xiaohu. And Lin immediately made an introduction. The ancient dragon empress drew a sharp intake of breath. Fuck. These living beings were all extremely closely related to the holy beasts. How did Lin manage to recruit them? Remain calm. Ancient Dragon Empress. You're the teacher. You must remain calm and collected at all times. The ancient Dragon Empress kept on repeating this to herself internally in order to settle her turbulent emotions. She forced an indifferent expression onto her face. No matter who you once were, all of you only have one identity now. All of you are my students, understood? I hope you can work hard and learn as much as you can in the coming days. Yes, Bai Xiaohu responded. No, we are followers of Great Empress Vermilion Bird first and foremost. All other identities come after that. Vermilion Bird Nan Li yelled. Don't try to twist our hearts. You're only our teacher, but our hearts and souls belong to Great Empress Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird Fei Hua harumphed coldly. Long live the Great Empress. We pledge eternal loyalty to the Great Empress. The 6 vermilion bird sages yelled in unison. The ancient dragon empress looked on with an astonished expression. What the fuck? She was just saying that for effect. Why were they taking her so seriously? And Lin massaged his brows upon seeing this. These vermilion birds revered their great empress above all else, and no one could change that. And Lin made his way over to the ancient dragon empress and explained the situation to her. The ancient dragon empress was enlightened. No problem. I can deal with this situation. Thus, the ancient dragon empress resumed her career as a heaven-crushing technique instructor. Listen up. The essence of heaven-crushing true intent is to view the heavens like any other living being. All living beings can die or be destroyed, including this high and mighty, omnipresent heavens. The ancient dragon empress began from basic theory. She had thought that teaching theory would be the easiest part of her job, but she soon discovered that she was wrong. It was often said that one had to be respectful toward their teachers. However, all of the vermilion birds were arrogant beyond belief, and their heads were tilted up so far into the sky that they were appraising her with their nostrils. The ancient dragon empress was about to explode with rage. Furthermore, even as she was instructing them, all of the vermilion birds were regarding her with disdain and making jokes at her expense right before her eyes. The ancient dragon empress couldn't take this any longer. Is there something wrong with what I'm saying? Vermilion bird Nan Li raised its proud head. You say that the heavens are a paramount being and that in order to crush the heavens, we have to attain the true intent of destroying all things and vanquishing all limits. I don't agree with that. All of the other vermilion birds immediately nodded in agreement. The ancient dragon empress lips twitched. So what are your thoughts on this matter? Vermilion bird Nanli rustled its feathers and raised its head even further. Great Empress Vermilion bird Nanli is the only paramount being. Things like the heavens have been crushed beneath Great Empress Vermilion bird's feet a long time ago. We just need to be led into battle by Great Empress Vermilion bird. All of the other Vermilion birds nodded incessantly to express their agreement. Ancient Dragon Empress. The Ancient Dragon Empress was very depressed, and she really wanted to go into retirement. Little Xiaolan was on her way here to assess the situation, and she almost tripped over when she heard what was being said. Crushing the heavens beneath her feet? What a load of bullshit. When had she ever done that? All of the Vermilion birds adopted extremely reverent expressions at the sight of the little lowly walking toward them. They all sprawled to the ground and chanted in unison. We pay our respects to Great Empress Vermilion bird. The Ancient Dragon Empress was greeted by an incredible sight. These arrogant Vermilion birds were kneeling with such reverence toward a little girl, and they were referring to her as Great Empress Vermilion bird? Wait, why did this little girl seem slightly familiar? Hey Xiaolan! And Lin waved at her excitedly. Little Xiaolan was also quite happy to see Lin. I came over to see if the Vermilion birds are being obedient or not. If they dare to be rude to teacher Ancient Dragon Empress, I'll beat them to death. The 9 Vermilion birds shuddered and immediately lowered their heads. We wouldn't dare. We will abide by the will of Great Empress Vermilion bird and study conscientiously. The Ancient Dragon Empress' mouth gaped open upon seeing this. Xiaolan? Great Empress Vermilion bird? Had she heard that right? The female cultivator that could once only hide in a turtle shell against her was now the empress of the Vermilion bird tribe? How was this even possible? Teacher Ancient Dragon Empress, they haven't caused any trouble for you, have they? Su Xiaolan strode over like an adorable, energetic little girl. Not at all. The Ancient Dragon Empress stared blankly at Su Xiaolan. Are you really Su Xiaolan? You became the Vermilion bird. That's right, but I'll have to ask you to keep this a secret. Su Xiaolan gave her a friendly smile. The Ancient Dragon Empress nodded silently. She felt like her brain was about to short-circuit, and she needed some time to recover. After hearing Lin's recount about what had happened here, little Xiaolan placed her hands on her hips and scolded all of the Vermilion birds, telling them to respect their teacher. All of the Vermilion birds nodded incessantly like obedient little chickens. After a while, the heaven-crushing true intent lesson continued. Little Xiaolan ran off to play with Lin's beast pets. All children naturally loved to play. Little Xiaolan was still Xiaolan, but after becoming a child, this tendency to play seemed to have rubbed off on her, and she was constantly struck by the urge to play with all types of little animals. Lin had many little animals for her to play with, which included a dog, a butterfly, a monkey, a snow beast, a wolf. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong was still the same old Xiao Hong. Even though she was now a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, all she did all day was to sit still at the summit of Full Moon Mountain, sunbathing and singing in her sweet voice. Lin had some spare time on his hands and took this time to examine the divine tools he had obtained. All 8 divine tools were very interesting and were worthy of research. The next day, a familiar guest came to the 4-9 Immortal sect. Ha ha ha. Long time no see, Mr. Lin. I heard from Tianyu that you've been doing quite well recently. Emperor Ziwei descended with a smile on his face. I've been doing all right. I've only earned a few billion spirit stones as well as a few divine tools and divine pills. Lin smiled. Emperor Ziwei's lips twitched. Fuck off. Would it kill him to not flex? Emperor Ziwei couldn't take this anymore and immediately cut straight to the chase. I've repaired your Vermilion bird mirror and am here to return it to you. Lin was elated to hear this, and he immediately extended a grateful salute. Thank you, Emperor Ziwei. He accepted the Vermilion bird mirror to find that its mirror surface was smooth and flawless once again. It was always said that broken mirrors couldn't be fixed, but Emperor Ziwei had repaired the Vermilion bird mirror. He was truly worthy of his title as the #1 tool refinement master in the Kingdom of the 9 States. Magic mirror? Did you miss me? Lin asked. Idiot in. You seem to have gotten stronger again? The vermilion bird mirror's tender voice was tinged with a hint of surprise. And Lin replied in a gentle voice, I can only protect you by continuing to get stronger. Idiot in. When did you get so corny? The vermilion bird mirror shuddered. And Lin detected the mirror's condition before his brows furrowed. Why does it feel like your aura is still a little diminished? Well, of course it is. I almost died, you know? The essence of my being has been irreversibly damaged. And it's a minor miracle that I'm still alive. The vermilion bird mirror sighed. She then turned on Lin in an enraged voice. Don't use me to block God of creation power next time. I'm not an omnipotent mirror. And Lin was feeling quite guilty. The situation at that time was far too tense for him to think about these things. However, the vermilion bird mirror had helped him a lot in battles and had turned the tables many times in dire situations. This was an undeniable fact, and it was the reason why he was so happy to see the vermilion bird mirror back in its original condition. The essence of your being has been damaged? If I'm not mistaken, the essence of your being refers to vermilion bird essential power, right? And Lin asked, That's right. I am a special artifact crafted by the holy beast vermilion bird, and I was nurtured by her essential power for over 10,000 years. Vermilion bird essential power is the most regal power in this world. The vermilion bird mirror was quite proud of this for some reason. Slap. And Lin slapped a water droplet-shaped ruby onto the surface of the vermilion bird mirror. Holy fuck. Be careful. Idiot and... Wait. This is... The vermilion bird mirror was just about to flare up with rage when it was completely stunned into silence. It could sense extremely rich vermilion bird essential power from the ruby. Not only that, but it even possessed the vermilion bird's essential Tao blood. That feels good. The vermilion bird mirror shuddered involuntarily. Absorbing this will help you, right? And Lin smiled. How do you have something like this? This is a treasure far more valuable than I am. You're willing to let me absorb this? The vermilion bird mirror was astonished. No, it's not as important nor as valuable as you. And Lin shook his head. The vermilion bird mirror shuddered slightly. This is compensation for when I used you to block a heavenly god's attack. Do you like it? And Lin asked with a smile on his face. I do. The vermilion bird mirror adopted a rare, gentle tone. I have a feeling that I will be able to evolve to an even higher level if I absorb this. Then do it. I'm very much looking forward to seeing you evolve. And Lin nodded. This ruby was one of the 3 treasures Lin discovered in the vermilion bird treasure vault that exuded energy fluctuations even more powerful than that of a divine tool. This indicated that it was even more valuable than a divine tool. This was a supreme treasure imbued with the vermilion bird's essential power and essential Tao blood. It was a priceless object, and its aura matched that of the vermilion bird mirror to perfection. And Lin thought about it for a moment before deciding to let the vermilion bird mirror absorb it. Perhaps it would result in an interesting transformation. Emperor Ziwei looked on with a pained expression. If you give me such a valuable material, I can craft the best divine tool. The vermilion bird mirror is the best. And Lin issued a command. Magic mirror. Absorb that thing. The vermilion bird mirror. All right. Dazzling lights erupted from both the vermilion bird mirror and the ruby at the same time. Extremely rich and pure vermilion bird essential power as well as essential Tao blood flowed like a river into the mirror, which was like an insatiable bottomless hole. The surface of the vermilion bird mirror became brighter and brighter, and its aura began to soar explosively. Emperor Ziwei's eyes widened upon seeing this. He could sense that the vermilion bird mirror had already elevated 2 small ranks in just 10 minutes. Rumble. Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above. Heaven and earth abruptly dimmed. This? And Lin looked up into the sky with astonishment. Dense, dark clouds had encompassed the heavens within a radius of several thousand kilometers. Heaven and earth dimmed significantly, and claps of thunder could be heard. The 9 Immortal sect disciples and elders were extremely surprised. Who was transcending their tribulation this time? At the center of the tribulation clouds. And Lin and Emperor Ziwei were both dumbstruck. They knew that it wasn't some cultivator who was transcending their tribulation. Instead, what's going on? Did you attract these tribulation clouds? And Lin looked down at the exquisitely intricate mirror in his hand with an astonished expression. I think so. I can sense a shackle. I must break this shackle to rise to a higher level. The vermilion bird mirror stuttered with difficulty. Emperor Ziwei came to a sudden realization. I get it. What is it? And Lin asked. I understand why the vermilion bird mirror is transcending a tribulation. Emperor Ziwei's eyes were extremely bright. When cultivators become too powerful, heavenly tribulation will fall to restrict the number of cultivators by using tribulation lightning to blast some of these living beings to death. This is because heaven and earth couldn't contain so many powerful people, and it's trying to maintain homeostasis. The exact same thing is happening to the vermilion bird mirror. When a treasure reaches the pinnacle of its existence, taking another step would disrupt the homeostasis of heaven and earth, which is why heavenly tribulation has descended in order to try and stop it from advancing further. And Lin also became very excited upon hearing this. So what you're saying is that the vermilion bird mirror is too badass for heaven and earth to contain? Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning were already tearing through the dark clouds in the sky above. This was no ordinary divine lightning, nor was it golden void lightning. This was black and white lightning created from chaos capable of annihilating all things. This was God of creation stage chaotic divine lightning. The vermilion bird mirror's tribulation lightning is chaotic divine lightning? And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. At this moment, the mirror in his hand gradually left him and flew into the sky. Master, don't help me during this tribulation transcendence. I must do this on my own, the vermilion bird mirror said in a firm voice. And Lin nodded. I believe in you. Many of the 4-9 Immortal sect powerful beings had also converged on the scene. They were all curious about who was transcending this tribulation, and they could tell from the tribulation lightning that the tribulation transcender must have been very powerful. Perhaps their sect leader was the one transcending his tribulation. Xianxia rushed over to the scene, and an elated smile appeared on his face upon seeing Lin. It really is classmate Lin transcending his tribulation. This is great. Big Brother N is already at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. Is he going to progress to the Dao integration stage now? Woof! Dabai wagged his tail with excitement. Everyone was then greeted by the sight of a peculiar scene. And Lin suddenly left the center of the tribulation clouds before looking up at the mirror in the sky. Why is the sect leader placing a mirror at the center of his tribulation transcendence? Is this a new trend? The spectating disciples were perplexed. No, Master is not the one who attracted these tribulation clouds. A peculiar light flashed through Yiling's eyes as she stared up at the mirror in the sky. That mirror is the one transcending its tribulation. Everyone was even more astonished upon hearing this. A mirror transcending a tribulation? Are you fucking kidding me? It would be more plausible if she told them that a pig was transcending its tribulation. However, after receiving confirmation from Xiao Zhe, Xiao Hong, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and the other Dao integration stage super mighty figures, everyone had no choice but to believe that the mirror was indeed the one transcending its tribulation. The 6 vermilion bird sages were the most shocked of all. This is Great Empress Vermilion Bird's aura. Why would a mirror possess Great Empress Vermilion Bird's aura? And it's such a powerful aura too. I can sense that my bloodline is trembling. How could this be? Not only were the vermilion birds very astonished, their teacher, the ancient dragon empress, was also shocked. She discovered that anything could be found in the 4-9 Immortal sect, even tribulation transcending mirrors. Boom! Another bolt of lightning tore through the clouds, and the destructive force of chaos struck fear into the hearts of all of the spectating disciples, some of which almost collapsed to the ground. The might of the chaotic divine lightning was simply far too terrifying, and it was almost unbearable even to return to void stage mighty figures. Everyone, get back! Keep at least 3 kilometers away from the site of tribulation transcendence. Bai Ling instructed everyone while setting up a high-energy particle barrier to protect the sect as well as all of the disciples. And Lin was situated the closest to the Vermilion Bird Mirror in case of emergencies. He would be the final trump card as the Lord of Transcendence. The chaotic divine lightning is about to fall. The Vermilion Bird Mirror won't be cracked again, right? And Lin raised his head with a concerned expression. The tiny surface of the mirror wasn't even as large as a single bolt of chaotic divine lightning. Could it really handle the might of the chaotic divine lightning? Crack. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. It was as if heaven and earth had been split apart down the middle at that moment. The space in the wake of the bolt of lightning was reduced to chaos and nothingness. Everyone looked on with bated breath. They were even struck by the terrifying feeling that this bolt of lightning was going to destroy the entire world. The terrifying lightning struck the Vermilion Bird Mirror viciously, upon which a scintillating light erupted forth. Just as everyone was concerned that the Vermilion Bird Mirror wouldn't be able to withstand this bolt of lightning, the surface of the Vermilion Bird Mirror suddenly lit up, upon which the lightning was absorbed before being shot back into the sky. Boom! The chaotic divine lightning blasted a massive hole into the dark clouds in the sky. Silence. Deathly silence. And Lin was dumbstruck. The 4-9 Immortal sect onlookers were also dumbstruck. The mirror reflected the tribulation lightning. What the fuck was it doing? Not only was it transcending a tribulation, but it was also now reflecting tribulation lightning to blast the tribulation clouds. Was this mirror going to defy the natural order? Rumble. The lightning hidden within the dark clouds became even more violent, as if they were very displeased and enraged by what the Vermilion Bird Mirror was doing. Boom! Another bolt of chaotic divine lightning fell. This bolt was even more powerful than the last one. The Vermilion Bird Mirror flashed, and the chaotic divine lightning disappeared into the mirror's surface before being reflected again and blasting another massive hole into the tribulation clouds. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bolts of chaotic divine lightning fell at the same time. The Vermilion Bird Mirror. Reflect. 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 Bolt after bolt of chaotic divine lightning struck the Vermilion Bird Mirror, only to be reflected back, blasting one hole after another into the tribulation clouds. Everyone was dumbstruck. This was the most outlandish tribulation transcendence they had ever witnessed. It was like 2 powerful wielders of lightning blasting each other with chaotic divine lightning. However, the tribulation clouds in the sky were the losers no matter what. Regardless of how many bolts of lightning fell, they were all reflected to blast itself. What a pitiful sight. The onlookers below didn't know what to say anymore and could only look on in silence. And Lin was even starting to become sympathetic toward the lightning tribulation. He had seen countless tribulation transcendences, but this was definitely the most tragic one. The ancient dragon empress felt like her horizons had been greatly broadened. Like master, like weapon, the master could manipulate lightning, and the mirror could reflect lightning. For some reason, everyone was struck by an indescribable sense of satisfaction upon seeing this. During tribulation transcendence, everyone could only allow the lightning to strike them without being able to offer any retaliation. But now, the Vermilion Bird Mirror was returning all of the chaotic divine lightning that rained down upon it to the tribulation clouds. How breathtakingly thrilling was this! The ancient dragon empress had even observed a new type of heaven-crushing true intent from the Vermilion Bird Mirror's actions. The other vermilion birds were also in deep thought. The bolts of chaotic divine lightning falling from the sky were becoming more and more terrifyingly powerful, but all of them were reflected without any exception. In the end, a bolt of chaotic divine lightning that looked as if it was powerful enough to bring about doomsday fell from the sky, but it was still reflected, and it shattered all of the dark clouds overhead. Claps of indignant thunder erupted, but it was already too late as the tribulation clouds were gone, and the tribulation transcendence finally drew to a conclusion. Everyone turned to look up at the Vermilion Bird Mirror in the sky with shock surging through their heart. The Vermilion Bird Mirror was completely undamaged, and its surface remained just as smooth, bright, and flawless as ever. Furthermore, its aura had become quite ethereal, as it had transcended beyond this world. And Lin waved a hand, and the vermilion bird mirror wobbled slightly before flying into his hand. And Lin could still feel the residual heat from the lightning when he held the mirror. "Are you all right?" And Lin asked with a concerned expression. "I'm fine. I successfully transcended my tribulation. Thank you, idiot, big brother." And the vermilion bird mirror was about to say idiot N, but it felt like it shouldn't be referring to Lin as idiot and after he had helped it so much, so it immediately switched to big brother and instead. "What the hell is idiot big brother N?" And Lin's expression darkened. "Ahem, you must have misheard. What I said was big brother and," the vermilion bird mirror corrected. It was in quite a good mood from its evolution, and it showed in its elated voice. And Lin was quite intrigued. "You must have leveled up following your tribulation transcendence, right? What rank treasure are you now?" The vermilion bird mirror thought about this for a moment before replying, "I'm not sure, but I should be able to reflect God of Creation stage attacks now?" And Lin's chest constricted. No shit? You've already shown that you can block countless bolts of God of Creation stage chaotic divine lightning. Let me ask you this then. How many God of Creation stage attacks can you reflect? He knew that the vermilion bird mirror could only reflect one attack per battle in the past, so he was quite interested in seeing how many it could reflect now. The vermilion bird mirror gave a smug reply. "After leveling up, I can reflect a certain type of energy countless times, which means that I can reflect a certain enemy's attack countless times in one battle." Gasp! And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath as his eyes lit up. Was it that badass? Then couldn't it reflect an enemy's attacks until they were dead? He thought back to that pitiable lightning tribulation. It had become the first enemy to experience the despair of facing the new and improved vermilion bird mirror. All of the disciples and elders made their way over to offer words of congratulations. "Congratulations on your weapon's successful tribulation transcendence, classmate and Lin. Congratulations, sect leader and Lin. And congratulations to sect leader and Lin's mirror." Everyone offered congratulatory words. This was the weirdest congratulations they had ever offered. And Lin wore a calm and collected smile as he accepted everyone's congratulations. "I'm so envious. Even your weapon is transcending tribulations. Why can't my dragon sparrow sword do the same?" Little Xiaolan made her way over to Lin with scorching curiosity in her large, bright eyes. A bold thought suddenly sprang into her mind. How about I feed my essential power and essential Tao blood to my dragon sparrow sword and see what happens? She was the vermilion bird now, so she felt like she could replicate what Lin did with that ruby. "Don't do that." And Lin immediately panicked upon hearing this. "Your body is still growing, how can you do things like donating blood? Besides, the vermilion bird mirror is a special artifact that was refined by the vermilion bird for over 10,000 years. The dragon sparrow sword is different, so don't try to replicate this." And Lin dissuaded little Xiaolan from putting her bold plan into action. After a period of heated discussion, everyone left feeling extremely thrilled and satisfied. They felt like they could boast about what they had seen today for the rest of their lives. "Have you seen a weapon transcend a chaotic divine lightning tribulation?" "I have. Furthermore, I witnessed the weapon reflect all of the bolts of chaotic divine lightning into the sky until the tribulation clouds were all vanquished." They felt like they had witnessed history and were extremely excited as a result. Emperor Ziwei sighed with emotion as he reflected on what he had just witnessed. He was only here to return the weapon to Lin, but Lin had shown him an epic artifact tribulation transcendence. He was being way too kind. "Mr. Lin, congratulations. No weapon has ever transcended a tribulation before, so your vermilion bird mirror is most likely the most powerful weapon in history." Emperor Ziwei sighed with emotion. He had refined so many weapons, but he had never seen a monster like the vermilion bird mirror. "No, my little Xie is the most powerful weapon in my heart." And Lin immediately refuted Emperor Ziwei's words before stroking the black sword on his back. "Evil-slaying sword. Piss off." Upon hearing this, Emperor Ziwei faltered initially before a sense of bitterness welled up in his heart. The evil-slaying sword was indeed an unimaginable weapon as well. Just the fact that it was able to sever the paramount laws of a world meant that it was not just some simple divine tool. Speaking of which, Enlin had taken the evil-slaying sword from his mystic realm. He had given the evil-slaying sword to Enlin at that time as a gesture of generosity, and he was regretting it so much now that he wanted to bang his head against a wall. Enlin, I still have some things to attend to, so I must take my leave. Emperor Ziwei couldn't bear to stay any longer. Aren't you going to stay for a meal? I have to thank you. And Lin immediately tried to keep him. Maybe another time. Goodbye now. Emperor Ziwei smiled before hurriedly tearing open a spatial rift and fleeing into chaos. For fuck's sake, if he stayed here any longer, and Lin would flex on him until he was feeling suicidal. After Emperor Ziwei left, and Lin heaved a faint sigh before turning his attention to his storage ring, within which were 2 extremely special treasures. He had used one of the 3 special treasures to take his vermilion bird mirror to a whole new level, so were the other 2 going to give him some surprises as well? And Lin picked out one of them. This was a round, dark gray disc that was about 10 feet in diameter with abstruse and complex veined patterns inscribed upon it. There were also 9 mysterious holes spread evenly around the disc, from within which the power of nothingness emanated. And Lin knew that this was a supreme treasure just from detecting its aura, which transcended beyond that of a divine tool. So just what was this thing? A white light flashed through his eyes. Divine inspection technique. 9 life vital disc. A disc crafted from the broken great Tao of the universe. It requires 9 high-rank divine weapons to be fused into its holes in order for it to unleash supreme power. And Lin's eyes widened slightly in surprise upon seeing this information. 9 high-rank divine tools? The 8 divine tools from the Vermilion Bird Treasure Vault were all high-rank divine tools. Was that a coincidence? Or perhaps the former Great Empress Vermilion Bird had been trying to collect divine tools to fuse with the 9 life vital disc. This made sense as it explained why the former Great Empress Vermilion Bird wasn't as spendthrift as vermilion birds were known to be. So she was trying to save up for divine tools in order to activate this 9 life vital disc? But she ended up dying after collecting only 8. And Lin felt like he had discovered the truth. High-rank divine tools were all supreme treasures that one could only obtain through luck and fortune. Even gods of creation would be unable to collect 9 of them on demand. They had to spend countless years searching and refining. And Lin then turned his attention to the 8 divine tools he had obtained, which consisted of the thousandfold puppet heart, red dance divine sword, infernal dragon saber bone, necromancy divine staff, extremely divine heavenly saber, chaotic scale armor, black origin divine spear, and the extreme star. These were all divine tools with different types of powers. The only similarity they shared was that they emanated extremely terrifying energy fluctuations and were most definitely top-notch artifacts. Only with 9 high-rank divine tools can the 9 life vital disc be activated? What is this 9 life vital disc? It sounds really badass. And Lin's interest was piqued. His divine inspection technique hadn't specified what the 9 life vital disc could do. All it disclosed was that the 9 life vital disc was capable of unleashing supreme power. This was absolutely glowing commendation considering it was coming from his divine inspection technique. However, he didn't appear to have any spare high-rank divine tools. The Karma Star Protection Divine Disc was at the pinnacle of divine tools, but it was still protecting Earth with the Rabbit Maiden. It was serving an extremely important role and couldn't be liberated from that duty. After being nurtured for a while, the evil-slaying sword had become an intermediate-rank divine tool with limitless potential, but it still wasn't a high-rank divine tool. So what else could he use? And Lin was temporarily stumped. He searched carefully through his storage ring to find that he really didn't have any treasure that fit the bill. A high-rank divine tool. Maybe he could try to buy one? He had a lot of money anyway. And Lin's eyes gradually lit up. Money could solve all his problems. And Lin contacted Emperor Ziwei first via voice transmission talisman. Hello, and Lin. We were speaking in person not long ago. Do you need anything from me? Emperor Ziwei asked in a cautious voice. He was scared that Enlin would start flexing on him again. If so, He was going to hang up the voice transmission immediately. I want a high-rank divine tool. Do you have any? And Lin asked. Emperor Ziwei was given a fright. High-rank divine tool? I don't have anything of that caliber. Huh? Aren't you the #1 tool refinement master of the Kingdom of the Nine States? How could you not even have a high-rank divine tool? Emperor Ziwei's chest constricted. And Lin, do you think high-rank divine tools are cabbage? There are only a handful of them across the entire Taichu continent, and all of them belong to the most powerful beings on the continent. But you're the #1 tool refinement master in the Kingdom of the Nine States. And Lin repeated. Emperor Ziwei, I may be the #1 tool refinement master in the Kingdom of the Nine States, but I'm very poor. I have money. Can you refine one for me? Can you make one in a month? The main battle was probably going to erupt in about a month. Emperor Ziwei's chest constricted further after sensing Lin's tycoon aura. And Lin, I'll tell you the truth. Divine tools, in particular high-rank divine tools, cannot just be refined with money. Even if you have the money, you have to find the right materials in the right place, then refine the materials for countless years. Requesting a high-rank divine tool even in 100 years is unrealistic, let alone a month. If you give me 10,000 years, I can mull it over and try to create one. But there is no guarantee that I will succeed. Furthermore, it will require the expenditure of countless resources and massive opportunities. And Lin was getting more and more displeased as this conversation progressed. Can't you make one if I give you 5 billion spirit stones? Emperor Ziwei's hand twitched, and he almost hurled his voice transmission talisman through the air. Wah? So much? How do you have so much money? His voice quivered. Oh, I obtained some spoils from a recent battle. And Lin replied nonchalantly. Emperor Ziwei clasped a hand over his chest. Tool refinement masters were extremely rich, and as the #1 tool refinement master in the Kingdom of the Nine States, Emperor Ziwei was sure that he was the richest in the Kingdom of the Nine States, second only to the Celestial the Arch. Right until he met Lin, Emperor Ziwei had received a heavy blow. In the face of filthy rich, and he felt like a fucking peasant. So how about it? Can you make one? And Lin asked. You have a lot of spirit stones. If you give me enough time, I can definitely refine one, but a month is simply too short. To be frank, no tool refinement master on the entire Taichu continent would be capable of refining one in such a short time frame. The only thing you can do is to buy an existing one. Emperor Ziwei heaved a forlorn sigh. Emperor Ziwei was simply unable to help Lin, so their conversation soon drew to a conclusion. Buy an existing one. And Lin thought about this for a moment before running through a list of the gods of creation on the Taichu continent. It was most likely the case that only gods of creation would possess high-rank divine tools available for purchase. The first person he thought of was the gentle and beautiful big sister Nuwa. And Lin immediately contacted Nuwa via voice transmission talisman. The voice transmission talisman was picked up quite quickly, and a voice as clear and smooth as a flowing creek sounded from the other side. And Lin, how rare an occasion it is for you to contact me. Do you need anything? Nuwa's voice was very pleasant. It was pure and refreshing and immediately put the listener at ease. I do have something that I need your help with. I need a high-rank divine tool, and I was wondering if you had a spare one. I'm willing to purchase it with spirit stones. And Lin replied in a slightly sheepish voice. This? Nuwa was taken aback by this request. Right at this moment, an extremely excited voice sounded from the other side. Senior, my yin and yang dual swords are high-rank divine tools. I can give them to you. Slap. Calm down, you silly girl. Have you gone insane? Black Spirit Snake's furious voice erupted. And Lin was initially quite excited before being plunged into disappointment again. White Spirit Snake still loved him, but Black Spirit Snake still hated him. It is very important? Nuwa asked. It's pretty important. I've already collected 8, and if I have one more, I'll be able to summon something really badass. And Lin decided not to hide anything from Nuwa. Nuwa's voice trembled slightly. You already have 8 high-rank divine tools? That's right. I just need one last one. I don't have any requirements aside from the fact that it has to be a high-rank divine tool. and Lin reiterated. Nuwa fell silent for a moment before continuing. If you really want one, I know of a high-ranked divine tool that is up for sale. However, it belongs to my friend and has to be purchased. It's quite expensive, and I'm afraid that you might not be able to afford it. How much is it? And Lin was starting to get a little nervous. His total net worth was 6.2 billion. If this divine tool cost more than that, Nuwa replied, 2 billion spirit stones. And Lin was shocked into silence. How is it so cheap? Do you not have enough money? Nuwa was a little concerned by Lin's silence. Can it be any cheaper? And Lin blinked before attempting to cut down the price. Nuwa heaved a forlorn sigh. Unfortunately, no. This is not my divine tool, so I can't offer any discounts. If you don't have enough money, I can lend you some. There's no need for that. I'll take care of the money required. When can the divine tool be delivered? And Lin immediately turned down Nuwa's kind offer to borrow him money. He already owed Nuwa a favor seeing as she was sourcing the divine tool for him, and it would simply be going too far to ask for money from her. Furthermore, it wasn't like he was actually short on money. How about this? I'll get Black Spirit Snake to deliver the divine tool directly to the 4-9 Immortal sect, and you can give the spirit stones to her. I'll go chase for the divine tool now, and you'll have to wait for a few days. Nuwa suggested, and Lin immediately expressed his gratitude toward Nuwa again. The divine tool issue was finally resolved. Just as Lin was preparing himself to wait for the divine tool, more good news arrived. Fanny had done her job and successfully obtained 3 divine pills from the pill sage. In addition to the 8 divine pills in his storage ring, he now had a total of 11 divine pills. Among them, 5 were regenerative pills, 3 were buff pills, and the final 3 were for increasing one's power and enhancing one's constitution. And Lin turned his attention to the 3 divine pills that could be used to increase power and enhance one's constitution. One of them was the Dragon God Body Enhancement Pill, which specialized in refining the body and could drastically increase the power of one's body. The second one was called the Extreme Darkness God Sealing Pill, which could drastically refine one's consciousness and present a certain chance for the consumer to attain the power of divine darkness. The final one was the 9-fold Lotus Yin-Yang Pill, which could make one's body resonate with the Yin-Yang Great Tao, as well as perfectly coordinate all types of powers within one's body. And Lin was a little perplexed. All 3 of these divine pills could be taken for immediate effect, so why hadn't the former Great Empress Vermilion Bird consumed them yet? Was she collecting them for fun? And Lin began to ponder this question. He turned his attention to the divine pills within his storage ring, and it didn't take him long to discover something that was quite astounding. He discovered that the auras of the divine pills within his storage ring were slowly becoming more powerful. This was a very slow process, and their auras only increased by about 1 in 100 million of their existing amount per second, but they were definitely increasing. That's strange. Could it be that the divine pills are able to naturally become more powerful? And Lin was a little baffled. Or, he pulled a divine pill out of his storage ring, upon which he discovered that its aura no longer increased. A thought occurred to Lin, and he turned his attention to the 3rd supreme treasures. This was a special treasure that appeared to be an irregular crimson stone about the size of a fist. The stone glowed as if it were a shimmering star. Most importantly, every time it emanated a red light, the light seemed to be brighter than the last time. Even though the rate at which the light brightened was very slow, and Lin still noticed it. He pulled the stone out of his storage ring to find that the auras of the 10 divine pills in his storage ring stopped increasing. At the same time, the aura of the divine pill outside of his storage ring began slowly increasing once again. So it really is because of this stone? And Lin's pupils contracted slightly as he examined the red stone. Could it be that the former Great Empress Vermilion Bird placed these divine pills with this stone, so that the powers within these pills could become more potent? A white light flashed through his eyes as he activated his divine inspection technique again. A string of information appeared in his mind. Chaotic Evolution Stone. That was it. The divine inspection technique was only able to disclose its name and nothing else. Chaotic Evolution Stone? To think that it can make divine pills evolve. But why can't it make divine tools or immortal pills evolve? And Lin was confused. This stone was the most mysterious treasure he obtained from the vermilion bird. He also had a feeling that this was the most precious object in the vermilion bird's possession. The less information his divine inspection technique was able to glean about an item, the more terrifying its origin was. After all, Great Empress Vermilion Bird was a creature who had held the Vermilion Bird holy birth for countless years, and even though she had been severely wounded by Pengu, she was still able to fight on par with Enlin and Su Xiaolin. Such a badass being had to have some badass treasures. The chaotic evolution stone must have been an extraordinary item, and Lin nodded slightly before pulling out some immortal rank red string and hanging the stone from his neck like a pendant. If the stone could make divine pills evolve, then perhaps it could make him evolve as well. This was an extremely absurd thought, but what if it worked? He then tried to use all types of methods to explore this chaotic evolution stone, but he was unable to find anything. Aside from its ability to make the auras of divine pills become more powerful, it appeared to have no other functions. So be it. I'll take the pills first. And Lin pursed his lips. A massive battle was imminent, and Enlin didn't need those few extra days of evolution time for the divine pills. He picked up the Dragon God Body Enhancement Pill, Extreme Darkness God Sealing Pill, and Ninefold Lotus Yin Yang Pill before swallowing all three of them at the same time. Boom! Terrifying pill powers exploded violently within his body. These were insanely pure and rich powers. All of a sudden, the roar of a dragon god erupted throughout the entire 4-9 immortal sect. Dark winds swept through the air, creating a scene reminiscent of an infernal hell. Lotus flowers imbued with boundless wondrous power blossomed. These extreme phenomena alerted the entire sect. All of the disciples and elders quickly rushed to the scene, only to shake their heads with resignation upon discovering who was responsible for triggering these phenomena. Their sect leader simply seemed to be incapable of staying out of the limelight for an extended period of time. Everyone was feeling quite exasperated, but at the same time, they were struck by a sense of security at the sight of their sect leader absorbing the violent pill powers within the divine pills. Their sect leader was becoming more and more badass. An entire day passed before Enlin finally managed to absorb all of the pill powers from the 3 divine pills. He was very pleasantly surprised by the transformation his body had undergone. He had thought that his body of the war god had reached its pinnacle, but it had been enhanced quite significantly, and there was now a burst of terrifying dragon might residing within his body. As for his consciousness, perhaps it was because of his mastery in the power of darkness, but 100% of the pill power was absorbed, and he had successfully attained the power of divine darkness. His God of Creation stage consciousness had been enhanced further, and both its purity and mass had increased by about 10%. This was quite a marked increase. Meanwhile, the Ninefold Lotus Yin Yang Pill had made all of the powers within his body more coordinated, and this would provide a significant boost to his combat prowess. Enlin opened his eyes, and a confident smile appeared on his face. I am no longer the same me that I once was. I'm no longer the same either. A clear, pleasant voice sounded from behind him, and Lin turned around, upon which his expression instantly froze on his face. He was greeted by the sight of an incredibly gorgeous little girl who was about 1.3 meters tall and was wearing a love jade dress. Xiaolan? And Lin was astonished. A vibrant smile appeared on little Xiaolan's face. You're seeing 9-year-old Xiaolan today. Do you like her? And Lin nodded numbly at the sight of the unforgettably beautiful smile being presented to him. I do.